I request all esteemed guests, resource person, a speaker that kindly please on your webcam. Yeah, we have now Dr. Kamles Gotamji and Dr. Sanjeev Patwa ji, our collaborative partner Shakti Tiwari ji, and guest of honor for today, that is Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji, who is the former OSD of President of India and a very renowned academician. Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji is also connected with us. Sir, please on your webcam. Kanhaiya sir.
Yes, you are getting my voice?
Yes, we are getting your voice, but you are not visible. दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हैं. We are interested
क्यों
to
ऐसा हो
see.
रहा है मुझे समझ नहीं.
Okay. So, first of all, this is the time to pay respect to our nation, to the humanities, to the society, and to contribute our respect as a citizen of the country. So, technical team, national song Bande Matram, please. And I request all the participants that please stand up for national song Bande Matram.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala Sukhala, Malayaj Sheetala, Sasya Shyamala Mataram, Vande Mataram, Jyotsna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you. Please be seated. Shakti Tiwari ji, Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi sir, please, Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I would like to give a brief introduction of those who are visible here. We have Dr. Kamles Gotamji, who is the keynote speaker and session chair for today's session. And in the same capacity, Dr. Sanjeev Patwa ji is with us. And we have a chief guest or guest of honor for this session is Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji. He is connected with us. He is the former OSD of President of India. And we are very much happy to see him. Also, we have our respected director, Professor Manju Sharma ji, Faculty of Education and Methodology. He is also visible. Our collaborative partner of Arima Award Limited and its secretary, Dr. Shakti Tiwari ji, is also connected with us. So, on behalf of the whole fraternity of this organizing team of International Conference, Space Data Analytics and Startup 2022. First of all, myself, Professor S. Lal, convener of this international conference, express my heartiest gratitudes to the Honorable Chairperson, Madam Mithilesh Garg ji, Honorable Advisor and Chief Executive Officer, JBN Vedant Garg ji, other dignitaries of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, all the officers, coordinators of this organizing team, our chair professor, Professor Vinay Mohanji, who is about to join us. I welcome you all on the second day of this international conference. Yesterday, our participants, specifically students and scholars, have been benefited by the very intelligent and very meaningful delivery by the speakers, by the session chairs like Hiralalji, IAS, Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Ravi from Visakhapatnam University, Professor KG Suresh ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi University, and others. Today is the second day of this international conference, and we are delighted that we have a very seasoned and very renowned personality, Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji. And I would like, before going to the business session, I request everyone that please on your webcam, because this is the live streaming session. So Kanhaiya Tripathi ji is, I would like to say something about him. And before going to the business session, we would like to request Kanhaiya Tripathi ji for few words. But before that, I would like to give brief introduction of Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji. Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi has a PhD in Indian Human Rights Movement from Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Varda. I request everyone that please mute yourself. He has contributed at President House. Kanhaiya sir, please mute yourself. Yes sir, please, thank you. Kanhaiya has contributed at President House, New Delhi as editor to the President of India, Her Excellency Srimati Pratibha Devi Singh Patil, during her tenure. He has got an opportunity to edit books Bharat Jagao, Rise India, Bharat Jagao, जब मैं राज्यपाल थी, एंड स्त्री उत्कर्ष की ओर, in Hindi, English and Marathi language in 16 volumes. His multifarious academic engagements are coupled with diverse paragamatic involvement that include implementing peace building, focusing on women rights and indigenous people right in India. Doctor, he has been, he has also edited some other different titles like Hindi Swaraj, a character for human development from within, the Hindi Swaraj, Satabdi, Bimars, and his contribution as author, as a academic philosopher, as a social reformer, and a very seasoned administrative officer during the OSD of President of India. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji has contributed a lot, and we are very, it is our privilege and honor that Tripathi has connected with us. So Kanhaiya Tripathi sir, please say few words since your session is at the different time, but as a guest of honor, we would like to listen few words by your side. Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji, please.
Thank you so much. Professor Dr. Shobhalalji, I am very glad to participate this international conference in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women University. Respected university founder Pankaj Garg ji and Honorable Chairperson Mithilesh Garg ji, Professor Vedant Garg ji, and Pramod K. Raghav sir, and I would like to recall here Shakti Tiwari ji, and who invited me as a friend and as familiar person, Professor Shobhalal ji. Today we are participating in this great movement, and I am very happy. And first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you. Now I would like to deliver my lecture in Hindi here.
Yes sir, please.
और जैसा कि आप लोग जानते हैं कि आज का जो हमारा विषय है वह है द रोल ऑफ न्यू मीडिया इन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ पेंडेमिक, इस विषय पर है।
सर हम लोग अभी आपका आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए आपको आमंत्रित किया है कि आप हमें ब्लेस करें, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को अपनी शुभकामनाएं दें, और जब सेशन होगा सर आपका, उस सेशन में हम, चूंकि आपके जो टॉपिक के जो श्रोता हैं वो सेशन में ही आपको सुनने के लिए जुड़ेंगे, तो कहीं
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू,
वंचित ना हो जाए।
I got your point.
यस सर,
थैंक यू सो मच।
वंचित ना हो जाए, इसलिए हम चाहेंगे कि अभी आप तो आशीर्वचन दीजिए और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए शुभकामनाएं व्यक्त कीजिए। नारी सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय का जो योगदान है,
एक्चुअली
बस
मैडम सामरी टोल्ड मी
यस सर,
your session will be start on 10 a.m. So I am not aware about what is my role in this session, but as you said, तो मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। सबसे पहले तो महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि ज्योति विद्यापीठ वुमेन यूनिवर्सिटी ये बहुत ही रचनात्मक कार्य देश में कर रही है और निश्चित रूप से हमारे पूरे देश में एक अच्छा स्थान रखती है। तो इसके फाउंडर और साथ ही जो इस यूनिवर्सिटी के संचालक हैं और कुलपति, वाइस चांसलर और चेयरमैन, डायरेक्टर और इसके डीन, सभी यूनिवर्सिटी के फैकल्टी मेंबर और प्रॉक्टर के रूप भूमिका में भी शायद शोभालाल जी हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से एक अनुशासित यूनिवर्सिटी गवर्न हो रही है। तो मैं आप सभी लोगों को, साथ में शक्ति तिवारी जी को मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि जिन्होंने आपने मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में पार्टिसिपेट करने का अवसर दिया। तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। और उसके अलावा मैं बहुत बहुत
चीज
शुभकामनाएं
हम
देता हूँ।
सभी हम सभी इंटेलेक्चुअल से एक प्रार्थना करेंगे, जो आप उसको अनऑफिशियल कहेंगे, ये ऑफिशियल नहीं है, क्योंकि कन्हैया त्रिपाठी सर प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया के प्रतिभा सिंह देवी सिंह पाटिल और दूसरे राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ उनके ओएसडी रहे हैं और बहुत बड़े बड़े देश दुनिया के मुद्दों पर इन्होंने काम किया है। मैं इनको व्यक्तिगत रूप से जानता हूँ, चाहे वो किसी तरह का
थैंक यू सो मच।
ऑर्डिनेंस, किसी तरह का कोई भी डिसीजन हो राष्ट्रपति जी का, महामहिम जी का। तो मैं आपसे एक निवेदन करूंगा, चूंकि आज आप प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया के ओएसडी नहीं है, लेकिन आपका आज भी वहां जाना आना है और आज भी आपके लोग वहां काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के माननीय संस्थापक डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग जी, जिनकी गर्ग थ्योरी पर आज शोध हो रही है, जिनके व्यक्तित्व पर बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स पीएचडी कर रहे हैं और जिन्होंने नारी शिक्षा के रूप में देश दुनिया में बहुत ज्यादा योगदान दिया है। तो पद्म श्री और पद्म विभूषण के लिए बहुत सारे रिकमेंडेशंस पहले से राष्ट्रपति जी के यहाँ गए हुए हैं कि वहां से उनकी भी अनुशंसा हो। तो अगर आप लोगों की शुभकामनाएं अगर मिले तो हम चाहते हैं कि मरणोपरांत उस व्यक्तित्व को, जिसने इस देश दुनिया में नारी सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में टेक्निकल प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन के द्वारा इतना काम किया है, उसको इसका सम्मान मिलने का हक है और ये मिलना चाहिए। तो हम चाहेंगे कि आज के
जी मैं उसी
जी तो
मैं
आप
जरूर आपके बातों का समर्थन करता हूँ। उसके अलावा जो उसकी प्रोसेस अब भारत सरकार ने बना रखी है, वो एक अलग तरीके की प्रोसेस है। तो एनी इंडिविजुअल शुड अप्लाई टू एनी पर्सन। तो उसमें कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है कि आप मतलब कोई प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस से ही या कोई प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया ऑफिस से ही कोई करे। कोई भी व्यक्ति नॉमिनेट कर सकता है, लेकिन यदि आपके जो वहाँ के माननीय एमपी हैं वो अगर उसको रिकमेंड कर रहे हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात होगी। और ये एक प्रोसेस है, चूंकि उस रेस में शामिल होने के लिए डायरेक्ट तो राष्ट्रपति भवन से ऐसा कोई रिकमेंडेशन नहीं होता है और कहीं से भी नहीं होता है। तो अभी मई के लास्ट में ये प्रक्रिया खुल जाएगी और वो गृह मंत्रालय से एक लिंक ओपन होगी और उसके बाद फिर माननीय गर्ग जी को हम लोग जरूर जो कि इतनी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी यहाँ पर जयपुर में स्थापित कर रहे हैं, किए हुए हैं। और इसमें निश्चित रूप से बहुत सारे एलुमनाई और बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और फैकल्टी मेंबर्स जुड़ करके इस यात्रा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो एक बड़ा अवदान है, मैं मानता हूँ इस बात को। और मैं इसका आपके यहाँ जो गवर्नर साहब हैं इस समय, माननीय राज्यपाल कलराज मिश्र जी, निश्चित रूप से वो भी एक बहुत ही हम्बल मेंबर हैं। और आपके चांसलर तो ऑफिशियली नहीं है चांसलर, लेकिन वो पूरे प्रदेश के सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज के संरक्षक हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से मैं इस बात पर अभी अगले कुछ महीने में मेरी जब बातचीत होगी तो मैं माननीय राज्यपाल जी से इस संदर्भ में बात करूंगा कि गर्ग साहब ने अवदान दिया है और उनको
महामहिम जी से भी हम लोग मिलकर बात करेंगे। चलिए, धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप हमसे जुड़े रहे अभी।
नहीं, उसके लिए मैं खुद उनको बोलूंगा।
जी ठीक है सर,
मैं उनको खुद बोलूंगा कि आप इसको अगर रिकमेंड करते हैं तो अच्छा रहेगा। और चूंकि वो बहुत अभी हमारी कुछ पुस्तकों की उन्होंने मतलब भूमिकाएं भी लिखी और हमको बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से प्यार करते हैं। आप हमारे वेबसाइट kanhaiyatripathi.com पर उनके साथ जो अच्छे रिलेशंस हैं उसको भी देख सकते हैं। लेकिन बात यह है कि मैं माननीय गर्ग जी ने जो जो वहाँ पर जयपुर में नहीं, कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी या इंस्टीट्यूशन स्टेब्लिश होता है तो उसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा विजन प्लान होता है। तो और उसमें अगर वो नारियों के लिए किया गया है तो मातृशक्ति को आगे बढ़ाने का एक बड़ा मुहिम है। और आपको यह जानकर बहुत ही प्रसन्नता होगी कि हमारे देश की फर्स्ट वाइस चांसलर, वुमेन वाइस चांसलर माननीय हंसा मेहता जी थी, और जो कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र के मानवाधिकार का जो ड्राफ्ट तैयार हो रहा था उसमें भी वो शामिल हुई थी। तो नारियों का एक बड़ा योगदान रहा है, और उन्हीं स्त्रियों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए अगर गर्ग साहब ने कार्य किया है तो आई अप्रिशिएट हिम। और मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे लोगों को निश्चित रूप से ऐसे पुरस्कारों से नवाजा जाना चाहिए। तो मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से भी भारत सरकार से भी अपील करना चाहूंगा कि अगर ऐसी कोई संस्कृति आती है तो माननीय गर्ग जी को इस पद्म अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया जाए। और हाँ, रिकमेंडेशन जो है और वो थ्रू प्रॉपर चैनल आना जरूरी है। इसके लिए मैं प्रोफेसर जवाहरलाल गुप्ता जी, मैं आपका आभारी हूँ कि आपने ये आवाज उठाई। और आप चाहते हैं कि एक स्त्रियों के उत्थान में जो अवदान दिए हुए हैं उनको सम्मानित किया जाए। तो मैं आपकी बातों में सहमति दर्ज करते हुए और पुरजोर समर्थन करते हुए मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग जरूर रिकमेंडेशन भिजवाएं। और जहां तक मेरी कोशिश होगी मैं माननीय राज्यपाल जी से भी इस संदर्भ में बात करूंगा, और दूसरे लोगों से भी मैं बातें करूंगा जिसे मैं यहाँ पर ओपन नहीं कर सकता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू,
और
थैंक यू।
आप सभी लोगों की शुभकामनाएं।
जी जी जी, हम लोग कन्हैया त्रिपाठी सर से उम्मीद करते हैं कि आप विश्वविद्यालय से ऐसे ही जुड़े रहें और अपनी शुभकामनाएं देते रहें। अभी आप कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, और अभी मैं एक परिचय करा दूं, मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं डॉक्टर कृष्ण कुमार जी, जो अभी आपको दिख रहे होंगे मंद मंद मुस्कुराते हुए। ठीक है,
जी नमस्कार।
he is the very dynamic professor in the faculty of education and methodology, and he is coordinating in between the administration
ओके,
and
हो रहा है।
the students. So Professor K.K. Chaudhary sir, we welcome you also in this international conference.
मैं यहाँ एक नाम लेना भूल गया, मंजू शर्मा जी,
हाँ जी
जो
जी।
कि नारी शक्ति की मिसाल है। तो मैं मैडम सॉरी, और निश्चित रूप से आपका भी इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। तो आप सभी लोग इस कार्य को कर रहे हैं और मुझे प्रसन्नता हो रही है। और ज्योति विद्यापीठ से मैं अभी नहीं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, बल्कि शक्ति जी ने मुझे याद है कि जब मैं पहली बार राष्ट्रपति भवन में था 2011-12 में, तो
हम लोगों ने
वो अपने पिताजी के।
उन्होंने आपके द्वारा एडिटेड बुक दिया था हम लोगों को पढ़ने के लिए। आपने
जी
एक
जी। और
राष्ट्र की जो किताब आपने संपादित किए थे, उस किताब को
जी
हम लोगों ने पढ़ा है। उस समय हमारे जो वाइस चांसलर थे एस.के. वशिष्ठा यहाँ के, और जो
जी जी,
हमारे,
उनसे मेरी बात भी हुई थी।
हाँ हाँ,
उनसे
तो
मेरी
सब
बात भी
लोग
हुई
आपकी
थी।
किताब पढ़ी थी और हम लोगों ने देखी थी सर। तो धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और हम लोग फिर ऐसे ही बात करते रहेंगे, आप जुड़े रहिए हम लोग के साथ। नाउ
श्योर।
we are going to enter into the technical or business session of this conference second day of the conference, and we have Dr. Kamles Gotamji. He is the impanel faculty member. He is the impanel faculty member, Technical Training Institute, Hindustan Aeronautic Limited, Bimanpura, Bangalore. And he is also associated with different institutions. He holds the position of counselor in Bardhaman Mahavir Open University, Kota. He has been involved in training, research, and administration for the last 13 years. CSE, Modi University of Science and Technology, Lakshmangarh, Rajasthan, and recently appointed as PhD co-supervisor at Modi University. He earned B and M.Tech from Department of ECE in 2009 and 2013 respectively. And he has delivered more than 12 keynotes and expert lectures and reviewed several research papers of various international conferences. He is also managing editor of journal, namely IJRTSME, and reviewer of multiple journals. He is actively associated with professional and social organizations such as IEEE and CSI. So, Dr. Kamles Gotam, on behalf of the organizing team of this international conference on space data analytics and startup, I hope you are going to deliver your expert lecture on big spectrum data analytics for information network.
Very
Anyway,
good morning.
yes, sir. Please continue, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Very good morning, respected all. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to deliver this talk. I would like to convey deep regard and hearty thanks to Professor Sobhalal Sir, convener, dean, mathematician, and foreign book writer, and eminent researcher and speaker. And my special thanks to Professor Manju Sharma ma'am, co-convener, director, and dynamic personality of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur, who graced me with her presence. And I also would like to thanks all honorable delegates, respected Sanjeev Patwa sir, Krishna Kumar sir, and respected Kanhaiya Tripathi sir, and respected all who blessed me with their presence. And I also thankful to organizing secretary Dr. Sunita ma'am for continuous communication before this conference. And now I would like to request conference management to allow me start my session.
Yes, sir.
And
Please, sir. Please continue, sir. Please
share.
start presentation.
Yes, sir. I am sharing my screen. Let me share entire screen. My screen is visible, sir.
No, just wait, please. It is not visible. Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. My topic is cluster head unit strategy algorithm for data in network, and contents are motivation and background, cluster head unit strategy, and K-means clustering, which is playing important role in cluster head unit strategy algorithm, and then comparative analysis, and then I will conclude my session. As we know, in the urban environment, the road area is a critical location in terms of road crisis and number of killed or injured people. And I think a vehicular communication system can help to reduce the traffic collision at road area by sending warning message to the vehicles. Now, question is arises: how come it possible? Uh, Basically, vehicular communication system is a intelligent transportation system for the cooperative engagement of 1 second. Yeah. I think basically, vehicular communication system is an intelligent transportation system for the comparative engagement of vehicle nodes with the required intervention of onboard unit, cluster head unit, roadside unit, and infrastructure domain unit. Here, all the moving vehicles on the road area are considering as a uh, vehicle nodes, and the onboard unit is installed in the vehicle itself, uh, in the nearest area of the driver of the vehicle. As we can see in this diagram, keyboard. Yeah. all these vehicles are moving on roadside area. Suppose these vehicles are reacting as a vehicle node, and these vehicle nodes are forming a group or a cluster, and this cluster of the vehicles are controlling by cluster head unit. Like this, several cluster head units are existing in road area, and all these cluster head units of a single road area is controlled by the roadside unit, and this type of several roadside units are controlling by the infrastructure domain unit. Infrastructure domain unit is an individual unit that is existing in a single city area. All these units are providing excellent performance with the help of vehicular ad hoc network, digital fragment processing, machine learning, Internet of Things, and 5G network. This performance of vehicular communication system should be enhanced to the guaranteed delivery of safety messages. And I think for this guaranteed delivery of safety messages, data congestion control is an efficient way to decrease packet loss, delay, and increase the reliability of vehicular communication system. In this session, I am going to describe a cluster head unit strategy algorithm to control data congestion unit using cluster head unit. uh, Actually, on the roadside area, I think intersection point is a point that is the point where congestion is occurred. Congestion is regarding vehicles, and if vehicle regarding congestion is there, then data congestion will also be there in the network. That's why here the I think most likely place for data congestion is intersection point or choraha, as shown in figure 2, that all these blocks are representing here vehicle node or vehicles, and this is the intersection point, and nearest at the nearest area of these vehicles, this congestion area is existing regarding vehicles, and because vehicle congestion is there, that's why data congestion is also there, because all these vehicles are communicating with each other. In this congestion area, the number of packet loss and delay increases due to high packet collision rate. Thus, controlling congestion in congestion area helps have more reliable communication as well as safer environment. The cluster head unit strategy in this work employs a cluster head unit installed at the intersection point to control the congestion locally, as shown in this diagram at the nearest area of this intersection point. In this, a strategy is given, and this strategy is this is, in this strategy there are 3 units. Basically, overall city network is controlled by infrastructure domain unit. Infrastructure domain unit is controlling roadside area, and each and every roadside area is controlling by roadside unit, individual roadside unit, and each and every roadside unit is controlling a particular specific area cluster head unit. And in a cluster head unit, this cluster head unit strategy is existing, and this cluster head unit strategy consists with 3 units. First unit is congestion detection unit. This congestion detection unit, all of the first detect the congestion in the network for the data. Second unit is message clustering unit. This unit is used to cluster the messages in the network area for the gathered messages. And next one unit is controlling data congestion unit. This unit is established for the controlling the clustered messages congestion. I'm describing in detail that congestion detection unit sends the periodically to measure some parameters like number of messages in queue, and channel usage level, and channel occupancy time. And if queue uh, uh, is our if our message queue is congested, then this unit will transfer message to the next unit that channel is congested. In this work, I'm considering that if 70% of the channel is congested, then this unit will transfer message to the next unit that channel is congested, and we have to activate it. And then next unit uh, will activate in that case, and in that case, this unit will gather all the message all of the first in a bulk, like a 1,000 number of message or 100 number of message in a bulk of n number of message. Then all these messages will be filtered on the basis of the several features. After the filtering of these messages, the clustering will be there using the cluster head unit strategy algorithm. This algorithm clusters the message on the basis of message size, that these messages are in between from um, 1 KB to 2 KB, and these messages are from 2 KB to 10 KB. Like this, there are a parameter regarding the message size, regarding the validity of message, regarding the type of message, that like as emergency message, safety message, advertisement related message, entertainment related message. And the machine learning algorithm will identify these messages on the behalf of the existing words, like as if accident or jam related message are jam related words are there in a message, then this that particular message will be considered as a emergency message or safety related message category. After the formation of the clusters, the congestion control unit will control the data congestion. This unit determines appropriate value of transmission range and transmission rate in kbps, and contention window size, and arbitration interframe spacing in each cluster. Finally, cluster head unit at the intersections send the determined communication parameters to vehicles stopped before the red traffic light or intersection point to reduce communication collision, so that we can reduce delay. In this strategy, we are using cluster head unit strategy algorithm, and this algorithm is based on the K-means clustering approach. And I want to describe here K-means clustering algorithm using this problem, that suppose here 6 samples are available for the clustering, and we have to categorize all 6 samples into 2 different clusters. Means here number of clusters are 2, value of k is equal to 2. Out of all these 6 samples, we are considering starting to sample as a center of 2 clusters. We may also consider any 2 sample as a center of the cluster randomly. We may consider randomly. After the randomly considering centroid of the cluster, we are forming clusters. And for the formation of the cluster, we have to calculate Euclidean distance. And for the calculation of the Euclidean distance, we are using this formula as shown here. Here, A and B are representing values of randomly decided samples, X and Y values, as shown here. Like that, for the first cluster, X value 185 is A, and Y value 72 is B. And for the second cluster K2, X value is 172 is equal to A, and Y value 156 is equal to B. And here X and Y are representing the values of all these X and Y values for these samples, and we will put these values in Euclidean distance formula, and we will calculate Euclidean distance. If the Euclidean distance is less for the first cluster, then we will put this sample into first cluster, and if the Euclidean distance is less for the second cluster, then we will put this sample into the second cluster. Mm, and using this approach, we will form 2 different clusters. Like as we can see that in the first sample, Euclidean distance is 0 for the first cluster. That's why we are putting first sample in the first cluster, and Euclidean distance is less for the second sample is less for the second cluster. That's why we are putting this sample into the second cluster. We are using this approach, we are forming 2 different clusters, and sample first, fifth, and sixth are available in first cluster, and second, third, and fourth are available in second cluster. Now again we are updating our clusters, and for the updation of the cluster we are taking mean values of the previous using the previous samples, that in first cluster 185, 182 and 188 values are existing. That's why mean value is equal to 185 for x in the first cluster, and similarly for b in first cluster 74 value is there, and similarly we will calculate for second cluster also. After the calculating the euclidean, after the calculating the updated centroid, again we will form the cluster for the previous samples, and we will repeat this procedure of the clustering till our results are not repeating for the clustering allocation regarding the all available n number of samples. As we can see in the second time clustering, first, fourth, fifth, and sixth samples are available in first cluster, and second and third samples are available in second cluster, K2. And again, we are taking mean values for updating our centroid of the cluster, and again we are calculating Euclidean distance and allocating centers for all these samples. Using this allocation, if results is repeating for the current cluster or previous cluster, then we will stop our this clustering allocation procedure. Like this, in this example, our results are same as previous allocation. That's why we are not allocating cluster again. Using this approach of the Kamles clustering, this cluster head unit strategy algorithm is working on the behalf of machine learning approach for the deduction of the data, for controlling of the data congestion in the network area. In this algorithm, inputs are n number of clusters, max iters. Those are limited iterations. Suppose that in the if in the network n number of messages are available. Suppose 100 messages are available, and after the allocation again and again, clustering is repeating and repeating. And results are not same as previous cluster, then here we are using max iter value for the limitation of the max iters, because if we will not use this, then delay may increase for the message transmission. That's why we are using max iter limitation. And next input value is n number of messages. Those are available in the congested network area, and m are representing m1 m2 up to mn, a set of n filtered message on the basis of the features of the message. And outputs are a set of k clusters and labels of cluster for each messages. And because we are forming a new cluster and 4 clusters, that's why we are representing new cluster using n1 n2 up to nn as a set, a new label of cluster for each message. And all the cluster labels are representing here by a set of o1 o2 up to on. All these are all label of cluster for each message. Here, for the formation of the n cluster, we are considering n number of data points. Those are equal to k. That's why p is equal to p1, p2 up to pn. All these are n data points, and c are representing centroids for all available cluster centers. Now all these are input and output. Now I'm describing this algorithm. I'm describing the pseudocode of this algorithm. All of the first we will represent all filtered message by the p all the message filtered message by data point, and then we will determine randomly centroids of the available clusters. In my problem, I am considering only 4 clusters. That's why here value of k is equal to 4. But if we we want to change, then we can change value of k. Now, C is equal to P1, P2 up to Pk for all case clusters. All these are data points. Means we are assuming the first 4 messages as an initial centroid for the 4 clusters. And for the Euclidean distance calculation and cluster formation, I'm using here for loop. For the for loop, I is equal to 1 to n, and n is here representing, I have already described that n is representing n filtered message, and j is equal to 1 to k. Here value of k is equal to 4, that's why for loop will move from 1 to 4. And d is representing Euclidean distance. In the previous example, centers are representing by a and b, but in this algorithm I am representing by pi and cj. And then I'm computing Euclidean distance of a data point pi to the centroid. After the calculation of the Euclidean distance and loop, here for loop, I'm ending for loop, and after this I'm finding closest centroid cj to pi centroid for the data point. Regarding new cluster formation, after the comparison with old cluster formation, here I'm initializing both of these values and ending for loop. This is the main loop for the clustering of the items. If previous cluster result is different as comparison to current cluster, means current cluster result or previous cluster results are different, then I will repeat this process. That's why here this condition is available, changed is equal to false. If results are not equal, then we will iterate from 0 to n. This is the first iteration, that's why I'm taking here iter is equal to 0, and I'm repeating again and again, and updating centroids, finding ci, finding updated centroids. And this is the again the procedure of for loop for the calculation of the Euclidean distance and allocation of the samples or message into the cluster. And again in this area we are labeling these messages into the new cluster or old cluster, and I'm checking condition that results are same or different. This process will repeat till max iters. In my work, I'm considering 100 is equal to max iter, and this will return continuously till max iter values, as shown here. This is the comparison of my work with the previous existing works. Basically, there are 2 different type of strategies are available for the data congestion in the network. First one category is open loop strategy, and the second one category is the closed loop strategy. As I'm written in the in this table. This open loop strategy is this open loop strategy provides 2 type of solution. First one is the power based solution, and second one is the prioritizing and scheduling based solution. Power based solution means that the transmission power is given in priority for the messages those are in higher priority, like as emergency messages or safety messages. And in this category of the solution, prioritizing and scheduling, we are scheduling category of messages regarding all category, like as emergency message, safety message, entertainment related message, advertisement related message, etc. And all these are strategies enhanced by these authors. And in the closed loop strategy, basically closed loop strategy is related to the input, as we can understand by the name that in the closed loop strategy all of the first we are considering the data congestion in the network. If data congestion in the network, then this type of closed loop strategy will work. Else, they will not activate. All these strategies are providing various solutions. These are rate-based solution, CSMA, CA-based solution, hybrid solution, machine learning-based hybrid solution. My proposed and completed work is a cluster head unit strategy algorithm that is in category of a hybrid solution of a closed loop solution. This is the real time solution strategy. I'm not describing all these values due to the shortage of the time. And this is the conclusion that as comparison to all these strategies, this cluster head unit strategy algorithm reduces the data congestion and packet loss and delay in the network and improves the reliability of vehicular communication system. All these are applications of cluster head unit based on the k-means clustering, that image segmentation using k-means clustering, vector quantization of acoustic data, and speech understanding to convert the waveform into one of the k categories of the k for the k cluster, automatic clustering of Google News for better classification, as we can see online. And all these applications are related to visualization of document collection and improve speech query, optical character recognition, biometrics, and military application, etc. All these are references, and all last three references are representing my work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very nice delivery, Doctor. And Dr. Kamles Gotamji, any query by anyone, any viewer? If you have any query, you can please write in the inbox, in the chat box. Any query by any participants? I hope you have explained in such a fantastic way, and the algorithm you have chosen to support your hypothesis is really very, very good. And I hope that this may be supposed as one of the contribution by a scholar, as an expert in the field of network and others. So thank you very much for your nice delivery, and I request Dr. Kamles that please continue with us, because you and Dr. Sanjeev has to, are supposed to chair some sessions of scholars.
Yes, sir.
So please continue with us. Thank you very much once again.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
it is time to request Dr. Sanjeev Patwa ji. And Dr. Sanjeev Patwa is a big name in the field of computer science and engineering in Rajasthan. And is working in a prestigious institution. He has 20 years of teaching experience. His qualification includes PGDCA, MCA, MTech in IT, and PhD in computer science. He also received B level certificate from DOEC Society, New Delhi, that is prestigious one. He has published around 40 research papers in different national and international journals of repute. Also, he has contributed 20 papers in international and national conferences and seminars and symposia across the world. He is also author of 4 computer science books, and they are very, very demanding nowadays. His research interest is software engineering, cloud computing, and data analytics. So we all, along with the participants, the students, scholars, are expecting that Dr. Sanjeev is going to say something new, emergent, and relevant as per the topic has been assigned to him as spectrum data analytics for information network. So, Dr. Sanjeev Patwaji, please. And in the meantime, I would like to
Thank you, sir.
welcome Dr. Sivani Verma ji. She is now
Good
connected with
morning,
us.
sir.
She is a
Yeah.
symbol of women's empowerment, and she is
Good
connected
morning,
with
sir. Good morning, all.
morning. She is connected. She is associate professor in computer science and engineering. She is connected from Noida, MET. So, Dr. Sivani, please continue with us and say this is the time for Sanjeev Patwaji. He is going to, say something about big, big spectrum data analytics for information network. So, thank you very much.
Right.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am sharing my screen. Uh, I shared it. Is it visible?
No, sir.
I shared it. Visible, sir, or not?
No, no, it is not visible.
Okay.
Dr. Kamles, please help him.
Kamles ji?
Dr. Kamles,
Yes, sir.
please help to Dr. Sanjeev Patwaji.
Stop screen. Again, I am sharing.
Technical team, please join with Sanjeev Patwaji. I hope he's clicking on share. So, yes, now it is visible.
Hello.
It is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, is it visible? Visible?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, thank you very much. Respected Chairperson Mithilesh Garg Madam, Honorable Advisor and CEO Vedant Garg Sir, Vinay Mohan Sir, Professor Lal, Professor Manju Sharma Madam, Kanhaiya Lal Tripathi Sir, and Organizing Secretary Dr. Sunita Bhati Madam. Thank you for inviting me in the galaxy of this educationists, scholars, industrialists, and students. Thank you, sir. As the conference theme is Space Data Analytics and Startups, my presentation is based on data science and data analytics. So basically, it is a warming topic right now, that is data analytics, and a big opportunity for a student to grab this particular field as their career. So my aim is to introduce them what is the data analytics and how they can move towards this particular field, and what are the different technologies on which they can work. So outline of my presentation is career as data scientist. What is data science? Why Python? Basically, Python is a language which used for data analytics because of certain characteristics we will discuss. Why is Python so popular? What is data analytics? Popular Python data analytics libraries and quotes by industry experts, which shows that what is the significance of data analytics in the field of computer science. Why should you think career as data scientist? As our theme of conference is space data analytics and startups, so one must understood how he can start his career as data scientist. So there is a big demand in this field for data scientists, for computer peoples. So this is a very demanding area. Data scientist is the best job of 21st century. Global big data market to reach $122 billion in revenue by 2025. So these are some facts which shows how this particular field is developing nowadays. There is a serious shortage of data scientists, and this is a major concern for top MNCs around the world. All this means the major corporations are ready to pay top dollar salaries for professionals with the right data science skills. So it is a demand for today's MNCs that student has to learn data science, and they work for data analysts, they work for data science, they work as data scientists in these top MNCs. But what we have to analyze, what data science will do, what data scientists will do, but all the things are related to this data. There are number of data available with us. There are number of data we are using each and every time. Like whenever we mail to someone, that become a data. Whenever we purchase something from these e-commerce websites, that becomes the data. Whenever we transact from bank, whenever we transact money to other person, that becomes the data. So these all things become the data, and we have to analyze the data, and on the basis of that analysis we make certain prediction, and on the basis of these prediction we can make certain results, and these results are used for industry, that results are used for human being. Online trading and purchasing are another way of collecting the data. Social networking, which we use right now and which we are using day to day life, is also the source of data. Right now, we are streaming our conference. This is also become the data, and this data will become the area of research for some scholars. So this is all around us. Number of data we can use, and we can use that data for data analysis. We can imagine that how much data do we have. We can just see these facts. 1.7 MB of data is created every second by every person during 2020. In the last 2 years alone, the astonishing 90% of the world's data has been created. We very much know that these 2 years, last 2 years was we spent on online communication because this pandemic. So this happened. Another fact is 463 exabyte of data will be generated each day by humans as of 2025. 95 million photos and videos are shared every day on Instagram. Every day, 306.4 billion emails are sent and 500 million tweets are made. So these are the facts which shows that how much data we are using, how much data we are sending on our cloud, how much data we are sending on our servers, and how we can use this data for benefit of human, for our business, for benefit of our nation, for benefit of our world. So this is the importance of data in our life. Now one more thing, that is big data. What is the big data? Because a huge amount of data we are using for data analytics. But when it becomes the big data is any data that is expensive to manage and hard to extract value from. It contains volume, means the size of the data. It contains the velocity, means the latency of data processing. It contains variety and complexity, means the diversity of sources, formats, quality, structures. These all things become big data, and all these things we are using in our day-to-day life. Size of data, velocity, complexity, means sources, different type of data we are using. These data are in the form of different type of databases like relational data. These are different forms of data where we can collect this data and we can make analysis like relational data, text data, semi-structured data, graph data, social networking data, streaming data. So these all are the data. On the basis of this data, we can analyze this data and make certain decisions, make certain predictions. Big data and data science. The sexy job in the next 10 years will be statistician. The US will need 140,000 to 190,000 predictive analysts and 1.5 million managers and analysts by 2023. New data science institute being created and new degree programs like MS in big data science are now come into the picture. So these are the opportunities where we can use this data, where we can make our career in the field where we can start our startups. Data science. This is an area that manages, manipulate, extract, and interprets knowledge from tremendous amount of data. As we know, big data is a huge amount of data, and we have to manipulate data. We have to extract some information from data, and we interpret that knowledge, and we have to make some decisions. So this is the mean of data science. Data science is a multidisciplinary field of study with goal to address the challenges in big data. Data science principles apply to all data, big and small. So this is the basic mean of data science. Data science is not related to any particular field, but it is a multidisciplinary because basically data science is depend on data, and the source of data is each and everything we already seen. Each and everything is used for data. Theories and techniques from many fields and disciplines are used to investigate and analyze a large amount of data to help decision makers in many industries such as science, engineering, economics, politics, finance, and education. In all these fields, we use data science. Computer science. In computer science, how we use data science? Like pattern recognition, visualization, data warehousing, high performance computing, databases, artificial intelligence. These are the field in computer science. Mathematics, mathematical modeling, statistics, statistical and stochastic modeling, probability. These are the number of fields where data science can be used. These are multidisciplinary fact of data science like business strategy, domain knowledge, communication, presentation, problem solving, business analysis. These all things are the part of data science, and we work on data science in different fields like machine learning, pattern recognition, statistics, visualization, database and data processing, data mining. These are the things. These all are the different domain of data science like data engineering, scientific method, math, statistics, advanced computing, visualization, hacker mindset, domain expertise. These are the data science fields. Real life example of data science. Like in day-to-day life, whenever we purchase something online, one time we purchase and after that, if we again come to that particular site, that site shows us that previous type of data, like when we purchase uh, x product, next time it also shows x product of different companies. How it happens? How that particular site knows that we purchased this particular product in previous time, and again they interested in these type of products? How these websites know this? This is because of this data science. So companies learn your secrets, shopping patterns, and preferences. For example, can we know if a woman is pregnant even if she doesn't want us to know? फिर भी हमें पता चल जाता. How? Because these women purchase that type of things from that particular website, and website do certain type of analytics on that particular data, and whenever we again log in from that particular username, that type of data, that type of information, that type of products display on our screen. That is the beauty of this data science. Data science and election in 2008 and 2012, we see these type of importance of data science in election. 1 million people installed the Obama Facebook app that gave access to info on friends. Data scientist. What is data scientist? This is a job. But data scientists are not the reporters. They are extract the knowledge from data. This is the difference between reporters and data scientists. Data scientists give us information, give us knowledge from existing data. But reporters give report on a particular field-based information. So these are the differences. Scientists are the key to realizing the opportunities presented by big data. They bring structure to it, find compelling patterns in it, and advise executives on the implications for products, processes, and decisions. This is the mean of data scientists. What do data scientists do? Data scientists do number of tasks for national security, for cyber security, for business analytics, for engineering, for healthcare, and many more. So these are the some fields of data scientist where he or she can take part, he or she can make analysis, he or she can make decision on certain issues. Concentration in data science, mathematics and applied mathematics, applied statistics, data analytics, solid programming skills like R, Python, Julia, SQL. These are the some programming skills which are used for data science, which are used for data analytics. We will see a little bit about these languages. Data mining, database storage and management, machine learning and discovery. These are the some concentration on data science. Now we just move ourselves toward a language which is used in data analytics, and why we are using this particular language, why this language has become so popular right now or so popular these days. Just see some facts. Python is developed in 1990, and like he Godot and Rosum make his project, and nobody has thought that it would be the most popular programming language one day. An all-purpose general language that works on multiple platforms, high level and easy to learn. These are some characteristics. You will see number of characteristics of Python. That's why Python is become so popular these days. This is open source and free to learn and used more commonly by developers. This is the just a graph which shows how Python is becoming so popular language from all other languages or among all other languages. See, Python 31% of votes comparing to other languages that are nominated by Linux general readers by Twitter. So Python का हम ग्राफ देख सकते हैं कि how much Python is popular. See, Python language share 29.72% of all other languages. So this is the popularity of this language, how fastly the popularity of this language going on. Why Python is so popular? Say there are certain reasons why popular Python. One reason is like this. This is a small example. In Java, if we write hello world code, then we have to write these 3 lines. But in Python, only this one line, print hello world. This will work. So this is the beauty of Python language, and all other things exist in Python is work in this manner only. That's why Python is become so popular. Minimal setup is another of Python's perk. So this is the beauty of Python language. And there are a number of libraries available in Python language for data analytics. So we can learn Python and we can do data analytics by using of Python language. Some other characteristics exist in Python language. We will see. Python's massive user base has created something of a positive feedback loop. Python's case, it is Google, which uses the programming language in a number of applications. These are the some characteristics of Python language. We are not going in deep study of these characteristics, but we just know why Python is so popular. Because its readability, because balance of high level and low level programming, because language interoperability, documentation system, hierarchical module system, means all the things are divided into small module, and we can work on a small module and then integrate those modules to make the whole project. Data structures, available libraries, testing framework, these are the certain characteristics. By using of these characteristics, Python becomes so popular. All of these scenarios involve a multidisciplinary approach of using mathematical models, statistical graphs, databases, and of course, the business or scientific logic behind the data analysis. So we need a programming language which can cater to all these diverse needs of data science. And for that, we found this particular language known as Python. What is data analytics? We have discussed many things regarding data analytics, but in a specific language, data analytics is the process and methodology of data analyzing data to draw meaningful insight from the data. There are bulk of data available in the universe, and we have to make some meaningful insight from that particular data which exists in the universe, and this is the data analytics. There is a difference between data analysis and data analytics. Difference in the form of scope of data. Data analysis, we have to do data analysis when the data is small. We have to do data analytics when data is big. So this is the basic difference between data analysis and data analysis. Although sometimes we treated these two terms interchangeably, but they hold slightly different meaning. So this is the difference between these two concepts on the basis of their scale. Big data and data analytics. Big data refers to the massive volume of unstructured and raw data from various sources. Data analytics means analyzing of data collected from various sources through the internet are processed and then analyzed so that businesses can get operational insight. Machine learning versus data analytics. Data analytics is a process of understanding the data, find patterns, and try to obtain inference due to which the underlying pattern are observed. And machine learning, when you train a system to learn those patterns and try to predict the upcoming pattern. This is machine learning. So these are the basic differences between machine learning and data analytics. Whenever we want to work on data analytics, we have to work on machine learning. And these both the concept very well uh, supported by Python language. AI versus data analytics. AI is designated to draw conclusion on data, understand concept, become self-learning, and even interact with humans. Data analytics refer to technologies that study data and draw patterns. Why businesses use analytics? We again and again saying that in business analytics is very much useful. Why? Because building data pipelines means new data is coming in all the time, needs to be extracted, transformed, and loaded, needs to be fast. These are the certain reasons. That's why business uses data analytics. Another thing, descriptive analytics. These skills are in demand. Business want to know about their historical data. They also want to know what is happening right now, new marketing opportunities. These are the certain things. That's why business uses data analytics. Machine learning and data science. Can our customer be divided into cluster? Means we can divide our customer in different bulk. Can we predict what a customer is likely to buy and make recommendations? This is the recommendation which we take example in e-commerce websites. Can we detect fraud? These are the certain things where we can use data analytics in businesses. Working as an analyst or scientist.
Dr. Sanjeev, please sum up.
Yes, sir. You may be familiar with some tools like Excel, MATLAB, SQL. These are the certain tools for data analysts. Business intelligence and data analytics are a bit of continuous process like cleaning data, reshape data, loading, find pattern, presentation, and etc. Popular Python data analytics library. There are a number of libraries available in Python like pandas, like NumPy, SciPy. We are not discussing these in detail. Matplotlib, Seaborn, scikit-learn, TensorFlow, Keras, stage models. These are the certain libraries which are used in data analytics. Now, data is the new oil. This statement shows how every modern IT system is driven by capturing, storing, and analyzing data for various needs. So nowadays, data become new oil for data analytics. These are the some quotes given by different businessmen, given by different scientists. Like the word is one big data problem. Data is the new science. Big data holds the answer. This is given by Chief Executive Officer at VMware. You can have data without information, but you cannot have information without data. Information is the oil of the 21st century, and analytics is the combustion engine. Data are becoming the new raw material of business. These are the opinion of these experts who are work for industry. Learning from data is virtually universally useful. Master it and you will be welcome anywhere. This is the main quote for startup. Like learning the data virtually universally and you will master and welcome by anywhere. So these are the things which I want to discuss with all delegates. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Patwaji. Thank you very much for your nice presentation and very exhaustive delivery on different aspects of data analytics, data analysis, data science, and other, and some standard, you know, ideal words, you know, pronunciated by different business wizards. So I hope that your this presentation has inculcated all the relevant information that was required for the better understanding of the concept of data analytics. Now, if any viewer have any question, then please put your question in the inbox. Anyone? If you have any question, please. No question. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And now it is time for Dr. Sivani Verma ji. I hope you are connected. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
the
sir.
brief introduction of Dr. Sivani is she is Associate Professor in MIT Institute of Space Science and Technology at the MIT University. She is a winner of first prize in Dare to Dream 2.0 innovation contest organized by DRDO under Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme announced by Prime Minister of India in August 2020. Dr. Sivani Verma got her undergraduate degree from SLIET, Punjab, where she did her BTech in ECE. She did her master in microelectronics from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and PhD in wireless communication from Thapar University, Patiala, Punjab. Her research focuses on space data analytics, wireless communication, and artificial intelligence. And one thing that is very much important for all the viewers, all the faculty members, all the delegates, that Sivani is currently working on a 1 crore project. She is working on a project that is costing of rupees 1 crore, sanctioned by Technology Development Fund, TDF. She is a fellow of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IET, live guest with China Global Television Network channel, and has also been technical expert for DRDO Technology Development Fund scheme. And one thing I would like to share with you, she is a very good orator, and as well as she is a very good humanitarian, and she knows how to put the fact in the laboratory as well as in the class, also for the global viewer also. So with these few words, I request Dr. Sivani Verma ji that you please start your presentation as per your choice, multivariate time series data set for space weather. Yeah, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
So
Now
thank you
your
so much, sir. Yeah, thank you
very
for such a nice introduction, sir. Thank you so much. It's a big privilege for me being a part of this conference, and I hope I'll be able to deliver a good talk, which would be beneficial for our participants. So I'll just start with my presentation without taking any more time. I hope my PPT is visible.
yes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I would be presenting on multivariate time series data analysis. I would be concentrating on space weather data, and the techniques which we would be using for analysis are RNN, that is recurrent neural network, and Lstm. Right. So the contents of my PPT would cover introduction part, data dependency, time series models, recurrent neural network, and long short term memory, LSTM. So I'll start with introduction. So when we are talking about data, what is the most important thing? The most important thing is that we need to understand the data which we are trying to analyze, right? So to understand the data properly, we should also understand what is the purpose of analysis. Because only if the purpose of analysis is clear, then only we would be able to save time, and we would be able to proceed with the different algorithms which can be used for analysis of data. Okay, so before moving on to the analysis part, I'll be discussing what is data, what are the different types of variables that comes under data. So as you can see on the screen, the different types of variables, we can have categorical and numerical. We can have two types of variables, categorical and numerical. So categorical variables are those that have a finite number of categories, or we can say that the variables which are having distinct groups. For example, if I say like how many genders are there, right? So that is categorical. Or if I am choosing what is the method of payment, that again comes under the categorical variable data, right? Another classification is numerical type of data. So numerical type of data, under this, the variables mostly consist of numbers. So there are two main numerical variables as shown on the slide. We can have discrete numerical variables, or we can have continuous numerical variables. So discrete numerical variables can be counted within a finite time. For example, if I say what are the number of students in a class, or if I say what are the numerical grades, how many marks you are having, or how many coins a person is having, how much change you are having in your pocket. So that comes under the discrete variables category. Continuous variables that are infinite number, right? And they are often measured on scale of sort. For example, if I say what is weight, what is height, what is the temperature, or if you talk about date or the time of payment, So that comes under the continuous type of variable. So depending on the type of variable, we actually choose our method of analysis. But yes, we can always change one type of variable into another type of variable. That can be done, right? For example, if I'm talking about continuous type of variable like date and time, I can always divide it into AM and PM. I can always, downscale it to date or month or year or time. So it can be converted into the discrete form. So this is about the types of variables. Further moving on to the next topic, that is data dependency. So we can have three types of data dependency. We go for univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, or multivariate analysis. So when I'm talking about univariate analysis, so it is, say, it is the simplest of all the three types of analysis. The data which we are using for univariate analysis is just one single variable. Yes, and when we want to represent it, we can show it with the help of a simple histogram. So that is your univariate analysis. Uni means one. We are having just one single variable. Bivariate analysis is when you are comparing two variables, as is quite clear from the name itself. Bi, it implies two. So when we are comparing two variables to study their relationship, now these variables can be dependent or they can be independent of each other. So when we want to show the bivariate analysis, we always make use of a graph which is having some parameter along the x-axis as well as some parameter along the y-axis. Next, moving on to multivariate analysis, it is also similar to bivariate. I'm saying multi, so it means more than one. But here we are comparing more than two variables, right? So we can have three variables. To represent three variables, we can go for a 3D model to study the relationship between the different variables. But okay, because we cannot visualize anything above the third dimension, so mostly we go for some software or techniques for finding out the relationship in such kind of multivariate data. Right now, nowadays, what is happening? Large amount of data is being generated, like just explained by Dr. Sanjeev in the previous talk. We are talking about big data nowadays. So large amount of data is being generated. We are having number of sensors which are giving us lot of information about a single point, right? So it means we need to go for multivariate analysis, even for weather data, which is a topic of my presentation. Now, weather is not determined by a single parameter. I cannot just take temperature for, determining what is the weather for this place. I need to consider temperature, I need to consider humidity, I need to consider precipitation, number of factors for determining the weather of a certain place. So that is why we concentrate on the multivariate analysis. So lot of data parameters are dependent on each other in case of multivariate analysis. Okay, so this slide is showing what I just explained. What is the difference between univariate and multivariate? As you can see, univariate is having a single variable, multivariate is having more than one variable. Right. Then we move on to what are the different models for forecasting. So as you can see, the topic is classical time series models. Right. So when we are going for forecasting, it is not just the current data we need to take. We need to take into consideration the previous data as well. So we are concentrating on the temporal data. So we are having different models for forecasting that are dependent on time series. Right. So these are the names: autoregressive, moving average, Arima, Sarimax, for Verma, and so on. I'll be explaining each of these models just briefly because of time constraint. So we start with auto-regression. So auto-regression, it models the next step in the sequence as a linear function of the observation at the previous time steps or the prior time steps, right? So in this case, the notation, as you can see, there's an equation written on the slide. So the notation, it involves, we need to specify the order of the model actually, right? So this within brackets P, this is order of the model. For example, if I write AR1, it means it is a first order autoregression model. So the important point about this model, which we can remember just for now, is the next step in the sequence is a linear function of the observations at the previous time steps. So I hope time series thing is clear here, right? Next is moving average. So in this, the next step is modeled as a sequence of a linear function of the residual errors from a mean process. See, in autoregression, it was a linear function of the observations at the previous steps, but in moving average, just please try to notice the difference. It is the sequence, it is taken as a sequence as a linear function, function of what? Function of residual
Dr.
errors from
Sivani,
a mean
Dr.
process. Yes, yes.
Dr. Sivani,
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Sivani, sorry for
Yes, sir.
interruption. See the
No
beauty of your
problems.
presentation that the organizing secretary of this conference, international conference, Dr. Sunita Bhati has joined with
Okay.
you,
Okay. Good
right?
morning, Dr. Sunita. Yeah, I've talked to her
Dr.
once or
Sunita,
twice. Yeah.
yeah, Dr. Sunita has joined you virtually.
Okay.
This is her first appearance. No,
Okay.
since yesterday. She is working day and night for the success of this international
Thank
conference.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's a big
Okay,
honor for me. Thank you, ma'am.
so please continue, madam. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we just discussed what is the difference between autoregression and moving average. As you can see on the slide, the definitions can make the difference clear. Next, we move on to ARMA, that is autoregressive moving average. Again, there is a little difference how we are, implementing this scheme. So in this case, the next step is modeled again as a sequence of a linear function. Now, in this case, linear function is having observations and residual errors. So first was having just observation. In second moving average scheme, we had the residual errors only. In ARMA, we are having the residual errors as well as observations, right? But all these schemes we are discussing, they are suitable for univariate time series. These are not for multivariate or bivariate time series. Okay, so moving on to the next scheme, that is autoregressive integrated moving average, Arima. We call it Arima. In this scheme, the next step in the sequence is represented as a linear function of the difference observation and residual errors. So there's little bit difference in all the schemes. Okay, so we won't go into details, like that would take a lot of time. Next scheme, we are having seasonal autoregressive integrated moving average, that is called Sarima. So in this case, next step is modeled as a function of different observations, errors, different seasonal observations and seasonal errors at prior time steps. So number of parameters, we go on increasing the number of parameters. Again, this is used for univariate time series, not for bivariate or multivariate. Next is Serimax. Serimax is used for univariate time series. So here, okay, it is an extension of Sarima and it includes modeling of exogenous variables as well. So we are actually having two types of variables. We are having endogenous and exogenous. So endogenous is which are computed within the system, and exogenous is which are computed outside the system. So here we consider exogenous variables as well into our model. Okay, so next we move on to vector autoregression, right? So vector autoregression, this is now used for multivariate time series. Please note, till now the schemes we were discussing, they were used for univariate time series, but this vector autoregression, this is being used for multivariate time series. And here, the next step, it is modeled using AR model. AR model, which we discussed just now. So we can take it as a generalization of AR to multiple parallel time series. So that is why we are having a multivariate time series here, not a univariate, right? The next scheme is vector autoregression moving average, Verma. Okay, this is again used for multivariate time series, right? Here, again, the exogenous part would be involved here. The next step in each time series, again, it is taken as a generalization of ARMA. Yes. So we are extending it to multiple variables. This is varmax. This is including exogenous. It is multivariate variation. Okay, these are two non-linear models, simple exponential smoothing and HWES. Okay, so next I come to this slide, which is actually giving us an example of what our presentation is all about. So my presentation is about multivariate analysis of space weather data. So on the slide, you can see a comprehensive multivariate time series data set, which is being extracted from PV, that is solar photospheric vector magnetograms. So these are the data sets we are extracting. Like I said, we need to go for multivariate analysis. So there are number of parameters, number of variables we need to take into consideration. So I'm moving my cursor over there. From here, we can generate number of variables. Right. So we have also taken data from NOAA, that is National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So we have tried to extract solar flare catalog from there. Why we are doing that? So as to predict the solar flare prediction efforts. Right. Some methods have been used for data collection, then these methods have been used for data cleaning, and after pre-processing of the solar active region and flare data, we can see the, how the data is getting sampled, how it is getting analyzed. So this is how we go for multivariate time series analysis. We need to get data from different sources. We need to go for data cleaning, data sampling is there, then certain methodologies are used. And after using those methodologies, which are specified in this block, which I'll come to, which I'll be explaining in the next slides. So after using these analysis techniques, we can go for the determination of desired conditions. Right. Okay. So what are the different techniques? Like I said, we are going for multivariate analysis. Then we need, in the end, we need to go for some analysis techniques. So what are those techniques? So we can leverage, multiple data and use recurrent neural networks from the field of machine learning, specifically LSTM. It is a part of, it is a type of RNN. Specifically, we can make use of LSTM, right, to make predictions about the future, to make predictions about the weather. So what is this RNN? What is recurrent neural network? So it is a type of neural network, and it is mainly used to detect patterns in a sequential data. So I'm talking about sequential data. Sequential data is when you're having something in sequence, when time series concept is there, right? So this type of neural network can be used to detect the patterns in sequential data, for example, language or a numerical time series data. So information is passed through the network with cycles. Actually, there is a feedback connection, as you can see here. There is a feedback connection. Yes, but this is after rolling it off. This you get after rolling this off. When you try to flatten the RNN, you get something like this. So this network can be used for analysis of multivariate time series data. Right. So this input layer X, this is RNN, this input layer X, it takes in the input to the neural network and processes it and passes to the middle layer. So this is your middle layer. So this middle layer H, it actually consists of number of hidden layers. Like we all have read, what are neural networks? Neural networks are similar to our brain. They're having number of neurons, right? So we are having, when we implement our brain onto a network, so that means we are having number of hidden layers in the neural network. So input layer is X, it is getting the input, it is giving to this H, which is representing a neural network, it is having number of hidden layers, and then each hidden layer is having its own activation function, it is having its own weight, it is having its own bias, right? So if we are having a neural network where the various parameters of different hidden layers, they are not affected by the previous layer, then it means the neural network is not having memory. Yes, in that case, we can induce dependency there and we can go for a recurrent neural network. So what recurrent neural network will do, it will standardize the different activation function, it will standardize the different weights, it will standardize the different biases, so that the hidden layers, they are having the parameters which are now dependent on the previous layers. Right, so it will create loops, we can say. Obviously connection would be there between different layers, so we'll be having loops as many times as it is required. So this is a brief introduction to RNN. Okay, so this is RNN, we are having feedback connection. This is forward neural network. Here we are having just the forward connection. They are not going back to the node again. So here the information process will be forwarded to the next step. It won't go back, but here it would go back to the node again and then processing would be done. So this RNN shows dependency. Here no dependency is there, right? So we are having different types of RNN. What are, as you can see on the screen, we can have one-to-one, we can have one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many, and many-to-many. Okay. So one-to-one recurrent neural network. So this is the like most basic, and it is the, you can say, traditional type of neural network. It is having a single output for a single input. That is the most simplest explanation for this. Next, we have one-to-many. So in this type of, these are different architectures of RNN actually. So in this type of architecture, it is normally used in situations where we need to have multiple outputs, but we are having just one input. So the most appropriate example for this would be music generation. So in music generation models, RNN models, such type of RNN models, one-to-many model, it can be used to generate a music piece from a single note. You have a single musical note, but we can have a music piece. We can have multiple outputs, right? Next is many-to-one. This type of architecture can be used for sentiment analysis. That is the most common example. For example, on Twitter, we are having a sentiment analysis model, right? So what do we do in that model? We give a text as an input, right? Text means you're having words. Yes. For example, if I say I am happy, it's a good day, right? So you're having multiple inputs and it is conveying a fixed sentiment, a fixed output. Okay, it is positive statement, right? Another example is if you are going for movie ratings, then it takes number of review takes into consideration. Like one person is writing great movie, good movie, interesting movie, but then output is 1. Okay, we are scaling it to a level 5. So that is many-to-one architecture. Next is many-to-many. So as is pretty evident from the structure, we are having number of inputs and we are having number of outputs. Okay, so many-to-many can be of two types. One is where the number of inputs can be same as number of outputs. Another is where the number of inputs are not same as number of outputs, right? So like I explained in the previous architectures, the concept is simple. We are having number of inputs, we can have number of outputs, not much difference. Okay. So moving on to the next slide, there are certain issues like RNNs are good. They are giving us memory. They are analyzing the time series data. They can be used in a very good way for multivariate analysis of space weather data. But there are certain issues we need to take care of. So the two most important issues are relating to the gradient problem. So there are two types of problem that we encounter. One is vanishing gradient problem, another is exploding. Both are actually opposite to each other. So how do we explain the vanishing gradient problem? So RNN actually enable us to model time dependent data and sequential data, right? For example, even for stock market prediction, or if we want to go for machine translation or text generation, for example, when you're typing on Google, if you write few words, rest of the words they get completed themselves. That is again an example of RNN, right? So they enable us to model such time dependent and sequential data. But then what is vanishing gradient? So the gradients carry the information that is used in RNN, but when the gradient it becomes very small, the parameter updating it actually reduces. The parameter update it becomes insignificant, right? So what happens when the parameter update becomes insignificant? Then it becomes difficult for the network to learn long data sequences. So that is vanishing gradient problem. I repeat, the gradients they actually carry the information in RNN, but when the gradient it becomes small, when the parameter updates becomes insignificant, then it becomes difficult for RNN to learn long sequences of data. So that is, in brief, the vanishing gradient problem. Exploding gradient problem is when we are training a neural network, if the gradient it tends to grow exponentially, instead of decaying, it is just growing at its rate, right? So that is called exploding gradient problem. And this actually happens when large error accumulates, right? So this results in very large updates and very large weights. So that is exploding gradient problem. So these are the two main problems which are faced during RNN. Okay, LSTM is one of the types of this recurrent neural network. So it is actually one of the methods to deal with the gradient problems of RNN. Okay, so the problem is in long-term dependency. Yes. So what is long-term dependency? Before moving on to the architecture of LSTM, let's understand what is long-term dependency. So as you can see on your slide, there is a sentence written, the clouds are in the dash, right? Now suppose you want to predict the last word in the text, the clouds are in the dash. So what is the most obvious answer? May I ask the participants? What is the most obvious answer to this? The clouds are in
Yes,
the...
please reply everyone, please. All the scholars and all the
Anybody?
participants.
I guess the
Everybody,
clouds are
please.
in the sky.
Exactly, exactly. So the most obvious answer, thank you, ma'am. So the most obvious answer to this is the sky, right? So we do not need any further, explanation, or we do not need any further context to predict this last word in the above sentence, that the clouds are in the sky. Yes. Okay. So if I take another sentence, 1 second. Okay. So the slide label is coming in front of it. So I suppose it is, if the participants are able to see, okay. So it is, I have been staying in Spain for the last 10 years. I can speak fluent dash, right? So here also, like, the context is very much clear. The last word would be, I can speak fluent Spanish, right? So now the gap between relevant information and the point where it is needed, it may have become very large, because here Spanish or English word can also come. Yes, please try to understand the difference. In the first sentence, the context was very clear, so the answer is sky. But here, the gap between the relevant information, that I have been staying in Spain for last 10 years, yes, and the point where it is needed in this blank space. Here, the gap is little bit large. So it can be Spanish, it can be English. Now, LSTMs, what they do, they help us in solving this kind of problem. Okay, and how it helps us? So like I said, they are a special kind of recurrent neural network. They are capable of learning data dependencies, long-term data dependencies. How? By remembering the information for long periods. This is their default behavior, that they can remember the data dependencies. They can remember the information for long period, right? Like in the previous slide, we saw that, okay, this slide. Yeah, this one. So RNNs are in the form of a chain of repetitive modules, right? So when we are implementing LSTM, actually these repetitive modules, this repeating module, they can have a very simple structure. They are represented by tan. We call it tan or tan hyperbolic, right? So very briefly, I'll try to explain what LSTM is all about. There are three main steps. As you can see on the slide, these are the three main steps in LSTM. So first important point is you need to decide how much past data you should remember. For filling up that blank, you need to decide how much data is required to be remembered, right? Okay. So LSTM should be intelligent enough to decide that which information should be omitted from the cell in that particular time step. Now, who decides this? In LSTM structure, if we go back, this sigmoid function, this is a sigmoid function, this is a hyperbolic tan function. So I'm explaining the first step where we are deciding which information should be omitted and which should be retained, and sigmoid function is going to decide this important thing. It will look at the previous state along with the current state, and then it will compute the function, then it will make a decision, okay, which information should be retained. Okay, for example, if you see the sentences written on the slide that Alice is good in physics, John on the other hand is good at chemistry, right? This is the previous output, HT minus 1. Now suppose the current output is John plays football well. He told me yesterday over the phone that he had served as the captain of his college football team. Okay, so this is the current statement. Now the forget gate in LSTM, it will realize that there might be a change in the context after encountering the first full stop. We are having this first full stop here. The forget gate in LSTM, it will make a note of this point that after this first full stop, there might be a change in the context, right? So it will compare with the current input sequence at xt. Now, please see the next sentence. The next sentence talks about John. So the information about Alice, it would be deleted. Yes. So the position of the subject would be now assigned to John. So this is how LSTM works. This is how it learns the context. Yes. That was the first step where the sigmoid is deciding which information to retain and which to, let go of. Makes us decide how much this unit adds to the current slide. Okay. Sorry. So in the second layer, there are two parts. One is the sigmoid function, other is the tan hyperbolic function. Okay, I'll move to this slide. One is the sigmoid function, another is the tan hyperbolic function. So in the sigmoid function, it is deciding which value to keep, which to let go of. Tan hyperbolic is actually giving weightage to the values which are being passed. So sigmoid is acting as a filter. Tan hyperbolic is giving the required weightage to the values which are being passed. So it is deciding their level of importance, and that value is normally assigned between -1 to +1. Now with the current input at xt, the input gate analyzes the important information. Okay, John plays football. And the fact, it will also make a note of the fact that he was a captain of his college team. That is important, right? He told me yesterday over the phone. Okay, I need to move to the next slide. Okay, he told me yesterday over the phone is less important because now this part, it is forgotten. Yes, the process of adding new information would be done using the input gate. I'll have to refer the design again. So input gate would be actually doing the process of adding new information. And we move on to the last step here. We are done with sigmoid and tan hyperbolic. So last is we are to decide which part of the current cell state makes it to the output. Yes. So we have gone through the sigmoid layer. We have gone through the tan hyperbolic layer. Now to predict this sentence, there could be many choices for the empty spaces, right? But the current input brave is an adjective. Yes. So John could be the best output after the brave. So brave John was awarded. So these are the three steps through which LSTM goes through to decide the next word, to decide the next value in the sequence. So that is how it works, right? Okay, so this is implementation of LSTM when we are talking about space weather data analysis. So this is one of the analysis that I have taken from NET. Okay, So the data has been taken from Kaggle, yes, and the data contains hourly weather data of Delhi. Okay, so participants can refer to API of the website Weather Underground. I can share the website later. I forgot to write it here. The participants can actually go to that website and download the data. So something about the data, we are having these many instances. So a lot of data has been taken, and we have taken 20 features. And we are dealing with time series data. So we have taken data from 1st November 96 to 24th April 2017. And the data has been recorded at regular intervals, right? Okay, so this forms our multivariate time series data. For implementation, we make use of classification models. We can go for support vector machine, k nearest neighbor, random forest, decision tree, any classification model we can go for. Or okay, for analysis, here we are using recurrent neural network, LSTM has been used, and like I explained the models, so Arima model has been used. So this is what you get as result. So when we are taking condition as the target value, and if we are taking, this is a comparison between the accuracy that we are getting by using different classification model while taking condition as a target value. And this is when we are taking temperature as a target value, this is the accuracy we are getting. So this is implementation of multivariate time series data for weather analysis. Yeah. So that is the last slide, sir. Thank you so much.
What a wonderful presentation, Dr. Sivani.
Thank you
Very
so much,
nice.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation. And
Thank you.
I can say
Thank you.
that this was a like real-time system. This was a
Okay,
real problem solutions presentation. That how to practically
thank you, sir. Thank you.
portray your
It's an
concept.
interesting topic, sir, that you gave me.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it has impressed me too also as a viewer. Though I am not
Right.
as expert of this topic as you are, but a little bit
Right, sir.
what I can understand and
Yes, sir.
what my scholar Vidhi has given you, the answer, it gives me more
Yes,
pleasure.
yes.
And
Yeah,
Vidhi,
thank you, Vidhi. Thank you so much. Thank you.
so
Yeah.
thank you very much. If anyone has any problem, please, any viewer, any delegates, participants, if you have any question that you want to ask to Dr. Sivani Verma ji, please write in the inbox. Anyone? No problem. More study, Sivani ji. More study, more confusion. No study, no confusion.
No confusion. That's okay, sir. So I tried to keep it very simple due to time constraint. I tried to keep it very simple.
No. It was very
So
nice. I hope that
thank you so
everyone
much,
has
sir.
got you know, clearly. And now I request you that please you session this, you chair this session as one of
Okay.
the scholar. Vidhi Sood is here, and she
Okay.
is requesting for your blessings, right? So
God bless
now
you. Thank you
Vidhi
so
is
much.
here for presentation,
So we
and
need your blessings, sir. We are not that big. We need your blessings, sir, in all our endeavors.
Vidhi, start your presentation.
Right, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible, but you know your first slide is not visible.
Okay, now it is, sir.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Thank you, sir. A very good morning to the respected chair of International Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startups 2022. I'm grateful to the university for providing me opportunity to share my research work on this eminent platform. My name is Vidyapeeth. I'm a research scholar of Computer Science Department in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women University under the revered supervision of Professor S. Lal. Sir, may I start my presentation, please?
Yes, madam. Please, please.
Yeah. So the topic of my study is a review study on intelligent traffic management system with smart signboards features using artificial intelligence. So the contents which I would be covering over here is the introduction about the topic, the scope and objective of the study. I have selected a location for this study, some literature review and the technologies which have been used till date for this study, the methodology used for the proposed system, conclusion and some of the references. So this is about intelligent traffic management system. And before going to the same, I would like to share the problem statement. So what is happening is that traffic congestion plays a vital role in day-to-day life. And on a daily basis, occurrence of huge traffic and crowd of vehicles running on road due to improper traffic rules, overcrowded roads to particular destinations, and various other works make it very cumbersome for normal and smooth traffic to be operated. Earlier, this situation used to happen on major roads and big cities, but with time, it has increased to all of the area, including small cities as well. Now, since we are moving towards the technological development phase and day by day we are moving towards creating smart cities, the number of vehicles on the roads have automatically increased. So the problem here is it's no to doubt that smart cities are equipped with best of the technologies, be it the smart homes, be it the smart purchasing for the customers or the people who are residing there with all of the best facilities, and almost everything is in current era it's totally automatized, be it from entering to the house with the smart sensors taking switching on the light, switching on the air conditions, etc. But somehow this lack of technological advancement is there in managing the traffic. This not only leads to the overcrowded roads, accidents, but also makes an impact on overall sustainability approach, because there is some contribution towards uh, the sustainability approach due to massive fuel consumption, which is again leading to massive air pollution, and not to forget the noise pollution. So, going towards this, we propose a solution over here. Solution to this problem shall be an intelligent traffic management system, but it is to be equipped with some of the features such as smart signboards using the artificial intelligence as the technical support or the technological support. What basically an intelligent traffic management system is? It is a centrally controlled system which monitors the traffic signals and sensors to control the traffic flow rate throughout the area. Again, it is a system which uses the technological power of artificial intelligence to provide a sustainable smart cities with traffic-free roads. And apart from the basic traffic safety measures, which are currently being provided by many of the ITMS systems implanted in the cars, in the latest cars, that upcoming camera is coming, or that speed radar is over there. Apart from this, this proposed system features smart signboards that reflect advanced information for road users to choose free roads. It is offered, idea is so proposed that currently we all must be going through some one area to another area for daily commutation, either towards our offices or to malls or anywhere on the road. So usually what happens is currently our main roads, they are equipped with normal signboards that usually help us to see only the navigation area, that this road is leading to so and so area and this road is leading to so and so area. What we are lacking is there is no real time approach in these signboards, as in that the systems implanted in the car systems, they only tell that this road is having a traffic of 5 minutes. But the signboards which are already in the cars, the signboards which are already on the road, they are not equipped with the same, because every person cannot afford a good car or a expensive car. So this feature shall be useful for the ones who cannot afford such expensive cars equipped with intelligent traffic systems. This is the scope and objective of the proposed system. Firstly, it has to reduce the traffic congestion, which is the prima facie problem which is being faced. Secondly, it has to reduce the vehicle halt time on the roads. This we have tried to overcome with the help of image processing. Image processing to be done from the inputs being taken from the CCTV cameras implanted over the highways or the roads. So input is taken from there. Third objective is to collect the traffic density through the sensors and thereby sending information to be displayed on the smart signboards. So here we would be using RFID technology that would be able to capture the information about the number of vehicles being commuting to a particular road. Yes,
Vidhi,
sir.
I hope beta you have a conclusion slide also.
Yes, sir. It is there.
Yeah, come on over that.
Straightly to the conclusion, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so sir, this proposed system is basically expected to reduce the traffic volume about 16%, and thereby we would be witnessing a decrease of fuel consumption as well. Now, the main thing which comes here is that ANN is considered to be a black box, because here what we see that the relationship between the input and the output is developed without any knowledge to the internal computation of the system. So, as a conclusion, the technological development and the upliftment in this domain has to be improvised with automatic mechanisms, and the result would be a traffic free road to the smart cities, whereby it would be helping the road users to see in advance this current road which they are moving, whether it is free to commute or they should take an alternate route. So it makes easier for the people to commute with less accidents, less fuel consumption, less air pollution, and less noise pollution in the end.
Since Madam Sivani is chairing this session, Madam
Yes.
Sivani Verma ji, I hope she has left.
Okay.
Anyway, you let me know what was the new in your this presentation.
Sorry,
What,
sir.
what is new in your this presentation?
So new is this, till date, there are a lot of traffic management systems that are intelligent enough, but they are currently available only in the expensive cars. They are not available to the common public provided on the roads, so that they can see the green signboards being converted to the intelligent smart boards. Second thing is that till date, all the CCTV cameras, they were or the sensors being used, they were doing a one-way traffic or a one-way information collection mechanism. But what we are trying to propose here is that they just collect the information from the RFID technology through CCTV cameras, capture it and reflect the same thing on the live signboards available on the road, and provide the end user, the road user, with a clear picture that whether this road is to be followed or not to be followed, or they can take an alternate way. So it is towards a sustainable approach. Till date, this is not a practically implemented thing in any of the smart cities.
Okay, good presentation. Any query by anyone? Any query by anyone? Okay, Vidhi, so thank you very much for your this beautiful presentation, and
Thank you so much, sir.
we are expecting that in coming days your presentation will be more exhaustive and more illustrative.
Thank you so much,
Now,
sir. Definitely, I'll
now
take care.
this is time for Shalini Mohanty. This is time for Shalini Mohanty. She is the associate assistant professor in MAT School of Fashion Design. Madam Shalini, yes. And sorry for delay. I hope
Not a problem, sir.
you are much angry on me.
Not at all,
Uh,
not at all, sir. I understand.
I'm getting information that Salini madam is, crying that why she is not coming on time. Anyway, this is Women's University and we are always going down towards women. So now it is time for Salini Mohanty madam. And so far I have not a bio. I have a one page of this, resume. So what I can understand, I am saying about her. She is master in design from Domus Academy, Milan, Italy. In September 2015 to July 2016. I hope everyone that please meet yourself. And She is winner of Fashion Brand Communicator Competition Scholarship, second place by Hockey Talent in Italy for Masters. And so far, her leadership experience is concerned. She is ambassador for Domus Academies, metaphysical club comprising the greatest industry leaders who appreciate design, follow design thinking, and discuss design features. Also, she is group project leading for various brand collaborations, workshop in Domus Academy. And I told you that right now, Dr. Shalini Mohanty is working in MIT School of Fashion Design and Technology in Mumbai. So, thank you, Shalini ji, for your gracious presence. And
Thank you so much, Professor Lal,
one thing
for
I
the
would like
wonderful
to,
introduction.
we have our fashion design faculty, Madam Simran Walia is here. Who is Simran Walia? Please either say like this or say like this, so that guest can recognize that who is Simran Walia. Anjali Parikh is also there. She is also fashion design faculty.
Good afternoon.
Also, our students and researchers are also connected to listen you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
This was the brief introduction of Shalini Mohanty ji, who is connected with us from Mumbai. So Shalini ji, please you start your presentation and interact with
Thank you so
the
much,
viewer.
Professor Lal. I would just like to see if everyone can see my screen. Is it visible?
No. Yes.
Okay. I hope I'm audible and I am visible and my slides are also visible.
Yes.
Thanks again, Professor Lal, for the wonderful, sweet, very kind introduction. My name is Shalini Mohanty, and I'm an assistant professor at Amity School of Fashion Design and Technology in Mumbai, Maharashtra. And the topic that I will be talking today about is, in general, the bigger umbrella is eco-design and textile industry, environmentally friendly textiles. But within that, within the broad scope of environmentally friendly textiles, I'll be talking in particular about the subject of circular economy and more importantly, circular fashion. As I go through the slides, I will try to open up a new pathway for dialogue when it comes to sustainability in the textiles and fashion industry. But before I begin, I would like to show my gratitude to JVW University, Jaipur, Rajasthan, especially Simran ma'am, who has been wonderfully coordinating with me for the past couple of weeks. And I wouldn't be here without her help and guidance. And this is the second time I am here with JVW University, the first time being publishing of an ISBN book very recently. And thank you so much for the continued association. And I hope in future we will be together again. And I wouldn't be here without the origins from where I come from, and it is Amity School of Fashion Design and Technology in Mumbai, under the guidance of Dr. Bhavna Channa, who is a wonderful HOD and director of ASFTT. And with her constant mentorship and guidance, I am able to be here, part of this international conference. And with a grateful heart, I would like to begin this presentation now. So in today's agendas, which I hope will be tomorrow's musings, these are some of the broad topics that I will be covering. First, I would like to define a little bit what are textiles, how is it defined by the industry, and how do we become friends with the environment when we are in the textiles and fashion industry. I would like to also touch upon the subject of ecosystem and how does the ecosystem maintain itself and how does it exist in the broader sense, and how to learn by learning from nature and how it coexists with each other. We can apply that sort of concept into the textiles industry. I will then touch upon the subject of linear economy, which is based on most of the models of fashion businesses or even otherwise are based on. It's a very one-sided, imbalanced equation, the linear economy. And then how circular economy becomes a perfect LHS, RHS sort of an equation, where we understand that what goes into the the production line or what goes into the environment comes back just as healthy as it was. And I will just conclude it with seeing what is the scope of circularity in the world out there. And yeah. So when it comes to textile, it's basically a type of cloth or a woven fabric. It's a textile is built from yarns, and yarns are built by fibers. We have natural fibers and man-made fibers. Natural fiber sources would be like animal, plant, mineral, and man-made fibers would be cellulosic, semi-synthetic, and synthetic. And I think everyone who has the basic concepts of how a fabric is made would understand how textiles are built. When we talk about the environment-friendly textiles, we need to know that there are certain textiles that are that gel well with the environment, to speak it in a very layman terms, and that would be more in the case of natural fibers than man-made fibers, because they come from nature and they go back into nature, thereby showing this coexisting aspects of our industry with the environment. So fabrics like and yarns, basically like hemp, wool, organic cotton, soy silk, bamboo fabrics, etc., would be considered to be eco-friendly fabrics because they're available from the nature without any harmful effects of chemical or toxins, which are later on released into the environment during the production cycle. Speaking about the ecosystem equation, ecosystem is something that we have learned in our broader science subjects in high school and middle school. And the entire concept of ecosystem is that what goes around comes back around, and it has to coexist in that cyclical manner. And an ecosystem would be defined as a geographic area where plants, animals, other organisms, as well as the weather conditions, the landscape work together to form a bubble of life. And that's ideal because that's how life sustains itself. So ecosystems that contain biotic or living parts as well as abiotic factors or non-living parts would also make up the entire ecosystem. And these biotic factors would include things like plants, animals, and other organisms. So what we come to understand from the ecosystem aspect is that it is restorative in nature and it is regenerative in nature. Restorative meaning that whatever has been done to the system, let's say I have taken something from a plant, let's say I've taken a fruit or a flower, it goes back into the soil, the nutrients are sent back, and again the new batch of fruits and flowers are growing again. In terms of regeneration, it's basically the cycle of what I'm taking also goes back. And this is happening because both are natural elements. The things that I'm taking and the things that I'm giving back are natural in nature. That is how circular economy comes in. But before I cover the concept of circular economy, let me show you an example of what linear economy is, which is where most of the businesses in the world, most of the any kind of an institution in the world is running on, not just limited to fashion. It can be any business at all. A linear economy is a very one-sided equation where we have this concept and where we have this model of take your resources, make a product, and then dispose it. And this sort of a linear channel is known as the linear economy. The approach of linear economy involves the process of collection of raw materials for transformation of them into finished goods and products, and then they're distributed unto the customer, and then they are accumulated as waste. So this is graphically, this is how the entire linear economy is presented. You take your resources, which is the cotton fiber, you make your cotton wool or roll of cotton, or you make your yarn, you use it to make your garment, and once you're done using it, once the consumer is done using it, they dispose it. And then it just gets piled on as a landfill, or it gets incinerated. Wherever, however, whichever the textile waste management system in that particular region is, according to that, it just gets disposed of, which is why we see it as a waste, right? That's how products become a waste. And then companies try to come up with solutions to make it like, waste management systems, because they need to make sure that our land is not taken up by waste, but it's actually used for better civilization. But what we also don't see, what is invisible in this one linear sort of an equation, is the fact that at every stage as well, there is a lot of waste happening. For instance, just an example in this example over here, when cotton is derived from the environment, and when we are making something out of cotton, there's a lot of water consumption happening, and a lot of water is also being wasted. So again, in this just initial stage of making just a cotton yarn made, so much water is being used and it's being disposed of, and it's never been thought that we could use it again. That's one form of waste. Then we have, let's say we have want to make about, we need enough yarn to make about 10 t-shirts, but if there is excess, again, that gets discarded. So again, in the second stage, we have a lot of unused yarn that goes there. Let's say out of the material that we have enough for 10 t-shirts, 100 t-shirts, there are some waste fabrics. There will be some sort of, small piece of fabric that cannot be used anywhere. And again, at this stage, there's a lot of waste. And then the people who wear their garments maybe 7 to 8 times before they throw it out, because that is what the model of fast fashion works on. Again, it gets wasted and thrown into landfill or sent for incineration, rather than then reusing it as another form of product, rather than extending the life cycle of the product. So in this linear economy equation, there is waste happening in every stage, and that is something which is, that has a harmful effect on the environment. And that is why this model of linear economy is completely not sustainable. Even if you're using an mentally friendly, yarn, like a cotton or a hemp, even then there would be a lot of waste. So just using environmentally friendly textiles is not enough. There has to be done more at each and every one of this stage. And that's where we bring up the conversation on circular economy. It doesn't work in a linear format. It works in a place where every waste, every possible excess in every stage of production is being sent back into the loop so that it can be reused again and again. For instance, if we go back to the previous slide, if there is a waste of water consumption that's happening over here, that water gets recycled again through the processing of the next batch of cotton yarn maybe. If there's excessive cotton yarn in the first stage, probably it is being sent in the previous stage over here from the stage 2 to stage 1 to be again reused and repurposed again. If we have waste fabrics, again it goes back into shredding or something, and again they can be twirled again. If there's waste happening, again we reuse it, we extend the life cycle of the product. And I think Indians are very familiar with how our old garments get used up as rags, old rags due to dusting and cleaning of surfaces. But that's one very good way of making sure that we're using our waste fabrics or garments that we're not going to use it. In fact, in the Deccan region of India, there's also the form of chindi fabric that is made, and it's made out of waste fabrics, and it's again being sent out into the society to be made into home textile products. So that's one of the ways where we go easy on the environment, and we try to extend the life cycle of a garment, of a fabric, or of a product, and we try to make sure that our products are in the loop and it doesn't get just dumped somewhere. So the 3 principles of the circular economy, where there's a balance of input and output, it is a model of basically production and consumption that involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products for as long as possible, so as to go easy on the landfills and to go easy on our own products that we use as well, to extend the life cycle, be a more gentler to our environment in general. If people are not aware of this, I would like to bring it to your attention that in fact the textile industry is the second highest polluting industry in the world after oil, and that's a lot, and that's a lot of pressure on the environment as well, which is why circular economy is so crucial, and the concept of it, the application of it is so crucial. And it is standing on 3 very crucial principles. The first is where in the model, in the business model that we have in this, this linear form of making a product, this channel over here, we try to, at every stage, design out the waste and pollution. We try to remove that aspect. We don't keep it as linear as we see it over here. We try to bring it back into the loop. So to bring it back into the loop, we're basically trying to design out waste and pollution. We're trying to keep all our resources and raw materials in usage. The second principle is where we keep our products and materials in use. And this is more in terms of from the side of consumers. Consumers should be highly encouraged to keep using their products to extend its life cycle and not follow the model that fast fashion often uses of take, make, and dispose. The third principle is regenerating natural systems, and that can only happen when the materials that we use are of natural sources. That way, we can keep sending it back into the environment. It can be broken down by different microorganisms, and we can take the nutrients, reproduce our cotton again, and then maybe bring it back into the usage cycle again. So that is how this entire perfect left-hand side and right-hand side equation is formed, where the amount of input that we have is the exact amount of output that we have, and it is sent back again in the loop. That is the concept of circular economy. Now, in the first stage of where we take our resources, to think from, to be able to design a business model, we need to think about what kind of regenerative resources can we have, what kind of restorative sources can we have, and we need to think about how do we design out waste of the raw materials. Water is being used and cotton is being used. That is something that we have already discussed. But we need to think that how do we minimize waste, and if there is waste, how do we bring it back into the loop? That is what is needed in the initial designing process, the taking of the resources in stage. In the second stage, where we have the making, we need to think about what can be a regenerative design. If there's something that I'm making, how do I reuse it again? Maybe because I can extend its utility, maybe because it's a good fabric, which is why the consumers will keep on using it. Quite often, a lot of the fabrics and textiles that we use, when they're exposed to a lot of wear and tear, they start to show signs of being dull. But how do I come up with a more regenerative design where it can withstand time and a lot of usage of it? How do we think about restorative design? If, let's say, I'm done using my garments for a season or something, a case study that I can think of is H&M, where you can go back and if you give any of your old garments in H&M, they will give you a discount coupon. They will take those garments back and they will resort it for you. They will reuse it for you. And that's how the recycled collection comes up with. And then if we think about designing out waste in production, how do we come up with that? I'll ask you an interesting question. And until then, I would like everyone to think about how is it possible that in production, how do we design out waste? There's already existing model that's designed after this, but if I can get an answer later on, that'll be great. In the third stage, where we are using a product or the store is selling the product, we think about like what is a regenerative product? What's a restorative product? And in this case, I can think of a case study of this brand known as Tommy Hilfiger. It's a premium international brand. And quite a few years ago, they had come up with a product which was instilled with an RFID chip. And with every time the garment was washed in the user's, every time the user basically washed their garments, the RFID chip would assess that. It would acknowledge that, okay, this has been washed once. And based on every wash, the consumer would get an equivalent amount of loyalty points. So the more the consumer was using the Tommy Hilfiger products, the more they were able to get the loyalty points. And that was one way of the brand not only very cleverly making the consumers wear their garment, which was designed by Tommy Hilfiger, but they also tried to breach the area of sustainability, because most people, even though fast fashion applies to mostly fast fashion brands, but a lot of people tend to have the tendency to use products very few times. So this was one clever way that Tommy Hilfiger decided to let and allow the customers, give them an incentive to use their products more than a few times. And then we need to think about how do we design out waste in usage. And this is something that I had earlier pointed out about, that when we are trying to design out waste in usage, we try to reuse the product again. If like in the Indian case study scenario, if we have an old t-shirt, we use it as old rags to clean our surfaces and everything, but that's just one form. So it doesn't get wasted, the life cycle of the product gets extended. And if even after that it's not possible, then we can just go and discard it somewhere where a recycling unit can take it back again and bring it back into the production line. The final stage is the disposing. So how do we come up with regenerative post-uses, and how do we come up with restorative post-uses? This is possible, obviously, very naturally with the cases of products that are made by natural fibers that go back into the environment and come back, and it doesn't cause any harmful effect to the environment. But how do we actually design out waste? Why do we even need to give it back to the environment when the textiles can be brought in again and keep, in the loop? So we need to completely think of ways to design out the stage of waste in our model. So food for thought, I would give some time to everyone to think about, like, can you figure out what is a circular source? What kind of a source would be circular enough that can, withstand the entire cycle of production, making, and using? Can you figure out a circular production method? This is what I was speaking about earlier. Is there a production method or a designing method that is circular in nature? Some designers may know, may not know, but I'm looking forward to hearing the answers for this. And the final way is a circular way of usage. Can you come up with a thought for this? So can I give you all some time to think about it, and then maybe I can check your answers in the chat. Let me just stop sharing the screen because I can't see otherwise. Yeah. So I can view the comments here. Can I give you a couple of minutes of your answers?
Okay, okay, Shalini ji, really it was very wonderful presentation, and we are trying to explain that how by utilizing ways from others, one can generate, regenerate, means the ecosystem how should be followed by designers also in the field of textile, in the field of any matter related to your industry. So I hope this was a very good presentation. Simran Balia ji,
So,
and
so I have a couple
yes,
of more slides to share. So maybe I will take the question answers towards the end. I will just finish up my slides and then I can get to the questions that I had given for food for thought. Is
yes,
that okay, sir?
yes. I'm coming on the point. If anyone has any question, Simran Balia, Anjali Parikh, and others, if you have any query related to this presentation, then you can
Yeah, I
feel
will check the
free.
chat later. Yeah, I'll just finish up my presentation very quickly. Just left with a couple of things. Is my screen visible? Yeah. Okay. So the questions I will take it later.
It is
Um,
not visible. If you are trying to share something, it is not visible.
it's visible. Okay. 1 second.
Ma'am, we can see your screen right now.
Okay.
She
Can you see it
hasn't
now?
presented a PPT. Yeah.
Is it visible now?
No, your presentation is not visible.
Okay. Is this visible now?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
This is the rare scene when three, fashion design experts are all together on the screen. Shalini Mohanty from Mumbai and Simran Balia and
Thank you
Anjali
so much,
Parikh.
sir.
Yes. And I'm
Okay, so
coordinating
I
it.
am being shown that I can share my screen. It's showing I can share my screen, but I'm unable to.
No problem. I hope, madam, you have already said a lot. So, if anyone has any query, please.
Sir, I think ma'am has asked a question about circular fashion. Ma'am, I think there is a brand called Mud Jeans. They are actually providing these sources, almost like circular fashion, where they are working on it and they are providing the
Yes.
jeans, and one could use it again and again. We can buy it as many times as we can. If one is satisfied with it, they can just go there and sell it again, get the price for that, and then resell it to some other person. This helps in
Yes.
making proper use of that jeans. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, there is. I actually had a slide full of 3 links to share, like further reading on circular economy and a few examples of circular businesses existing right now. And they're doing their absolute best in terms of regenerating, reusing their resources. So maybe Simran ma'am can help me with the sharing of the links later on with all the participants later. And that would be great. And any other questions, I am available on mail, I'm available on Instagram as well. My Instagram would be Mosh Doing Things, which
If
unfortunately I
anyone has
can't share right now.
If anyone has any query, any participants have any query, then you can please write in the chat box. We can forward that question to Shalini Mohanty.
So I have a one announcement to make. I will be unable to stay beyond 1 p.m. unfortunately, but I will stay here till then and I will see all the presentations for that.
Okay. Stay here. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you
Thanks
so
a
much.
lot.
Thank you so much, Simran ma'am. Thank you so much, Anjali ma'am. Thank you so much, Professor Lal. I wish everyone, all the other delegates, a very pleasant evening and afternoon ahead. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Very
Ma'am, we
nice.
are glad to have
Thank you
you
very
here.
much. Thank you very much. And now,
Wish everyone, all the other
studying
delegates, a very
since
pleasant
yesterday, our two students of computer science are trying to, give presentation. So I request the 20 members of fashion design and fine arts that please give few minutes We have Jayak Maheswari and Bandana Vashwani, BTech 6th semester. Yes, please. Then after that, we shall see the presentation of a scholar and a students of fashion design. Yes, please. Please start presentation. Jaya and Vandana.
Sir, is the screen visible?
No, not yet. Technical team, please help to the students.
So we are trying to share screen, but there is some issue. We'll try again. Sir, can you see our screen? Sir, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes. Now it is visible.
Good afternoon and namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor Sir, and all the honorable dignitaries present here. I am Vandana Vaswani, pursuing Bachelor of Technology from Faculty of Education and Methodology. I am here to give you a presentation on the topic Geospatial Data Analysis, a Machine Learning Perspective. In this presentation, I'll be presenting the topics on abstract, introduction, basic terminologies, conclusion, and references. So to talk about the spatial data, as we all know the importance of machine learning and spatial data. The field of artificial intelligence has progressed rapidly in recent years, even surpassing human accuracy at tasks such as image recognition and translating text. The intersection of AI and GIS, that is, Geographical Information System, is creating massive opportunities that weren't possible before. Some examples that would be relevant to present with the reference of AI and spatial data would be to predict when the next big storm will be and being better equipped to handle it. Now, in this slide, I will introduce you to machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is basically, it is used to build a model or a machine by asking it to learn from a big data set. It also includes working with GIS, that is Geographical Information System, that includes manipulating, analyzing, and visualizing spatial data as a system. Some example of machine learning would be speech recognition, customer service, etc. So there has been a wide deployment of machine learning solution in different areas that are data analysis, deep learning, and spatial data analysis. It gains the experience through repeated scene conditions, and it also builds the model that applies to the new situation. Some of the examples that are included in the presentation is that Facebook might use it for facial recognition and it automatically identifies faces in images through machine learning and artificial intelligence. In spatial data, each observation represents a location in the real world. As a result, observation in spatial data have latitudes, longitudes, areas, also lengths. Spatial data contains polygon-shaped data that are cities, residents, block, land, and areas. So, a machine learning. A machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence that allows software application to become more accurate at predicting outcomes without being explicitly programmed to do so. As we know, machine learning is used to build model or machine by asking it to learn from a big data set. Machine learning is a branch of artificial science and a computer science. We can run machine learning tasks of regression, clustering in spatial data, as we want to predict the unknown values in areas between the points. Now, I would like to handle the presentation to Jaya Maheshwari.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Sir and Chair Advisor Ma'am for this opportunity. And I would like to thank Vandana for sharing this opportunity with me to present our research. To present our research on the topic of machine learning, spatial data, and machine learning of spatial data, and the conclusion of our research that we have done so far. Now we'll discuss what is the types of machine learning. As Vandana already told us what is machine learning, basically types of machine learning are supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. These machine learning types have further classifications as well, but first we'll know what is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. First of all, supervised learning is, in simple words, can be defined as an approach of creating an artificial intelligence where a computer algorithm is trained on input data that has been labeled for particular output. I can give you an example for this. The example of supervised learning in the real life can be when I'm waving my hand to the camera by the help of AI and deep learning and neural networks. The camera is able to identify that my hand is waving. That means I'm saying hello. So, supervised learning is telling the output by the input data. While we talk about the unsupervised learning is actually the opposite of supervised learning. It refers to the use of artificial intelligence algorithm to identify the data sets containing data points that are neither labeled or nor classified. The example of unsupervised learning can be, let's say I have a picture of cats and dog in one image. Unsupervised learning can identify which one is cat and which one is dog, while supervised learning can identify the cat and dog on the basis of the input data. Now, I would like to talk about the reinforcement learning. That is, reinforcement learning is basically the reward system. As human, we reward ourselves for accomplishing a goal or achieve good things in our life. Like we have done so much to get our things done by finding the best path in our area. So the things is done by finding our paths, or this is how reinforcement learning works. Find the best path or best route available in the artificial intelligence or the shortest path. The algorithms are designed to find the shortest path. DFS and the BFS are the great examples of reinforcement learning. Now, I would like to talk about spatial data. Spatial data, often referred as geospatial data, is any data that contain information about a specific location. Or in layman's term, we can say it is a data about location. Maybe there is a possibility that we are already familiar with spatial data or geospatial data because we interact wherever we open our Google Map application. Google Map application can be used to find the nearest location or a partner's location or wherever they are, or your Zomato's deliver boy application that where has a food has been reached. Spatial data has further divided into two parts as well. But when we talk about spatial data, we may be heard of a term called PostGIS. This is an extension of a database called PostSQL. PostGIS helped launch apps like Instagram to handle such a big data. Now, machine learning of spatial data, spatial dependence and spatial heterogeneity and scale. So basically spatial data, observation metrics and learning algorithm is based on the generalization, sampling and spatial features and reduction of the unnecessary data. The conclusion of this presentation is that if we have the data, the best data and the good data, we can explore our research in the many ways possible and can get good output by the machine learning or the deep learning or the artificial intelligence. The more data we have, the more accuracy we have. So I would like to wrap up my presentation over here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present in front of all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Maheshwari and Vandana.
Yes.
I tried to, give a very brief and very meaningful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Any scholar, any participant, any delegates have any questions from these speakers, then kindly write in the chat box. Any query by anyone? Okay, no query. Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Now it is time for the fashion designing students, and now Nisa Khurania says B Design FD second semester. She is giving her presentation on environment friendly textile. Nisha Khurania. And your presentation is going to be reviewed by Simran Walia and Anjali Parikh. So start presentation, please. Nisha, start presentation. Unmute yourself. Yes, please. Presentation शुरू करिए. Just wait, please. It is loading. Again, share screen.
Yes, sir.
Sir, there is some technical problem. She's sharing her PPT.
No.
Sir, she's ready.
Now it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Namaste, Honorable Advisor, CEO, Sir, and Chairperson, Ma'am, all the higher dignitaries, teachers, and all my champions. I, Nisha Khurania, pursuing BDS FT and second SEM, Department of Education and Methodology. I am here to give my presentation on this topic,
That
environment-friendly
is
textile.
Department of Fashion Design and Fine Arts, Faculty of Education and Methodology. Okay,
Yes,
continue,
sir.
please.
I'm here to give my presentation on this topic, environment-friendly textile need for future. As will environment-friendly textile need for future. As we all know, the evolution of clothing from its fiber stage to fabric require a great deal of cycles which are unsafe to our environment. The survey presents an outline of the textile business featuring an eco-accommodating filaments, producers, and advancements that are developed to make textile industry and sustainable. If I talk about introduction, eco-friendly fiber are the one of which require no pesticide or no insecticide for its making. India is the second most wide contributor in production of textile. So it is order to increase the production wastage from industries also contributes more. Earlier clothing was concerned to adornment or protection theory, but with time Review and literature. Think globally, act locally is a slogan of future of the world textile fashion industry. In present, there are various natural renewable fibers available in the textile industry. These fibers have wide variety of application which premium quality and use. Eco-textile refer to all fabrics, clothing and accessories that have been manufactured, produced and processed in an environmentally conscious manner. This manner reduces any negative impact in the form pollution or the damage to planet. Classification of eco-friendly textile. Eco-friendly textile can be classified first organic, second man-made fiber, third recycled fiber, and fourth natural. Inorganic, organic cotton, organic wool, organic silk, and hemp. Second man-made fiber, corn, soya, soybean, and pineapple silk. Third, recycled fiber, recycled cotton, recycled polyester, then natural, natural colored cotton. Some aloe vera. In addition to its skin benefits, aloe is the adds a few interesting features to the fabric itself. It is antibacterial, it is keep clothing cleaner, but it also combats to our body. Bamboo. Bamboo is known as to the fastest growing plant in the world and it's naturally organic. Majority of bamboo grown in different locations of the world is eco-friendly as it is required no pesticides and no fertilizers and needs too little water. Pineapple. Pineapple fiber are blended well with other fiber fabric made from pineapple fiber have an elegant appearance. Banana. Banana fiber, also known as sisal, is made from leaves from banana plant. It is said to be one of the most sustainable fiber on planet, and so is also biodegradable. Soy silk. Soy silk is considered a more sustainable fiber. It is renewable resources and can biodegrade and uses less water, chemical, and energy than many other fibers. Research methodology. The research methodology focuses on a study of eco-friendly textile. Qualitative data were analyzed by using primary and secondary researches. The collection of data is analyzed and method by which sustainability can be achieved were focused upon. Finally, result for overall analysis is provided a minimization of waste. Result. In it is concluded the ethical practices need to be accepted widely by society from preserving and promoting nature for the better community and society. If we want to serve, we will have to save our earth for our future generation, for our greenhouse emissions, and the solution definitely eco fibers and eco labeling needs to implemented on the war front level across all level production, packaging, finishing, transportation, and it is disposal. Difference. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Sibranji, any comment? Anjali ji, any comment about this presentation?
No.
It was fine.
Yes, sir, it was fine.
Now, next one is Rishika Tripathi, then Ansika Chauhan and Guddi Chaudhary. Be ready, everyone, please. Rishika Tripathi. Each one is going to give a 2 minutes minimum and 10 minutes maximum. Rishika Tripathi.
Yes, sir, she'll be presenting it right now.
Yes.
Namaste. Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, all the higher dignitaries.
Dharnik, who is this? Technical team, who is Lakshmi Mansa? Who is this? Yes, please start presentation.
Namaste. Honorable Advisor and Chairperson Ma'am, all the higher dignitaries, teachers and all my JVNs. I, JVN Rishita Tripathi, pursuing B-FD from the Department of Education and Methodology. Today I
बेटा
am here.
डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फैशन डिजाइन एंड फाइन आर्ट्स, फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड मेथोडोलॉजी, कागज पर लिखो। आपके टीचर साहब को क्यों नहीं समझाते हैं? यू आर नॉट फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन। Why this mistake? Your other friend has also used this wrong. You are from the आपका डिपार्टमेंट क्या है बताइए?
Department of Fashion Designing.
ये बोलना है ना, फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड मेथोडोलॉजी। अब चलिए स्टार्ट करिए।
Okay, sir.
आपको पूरा दुनिया देख रहा है। यू आर विजिबल।
Sorry, sir, for this.
प्लीज।
Today I am here as to present a presentation on the topic consumer behavior towards Rajasthan handicraft product, and the main topic is the blue pottery. Blue pottery is one of the well-known craft of Jaipur. It's once a native craft of Persia that was brought to the India by Mughal and later got Purtanized by the Indian ruler. The traditional design has been adopted, and now, apart from the usual ovens, jars, pots, sets, cups, and saucer, plates, and glasses are also included as a blue pottery. The Persian art of a blue pottery comes to the Jaipur from Persia and Afghanistan via Mughal counts. The blue color or turquoise color is obtained by the mixing curdled copper oxide with the salt or sugar in the kaolin and then filter it for use. The dark ultramarine color is obtained from the cobalt oxidized. The common motifs are inspired from the Mughal era Arabic patterns, animals, and bird motifs. The blue pottery is combined art of the China glazing technique and Persian decorative skills. Rajasthan is famous for their blue pottery, paintings, stoneworks, work of sandalwood and carpets, and many of these. But the blue pottery is famous by its own designs and traditions. Now comes to the review of literature. Blue pottery comes from the eyes catching blue dyes that is used to color the pottery. Some of the potteries is semi-transparent and the most are decorated with animals and bird motifs. Jaipur is surrounded by the influence of cards. Blue pottery ever so elegant and always fragile if a craft the Pink City is celebrated for. The art of pottery was founded in 1727 by Sivani Raja Jai Singh I, the historical city of Jaipur. The Jaipur king also sent the local artists to Delhi for be trained for this craft. In 1950, blue pottery had also had all the grace, but when it vanished through the efforts, then it reintroduced by the efforts of the muralist and painter Kripal Singh Shekhawat with the help and support of Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay and Rajmata Gayatri Devi. The tradition pattern and the motifs in the blue pottery are the Persian origins. The craftsman had developed contemporary patterns to include the floral, geometrical designs, animal designs, birds, as well as many deities like Goddess Durga and Lord Ganesha. Now comes to the research methodology. In research, we take the locale is the Jaipur. The survey is done by the method of convincing survey, and we take the age group is about to 19 to 40 age group. When we collect the data collection, we take as a primary data, which goes through the questionnaires. And last, the data analysis. Data analysis comes from the main score is through the percentage, that is the 67% agreement. The 67 people out of 100 are agree to that prefer wood poetry because they are the handicraft product which have been something new and some innovative and also carry the tradition of Rajasthan. Blue poetry is the only product from which Rajasthan have their own name and fame. The secret of life is not enjoyment, but the education is through experience, which is said by the Swami Vivekananda. And this I end my topic. And thank you.
Next participant, Akshika and Pooja, please present your PPT.
Now, Ansika Chauhan and Pooja Chaudhary. Sorry, my speaker was mute. So again, I am giving thanks to Risita Tripathi for her very beautiful presentation. And now this is time for Ansika Chauhan and Pooja Chaudhary. They are from D Design 4th semester of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, and they are going to deliver their presentation on extracting motif from Jaipur monuments and developing product. Yes, start presentation, please.
Namaste. This is JV and Akshika Chauhan and Pooja Chaudhary, pursuing V-FD from 4th SEM and 8th SEM. We are here to give a presentation on the topic extracting motif from Jaipur monuments and developing product. As we all know, sources of inspiration play the essential role during the initial stages of the fashion designing process by providing a specific direction of the entire fashion design process. Fashion designers interpret their imagination to improve the creative use of design inspiration during the development of clothing collection, such as exploration of design inspiration is crucial in the fashion design process of absorbing visual ideas and translating them into original creative collection. The current study focuses on the systematic development of the collection of home furnishing laptop sticks inspired by the motif of Patrika Gate, which is historical monument in Jaipur, Rajasthan. The fabric patterns were developed by extracting motifs from the Patrika Gate architectural marble using computerized, which is CAD, designing solution and digital printing. The objective of our study is modify motif and use in home furnishing product. Today's one of the most rewarding profession in the designing work in the art business. The designer create designs that are attractive, functional, and uniquely suited to human needs. A fashion designer seek inspiration from various natural sources such as flora and fauna and from architectural monument and the virtual world. In the present era, designers should be creative enough but follow fast fashion. Patrika Gate is one of the most beautiful locations in the Jaipur. This is a big gate of with a beautiful architecture. Each pillar of the Patrika Gate is painted with some important fact about different part of Rajasthan state. While the gate is just one of the many architecture wonders in Jaipur, the opulent designs in genuinely awe-inspiring. These are some pictures captured from Patrika Gate. In review of literature, modern architecture of or a historical monument can be a great source of diverse motifs and patterns. In the recent past, many renowned fashion designers also took inspiration from architecture monument. This study conducted at university campus based on short interview and developed motifs inspired from wall painting and architecture of Patrika Gate. Now, Pooja Chaudhary will be presenting the research methodology.
In the data collection, local was Jaipur. Sampling done through the method of convenience sampling. The size was 30 consumer. Data was collected through primary data and the interview was conducted. At the end, data analysis through mean score. In second step, product design and development. Firstly, we had designed 30 designs. We had prepared 30 designs. The top 10 designs were selected. From those top 10 designs, top 4 designs were used to prepare prepared or developed our products. Here are the results. Design 1 was ranked as 4.6, design 2 6.6, design 3 2.2, design 4 4.45, and further on. Now conclusion. Study was conducted to apply motifs in digital printing technique to develop laptop sleeves. Study conducted at university campus. Motifs were selected through primary sources, modified designs used for laptop sleeve. The developed designs, motifs, borders, selected by mean score method by short interview conducted at university campus. Selected top 4 designs or top 10 designs used in laptop sleeves. Here are our developed products. Thank you.
Very good presentation by all. And I must say the designs that you have made are really nice. And I would want you to make some more like this. Thank you. Now next.
Hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, participants. Now it is time for Rupi Chaudhary and so far my comment is concerned. Ansika Chauhan and Pooja Chaudhary both have presented their project paper in a very fantastically, very well. So thank you for their nice presentation. Now Rupi Chaudhary, please start your presentation.
Namaste, Honorable Advisor and CEO, Sir, Chairperson Ma'am, all the higher dignitaries, teachers, and all my JVLs. I, JVM Rupi Chaudhary, pursuing BDSLT 6th semester from Department of Fashion Designing, Faculty of Education and Methodology. I am here to give my presentation on this topic, comparative analysis of traditional dyeing and printing. As we all know, in the textile production, the dyeing and printing process of gray fabric is quite complicated and particularly important, which is directly related to effect of printing and dyeing work. Textile and dyeing techniques are utilized in various poisonous synthetic colors. This prompts discharge of wastewater into fields, lakes, and streams without or ill-advised gushing treatment. The paper compared the dyeing and printing process of manual printing process in the early and present to summarize and analyze the specification method and influence of the dyeing and printing process. The objective of my study to compare traditional printing and dyeing with modern printing and dyeing. Now, now in the introduction, dyeing and printing are different applications. In printing, color is applied to locate area with desired pattern. In dyeing, it is applied to the entire textile. Dyeing is the application of dyeing or pigment on textile materials such as fibers, yarn, and fabric with the goal of achieve color with desired color fastness. Printing traditionally. Firstly, we take a grey fabric, then prepare fabric for printing, then prepare print paste, then printing, then drying, then coloring. After treatment, soaping and washing, etc. If we talk about the classification of fibers, the fibers are divided in two parts, natural and man-made. In natural, animal, mineral, plant, and in man-made, synthetic and chemical. Comparative analysis. Natural dyes, minimum environment impact, renewable, color payoff. It will be safe for environment and our health. Synthetic dyes. The production of synthetic dyes and artificial dyes by fashion industries causes air pollution, water pollution, and soil pollution. This reason is also valid for natural and pigment color used in printing. In the review of literature, the research focus on comparative analysis of dyeing and printing. Qualitative data were analyzed by using primary and secondary research like journal, magazines, and different websites. The collection of data is analyzed and method by which sustainability can be achieved were focused upon. Last in the result and conclusion. It was concluded earlier printing and dyeing method that use natural dye were eco-friendly in comparison to current chemical dye and printing. As we have observed that environment friendly behavior is the emerging need of the current era. So it is suggested that textile industry must shift to natural dye and printing with modern method to achieve the sustainability goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pooja. Very nice presentation of yours. I would want to know one thing from you. कि आपको क्या लगता है ट्रेडिशनल मेथड जो डाइंग और प्रिंटिंग के थे वो हमें यूज करने चाहिए या फिर मॉडर्न मेथड जो कि केमिकल बेस्ड है?
हमें बात रिपीट करना आवाज नहीं
सॉरी
हमें बात रिपीट करना क्वेश्चन
मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ कि आपको क्या लगता है ट्रेडिशनल मेथड यूज करने चाहिए हमें डाइंग और प्रिंटिंग के लिए या फिर जो मॉडर्न मेथड्स है वो?
मैम ट्रेडिशनल अगर हम एनवायरनमेंट को लेके देखें तो ट्रेडिशनल हमारे लिए ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल होता है क्योंकि उसमें
वो हमारे एनवायरनमेंट को हार्म नहीं करेगा।
हाँ उसमें नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट्स सब यूज किए जाते हैं डाइस बनाने के लिए।
तो आपको क्या लगता है लोग प्रेफर करेंगे उसे खरीदना?
यस मैम।
थैंक यू।
Okay, good day. Your presentation was good. Thank you very much. And we are expecting your nice presentation in coming days by inculcating some more information. Okay.
I try my best.
Thank you again. Now we have a scholar. I hope she is connected from Andhra Pradesh, Lakshmi.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good
Lakshmi, you are
afternoon.
connected from Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Basically, she is a research scholar in English, so far I recall. But
Yes,
her
sir.
work is she is going to give presentation on role of media during pandemic.
Yes.
So I hope this will be her presentation will be meaningful for those who are pursuing PhD in journalism and mass communication. Also, irrespective of the discipline, if your presentation or your paper is related to the conference topic or conference theme, sub themes, you are supposed to take part in that conference and give your presentation. On the basis of that ideology, our conference organizing team has recommended your name for your presentation. So, okay, Sri Lakshmi Mansaji, you
Yes.
start your presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I hope you are going to take 10 minutes maximum.
Yes.
Okay. Because at 1:30 we are going for lunch, and again at 1:55 we are resuming the post lunch session, and then Dr. Dilip Kumar, Dr. Kanaya Tripathi, and Dr. Kiran Deep Singh and other designated personality are supposed to join. So please start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, organizers. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I'm Sri Lakshmi Mansa, person PhD English, and I'm very happy to be part of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And I've taken the topic role of new media in prevention of pandemic. And in this, I would like to brief on the following topics, that is abstract, keywords, scope of
If
future
you have
research.
PPT, then share please. Okay, now it is visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Abstract, keyword, scope of future research, research outcome, introduction and background of the problem, review of literature, material and methods required, results and conclusion, results and discussion and conclusion, reference bibliography, annexure. So in annexure I've added a questionnaire. Actually here I followed online survey method, and I've even added the questions whatever I've written in the process of collecting the information. And in this, I would like to focus on the role of new media in prevention of pandemic. That is, in pandemic, personally speaking, during the pandemic days, everyone was obviously many people were afraid of it, and of course, update of each news or each bulletin was updated through new media also. And nearly 210 countries they suffered from this virus, and many lost their dear ones. And in this article I would like to bring out, or else I would like to tell the importance and responsibility of new media, that brought awareness to public about corona. And here the main focus is, or the keywords I've used here in this is these are the following phrases I've used. Those are new media, social media, and COVID. And scope of future research, coming to the scope of future research, um, as this is the trending topic that shook the world, that is, there were nearly two lockdowns in India, and it is the virus that made many afraid, and also it brought a lot of difference. That is, people they have two terms now, that is before COVID and after COVID. So these are the two terms that people are using nowadays. So actually there is a lot to do research on this. That is, what they can those whoever is interested, like, there is a lot of scope about this topic, and also there are many more topics that can be studied or examined on. And um and also here this virus, this made many homeless, jobless, parentless, and childless. That is, many people they became homeless. Personally speaking, last year during this time, that is in May last year, I've lost my uncle, and they are a very happy family. But because of this corona, many people they lost their lives. And there are many cases that can be examined or studied on. So coming to research outcome, that is this study brings out the information. This study brings out the information of the COVID pandemic that enabled people to educate themselves.
Lakshmi, please come on the conclusion portion of your presentation.
Okay, sir. So uh, so there is a lot of difference between new media and old media. Many people, they get confused with these two terms because old media means television, radio, and so on, whereas coming to new media is something like social networking or social networking sites, social media, and virtual reality, online platforms, online forums, and many more. And many people, there are many experts, there are many philosophers who defined these who define new media in various ways. And also I've also written review of literature. There are many there are
You
many
come on your conclusion portion, please. What you want,
yes,
you conclude your
yes,
presentation.
yes, sir, sure, sir, sure, sir. So as I told, I followed survey method, online survey method. And mm, so coming to the results and discussion, it was, this poll was entirely done in online, and it was very effective. And throughout the research process, it became obvious that as new media evolved, it partially supplanted old media. And these are the pie charts that I've gathered. And these are the representation of pie charts. And occupation, income group, residents, and these are the pie charts of the respondents. Nearly 380 response I've collected through online, sir. And um, and not just from India, I've even collected response from abroad. Mm, and 82.3% of people, they use smartphone. And there's a lot of improvement in society in the usage of new media. uh, that is social networking sites like Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and so on. And these are the pie charts. And 94.7%, they told that this new media was very helpful for all of them. And coming to the conclusion part, this new media, however, helped each and everyone to get awareness through this. And also it is very important to know that many people, I've even framed a question in my questionnaire that were you afraid of the news that you heard through new
Okay,
media?
Lakshmi. Okay,
Yes.
Lakshmi. Thank you. Now Dr. Vijay, who is the senior most faculty in our journalism and mass communication. Welcome, Dr. Vijay Singh ji.
Thank you, sir.
And if you have any query or any comment for Sri Lakshmi Mansa, then please you may ask or you can add.
श्री लक्ष्मी,
गुड आफ्टरनून सर.
गुड आफ्टरनून. आपने किया तो काफ़ी अच्छा. थोड़ा सा क्या है कि रिसर्च की अभी और ज़रूरत है आपको, क्योंकि सब्जेक्ट आपने काफ़ी अच्छा चूज है. इस पे पीपीटी आपने अच्छा किया सर. हेलो
Sir, can you please speak in English, sir?
या श्री लक्ष्मी, प्लीज ट्राई टू रिसर्च इन ए डीप वे. ओके ना श्री लक्ष्मी?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, because you have selected very good topic, but if you want to know about more about this topic, so you are try to research from books, from different theses of different students, and after then you try to make your presentation. So next time please you try to very much, है ना? Okay ना?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, organizers. Thank you once again, sir.
No, thanks. Your conference is scheduled for 9th and 10th. I hope
Yes,
you are.
sir. Yes. Yes, sir. I'm aware of it. Thank you.
NEP 2020 implementation and impact. Right now, in that conference, you are supposed to present your paper, right? As per the sub theme, because in so far your language, English literature and language is concerned, there may be sub themes, and on NEP you should also write, because that is the emergent topic for all, irrespective of the discipline. Okay, Lakshmi. So prepare
Okay,
for
sir.
the conference, and
Okay.
I hope that so many participants are going to take part in that international conference from your Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka, and other part of South, right?
Okay, sir.
So I hope that you have received already brochure and ticket of that conference.
Actually, sir, I've received brochure about these 2 days conference, sir.
That brochure is also in PhD research group, in your
Okay,
research
sir.
group.
I'll go through it, sir.
You should not only go through, it is your duty,
Okay.
to circulate that information among the media and other academia of the South India.
Okay, sir.
It can help us to promote our this international conference. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So thank you again for your good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Vijay, I request you that you will be available at 1:55 when Dr. Dilip Kumar, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Northern Regional Center, Jammu, will be joining. He is one of the best, expert of media and journalism. So, and Kanaya Tripathi ji will be also discussing about the same topic. So your present will be required at that time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as per the decision of the committee, conference organizing committee, it is the time to request all to proceed for lunch, and after lunch we are again joining this session to at 1:55. Technical team, please, we are again rejoining at 1:55. Thank you very much to everyone. दिलीप कुमार सर, आपको मेरी आवाज जा रही है? आप वीडियो ऑन करिए, आप सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। डॉक्टर दिलीप कुमार, आप सुन पा रहे हैं डॉक्टर दिलीप कुमार जी?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Since last 10 minutes, I am trying to, listen you, but unfortunately,
Just
I don't know why.
just 2 minutes before, I was just leaving my seat for some urgent piece of work. Before
Okay.
that, I was in very much studio.
Okay, sir, no problem. So now this is the nice beginning of the post-lunch session, and we have very renowned delegates, guests, prominent speaker, session chair, what you can say. You are Dr. Dilip Kumar. Sir, we, on behalf of the organizing team of our international conference that is being hosted by Sivani Verma, Chair of the University, under the Department of Science and Technology of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, in the Faculty of Education and Methodology, and our international partner, Alma World Limited, UK. So, without consuming any more timing, I am giving a brief introduction of our this speaker. You are Dr. Dilip Kumar. You are Associate Professor in Indian Institute of Mass Communication, IIMC, Northern Region Center, Jammu, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. I hope Vijay Singh, you are listening and you are visible. Vijay Singh. Dr. Vijay is Assistant Professor here in our department in Journalism and Mass Communication. And I hope Diksha Saxena from our Journalism and Mass Communication department is also connected.
Yes, sir.
So, Professor Dr. Dilip Kumar was founder, HOD and Professor, Journalism and Mass Communication, Management, Education and Research Institute. He has done postdoctoral studies as sponsored by ICSSR. His doctorate in Journalism and Mass Communication and Political Science, with a rich experience in the field of media law and ethics, media research and issues of international relations. He has participated in 125 national and international conferences as keynote speaker and resource person, as well as moderator. He has organized more than 200 plus seminars, conferences, webinars as a convener. And wonderfully, Dr. Dilip has published 36 books, 17 chapters, 5 proceedings, 37 research articles. Also, articles in newspapers and magazines are 1000 plus. And the module for MOOC, he has also contributed to MOOC also. And then the number is for that location is 1. So I hope this is a brief introduction of Dr. Dilip Kumarji, and Dr. Dilip Kumarji is going to talk about role of IT in print and electronic media, a startup domain. So thank you, Dr. Dilip. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. I think I am enough audible to all of you.
Yes, yes.
So thank you, Professor Lal, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, in particular this platform, where from morning I was just listening to the IT people, basically science, natural science people, and that was very learning experience for me, because it was really eye-opening kind of thing, like artificial intelligence and something data kind of thing. So it was wonderful experience for me. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me such a wonderful opportunity in particular this platform. So I also want to thank the higher management of the institute and department as well. So without taking much more time, I just want to uh, uh, elaborate my thinking about the role of IT in print and electronic media especially. It was not well prepared for me because in recent days I have my great engagement with some government activities. But still, I'll try to put in a very nutshell what will be the role of IT and in print media and electronic media. So, print and electronic media plays, as we all know, an important role in a communication effectively as the world has been globalized, as all we aware about all that. The technology used for communication should not be overlooked because the interchange of information is necessary in current era. If we can take further, print and electronic media has globalized the world. The news or communication can be done easily from corner to corner just in few seconds. Technology has impacted the communication in a positive way. In the current world, the communication has been distributed between print and electronic media. Uh, even we can take later on the new media as well. But yes, as per today's topic is concerned, we are basically focusing both of the media. These two medias are playing a vital role in communicating between individuals and the society for the development of the nation, for the development of the humanities and all. News comments, even news, comment, information, entertainment are the complex set of newspaper, and the arrangements of these contents differs from paper to paper, as we are aware about. Most people choose their daily paper to match their specific taste. Suppose that if you are concerned with the sports or business or economics or IT, it was rarely seen in these days where I have newspapers covering the IT kind of knowledge. Today I absorb a lot and new things. So it was also very much important for me to put these kind of knowledge. Thanks, Professor Lal, to provide such a wonderful opportunity. I just heard about Dr. Verma. She was wonderful in IT. So it is eye-opening kind of thing, and how it will be incorporated in journalism field, that will be also great in near future. So as per my thinking, yes, most people choose their daily paper to match their specific taste, as I have already told you. And individual newspapers have developed in different ways to provide for these. So if I have some point which I want to say with you people, because many changes have taken place over the period in the newspapers. The newspapers are you can say uh, filled with advertisements and have many pages on carrying different news. If we'll take the print media as a primary concern right now in these scenarios, today's journalism has become one of the prosperous professions. We all know about that. The number of newspapers has risen sharply. It's quite even strange data which I put before you, but still it's a reality. You can't even deny from that. Yes, there was some hard time in COVID period, but still the future of uh, the newspaper or the future of the print media will be bright. Yes, there will be a different flavor and there will be some different changes because IT will be play the vital role in it. So today's newspaper have lots of investigative stories. You can see reports. This contributes to bringing in light big scandals and scams, resulting into fall of a person, which creates negative influences the society and shows that the technology is not being used for the purpose in the right way as it has to be used for. My dear friends, even if you talk about the another form of print media like magazines charm to an expanding range of reading flavors and happiness. They are designed for standardized or special interest groups. With the help of technology, IT, as we all even know, they are designed for the specific people and specific test-based, audience-based magazines. You can take example of sports magazines or even women-based magazines, etc. The magazines can be categorized into different categories, like general interest magazines. You can even take it as a general example, and special interest magazines you can take, as I told you. So these are the features. On the basis of that, we can say we can't even ignore those kind of practices which one be very much reliable in these days with the help of totally IT. We can't even ignore the IT kind of inputs in particular print media, because whenever the development in IT sectors will be constructive or positive, definitely we will see the positive change in print media and electronic media as well. Attempt to even it most notable function, if you take the example, however, is correlation, that is interpreting the society by bringing together diverse facts, trends, and sequences of events. It will be even eye opener or even learning kind of exercise. According to Kifan, magazines in essence are the great interpreters of what is happening in society. There are several magazines in the world which are published internationally as well as even nationally, so that people can benefit from them, or people from the foreign countries ordered the magazines to remain update, although most of the magazines can be viewed online in these days, because today's we are even living the life in such a virtual mode. According to Hamling, magazines have been much more visually innovative than the newspaper. Their covers blaze from newsstands and market racks. You can take many more examples. These are the basically news magazines, but they include section on arts, culture, sports, films, business, politics, industry, and environment, etc. Yes, we should create a basic interest among the masses regarding the burning issue based magazines, so that we can even save the environment and save and give the solution to those burning issues. So these should be very much important for the journalistic people. So we can take example in this way as well. So as for electronic communication is concerned, electronic communication has become almost an essential part of the people lives. You can even imagine without television in today's, even if you are running somewhere, if you are traveling somewhere within your car or somewhere else, you can see the television on your mobile phone. So these are the developments. On the basis of that, you can say uh, uh, this is very much important right now. The internet has been essential and playing a catalyst kind of role for the electronic communication. And rarely in human history has anything, even human history, if you want to learn about the human history, you just click on internet based any websites, and you will find much more knowledge about all those things. Currently, television, radios, internet, mobile technologies, iPads, e-books, e-magazine, etc., are versatile ways to communication technology. And on the basis of that, we can say, yes, these are the tools and IT plays a vital role in this category. So I'll not take much more time because as per organizer given me only 20 minutes for particular this platform. So I'll not cross that time, but yes, we can say nowadays where we living now, IT creates a lot of startup opportunity for those peoples who want to actually do something in his or her life. Even you can say iPod kind of thing, YouTuber channel kind of thing, news channels kind of thing, a little bit Facebook Live kind of thing. Definitely, these little even practices will create a lot of even impact in the society. You take an example of Lallan Top kind of news channel. Saurav Dwivedi is one of the best example. He initially started YouTube channel, and not only Saurav Dwivedi is now a big player in news media, but in entertainment media. You can take a dance classes. You will, even in his education field, you will take a lot of e-contents from the channels, lot of lectures, e-lectures from the different YouTube channels. Even for the civil services, all the civil services institutions are even given such kind of platform. On the basis of that, a lot of students can take benefit on particular that way. Even Drishti IAS, even I have also given some e-lectures, some electronic platform-based lecture to the international relations based students. So these are little things which will be given those audience or those students who want to actually start something in this particular field will be very much beneficial. Thank you, Professor Lal. I can see Kanhaiya Tripathi ji. Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Thank you very much. It was a very, meaningful and very nice delivery. उसको कहते हैं गागर में सागर को भरना, right? So you have inculcated all the necessary informations that how IT can be used in media and how the aspirants, how the young generation may be benefited. So thank you for your this nice delivery, with the expectation that in future our students and other faculty members of our journalism and mass communication department are going to be benefited by your wisdom and intellects. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Please
Thank you very much.
be connected with us. Some students of journalism are here and they will be giving some presentation for your monitoring, sir. Please.
Okay.
Now, this is time to request officially to our today's special guest, and you have seen him in the morning also, Shriman Kanhaiya Tripathi ji, Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji, who has been OSD of President of India. तो हम अब कन्हैया त्रिपाठी जी को आमंत्रित करते हैं. And Kanhaiya Tripathi ji is going to say something about scientific temper, science and drama in journalism. I hope कि इसी मुद्दे पर बात करेंगे. वैसे इनके पास बहुत लंबा तजुर्बा है, तो आई होप कि जो मुद्दा उनके लिए है, since he has given information in the morning that he will be delivering his lecture. So sir, please, you start your delivery.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Lal. मैं सुबह की तरह ही सबसे पहले मैं आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में शामिल किया. मुझे सवेरे का भी कुछ सेशन सुनने का कुछ प्रपत्र सुनने का अवसर मिला और निश्चित रूप से वह महत्वपूर्ण पेपर थे. खासकर डेटा एनालिसिस जो है वो कई मायने में भारत की तमाम ग्रोथ रेट को इस्टेब्लिश करता है लेकिन हमारा आज का यहाँ सब्जेक्ट है रोल ऑफ न्यू मीडिया इन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ पेंडेमिक। तो मैं सबसे पहले इस ज्योति विद्यापीठ वुमेन यूनिवर्सिटी के कुलपति और डायरेक्टर, सभी डीन, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और सारे स्कॉलर्स और स्टूडेंट्स को यहाँ पर शामिल करते हुए मैं अपनी बात शुरू करूँगा। और साथ ही मैं यहाँ पर शक्ति तिवारी जी को भी मैं स्मरण कर रहा हूँ, शायद वो जुड़े होंगे। तो जैसा कि प्रोफेसर लाल जी का ये कहना था कि हम लोग किसी ऐसे विषय पर चर्चा करें जो कि बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हो और लोगों को अपील भी करें। तो मैं प्रोफेसर लाल सर, मैं आपका बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि आपने मुझे न्यू मीडिया और पेंडेमिक जैसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बात करने के लिए अवसर प्रदान किया है, क्योंकि इससे अच्छा टॉपिक कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है। तो थैंक यू सो मच। अब मैं अपनी बात शुरू कर रहा हूं। मैं अभी WHO की आज की ही रिपोर्ट देख रहा था, जो कि कल अभी पब्लिश हुई है। तो खासकर वो पेंडेमिक के बारे में है और पेंडेमिक हमारे जीवन को किस तरीके से तबाह की है यह हम सब लोग जानते हैं, और वर्ल्ड वाइड इसका असर है। और कल का जो आंकड़ा है जो WHO ने जारी किया है 5 तारीख का, वो बहुत चौंकाने वाला है। उसमें ये बताया गया है कि 1,33,00,000 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है कम से कम। वैसे ये संख्या 1,66,000 तक हो सकती है। और उसके साथ ही ये बताया गया कि 95 लाख ऐसे लोग हैं जो लोग कोविड के अतिरिक्त मर गए, कोविड की चपेट में आकर के। मतलब कोविड उनको नहीं हुआ था और वह र्यूमर वगैरह से मर गए। उनको कोविड के अलावा कोई दूसरी बीमारियां भी थीं और उनको यह लगा कि हमें कोविड हुआ है, और कोविड के तमाम जो सिम्टम्स बताए जा रहे थे उसके माध्यम से उनको लगा कि हम कोविड की गिरफ्त में आ गए हैं और हम मर जाएंगे, और उन लोगों ने सांस तोड़ दी। मुझे एक मैसेज से पता चला कि हमारे ज्योति विद्यापीठ में भी ऐसी हानियां हुई हैं। तो मैं उनको यहाँ पर बहुत विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। और मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि इसी पेंडेमिक की वजह से मेरी माँ और पिताजी, जीजाजी, इन लोगों के भी देहांत हो गए पिछले साल। और यह बहुत ही चौंकाने वाला मामला यह है कि जिस किसी को फ़ोन करिए वो सभी लोग ये बोलते थे कि किसी न किसी तरीके से हम पेंडेमिक के शिकार हैं या हमारे कोई न कोई व्यक्ति जो है वो दम तोड़ दिया है। अब हम दूसरी बात करेंगे कि द रोल ऑफ न्यू मीडिया इन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ पेंडेमिक। न्यू मीडिया कोई प्रिवेंशन कर सकता है, यह भी बहुत ही पेचीदा मामला है और मैं इसमें विश्वास ज़्यादा नहीं करता। हालांकि इस पर दुनिया भर में तमाम रिसर्च हो रहे हैं। आप ये जानते हैं कि मैं कुछ यहाँ पर चीज़ों को, जैसे पर्सनल कैटेगरी में कुछ चीज़ें होती हैं जिसमें कि हम एज, जनरेशन और सेक्स, जेंडर और इसी तरीके से पर्सनालिटी और एथनिसिटी, इन चीज़ों पर चर्चा करते हैं। दूसरी चीज़ कुछ पॉलिटिकल चीज़ें होती हैं जो पॉलिटिकल कैटेगरी में हम अगर बांट करके देखें तो उसमें लेबर है, एजुकेशन, हाउस होल्ड, नेशन और इंस्टीट्यूशन, इन सारी चीज़ों को हम लें। और इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के फिर न्यू मीडिया के दूसरे जो प्रभाव हैं वह है निश्चित रूप से सोशल, कल्चरल और अन्य तमाम तरीके जो है उसके माध्यम से होते हैं। तो इस तरीके की चीज़ें जो है वो हमारे सामने आती हैं कि न्यू मीडिया किन चीज़ों पर प्रभाव डालता है, और जिन चीज़ों की मैं यहाँ चर्चा किया वो सारी चीज़ें प्रभावित होती हैं न्यू मीडिया से। न्यू मीडिया ने हमारे ऊपर क्या प्रभाव डाला और इसका किस तरीके से इम्पैक्ट अभी भी है, और तमाम मुद्दों के साथ ये इम्पैक्ट होता है, इसको हम अगर गौर करें तो डॉक्टर दिलीप सर हमसे सहमत होंगे कि इसको लेकर के तमाम बहुत सारे अंतर्द्वंद हैं समाज में भी और अन्य तरीके से भी। मैं यहाँ पर ये चर्चा करना चाहूँगा कि न्यू मीडिया के माध्यम से ही जब पूरे दुनिया भर में पेंडेमिक पर बातचीत हो रही थी तो एक और चर्चा भी आई, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पेंडेमिक असर कर रही थी उसी तरीके से पेंडेमिक के साथ इन्फोडेमिक उसको कहा गया, वो भी एक उस समय टर्म आया, और इसकी एकमात्र वजह थी कि न्यू मीडिया का इसका असर जो है वो लोगों पर हो रहा था। इसको इन्फोडेमिक कहा गया। लेकिन डिसइन्फोडेमिक का भी टर्म आया, क्योंकि जहां पर फायदे होते हैं वहां नुकसान भी होते हैं। तो डिस इन्फोडेमिक जो आया उसके कारण जो है तमाम फॉल्स न्यूज, फेक न्यूज और मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन ये सब शुरू हो गया, और सोशल मीडिया का जो प्रभाव है वह अपना असर छोड़ने लगा। आपको मैं यहाँ बताना चाहूँगा कि न्यू मीडिया हमारे देश में और दुनिया में कई तरीके के हैं, जिसमें यह बताया जाता है कि फेसबुक के लगभग 2.25 बिलियन व्यूअर हैं, यूजर हैं। उसी तरीके से यूट्यूब के जो है 1.9 बिलियन यूजर है। वी चैट के 1 बिलियन अप्रॉक्सीमेटली बताया गया है, और उसके साथ ही इंस्टाग्राम का भी 1 बिलियन, और टिकटॉक जो है उसका 500 मिलियन यूजर हैं। तो उसके अलावा जो हमारे व्हाट्सएप और दूसरे और भी माध्यम हैं उसको हम देखें तो हम देखते हैं कि दुनिया भर में बहुत सारे लोग जो है इस इन्फोडेमिक के शिकार हुए और इन्फोडेमिक के फायदे भी लिए। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि कोविड-19 जैसे बीमारी आने पर हमारे बीच में क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, इसको बहुत लोग नहीं समझ पाए, और प्रॉब्लम को बताने वाले केवल हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर्स होते हैं। जो डॉक्टर्स हमारे बीच में आए वे भी सरकार की भाषा बोल रहे थे, चाहे वो भारत हो चाहे दुनिया की कोई भी देश हो, और सरकार की भाषा जो होती है वह स्टेट के अगेंस्ट तो कतई नहीं होगी, स्टेट जो कहेगा उसके अनुसार ही होगी। तो स्टेट्स वॉइसेस जो है वो कहीं न कहीं इस तरीके से हमारे इन्फोडेमिक में छाई रही, जिसकी वजह से तमाम मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन भी रहे, और जो लेमैन, जिसको लेमैन बोला जाता है, वो लोग जो सोशल मीडिया को यूज कर रहे थे वे लोग अपने हिसाब से उसको जारी कर रहे थे तमाम सूचनाओं को। और इस तरीके से हम देखेंगे कि जब भारत जैसे देश में जो बड़ी पॉपुलेशन के साथ है तो उसमें यह देखेंगे कि इतने सारे जो हमारे माइग्रेट पीपुल्स इधर से उधर हो रहे थे, उन सारे लोगों के बारे में तमाम भ्रामक चीजें आ रही थी। तो मिस इन्फोडेमिक की प्रॉब्लम्स जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा छाई रही, जिसकी वजह से हम चीज़ों को अलग अलग तरीके से समझते रहे और जानते रहे। लेकिन उसका अब जो असर होने वाला है या उसका लॉन्ग लाइफ जो असर होने वाला है उसको लेकर के हम बहुत आज भी हैं और होना भी चाहिए। खासकर मैं यहाँ पर माइकल के ह्यूर और सुरेश सूद, ये दोनों जो जर्नलिज्म क्षेत्र के बड़े स्कॉलर्स हैं, इन लोगों की बातें मैं यहाँ पर पेश करूं तो उन लोगों ने अपने रिसर्च पेपर यूजिंग सोशल मीडिया टू कम्युनिकेशन टू कम्युनिकेट सस्टेनेबल प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स एंड क्रिटिकल नहीं कर्टाइल मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, इस पर उन्होंने रिसर्च किया है और वो तमाम चीज़ों पर अपने पेपर में जिक्र करते हैं और उसमें एक वो बताते हैं कि फॉल्स, फियर और एंग्जाइटी, इस तरीके की चीज़ें इस सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से फैलाई गई, जिसका असर बड़े पैमाने पर हुआ और इससे भी दुनिया भर में तमाम मौतें हुई। तो यह जो रिस्क फैक्टर है हमारे सोशल मीडिया और न्यू मीडिया का, उसको हमें आज ध्यान देने की जरूरत है और निश्चित रूप से हम यह मानेंगे कि इन सारी चीज़ों का जो प्रभाव होता है वह एक जनरेशन से दूसरे जनरेशन तक प्रभावित करता है। तो रोल ऑफ न्यू मीडिया जो हम समझ सकते हैं कि उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या रहा है, प्रिवेंशन के लिए कम और मतलब जागरूकता कम फैलाई गई, इससे भ्रम ज़्यादा फैलाए गए और इससे बचा कैसे जाए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है। तो शुरू शोध और उनके जो साथी स्कॉलर हैं वो है कई तरीके की चीज़ों को उन्होंने बीबीसी और दूसरे सोशल मीडिया के जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड पे सोचने वाले लोग थे उनके बारे में भी अध्ययन किया। तो उन लोगों ने पाया कि अगर चीज़ों को चेंज करना है तो हम उसको सिस्टमेटिक तरीके से, क्या हम इतने बड़े पैमाने पर अवेयरनेस फैला सकते हैं, और अवेयरनेस अगर मान लीजिए कि जो सरकारी तंत्र से फैलाया जा रहा है उसमें भी अगर भ्रम है, पाकिस्तान में भी ऐसे बहुत सारे भ्रम मीडिया में जो फैलाए गए दूसरे बहुत सारे देशों में, और बहुत सारे देशों ने मीडिया में अपनी बात को जाने तक ही नहीं किया। तो जब वो जनरल मीडिया में नहीं जा सकते, मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया में नहीं जा सकते, हमारे न्यूज और हमारे जो एग्जैक्ट डेटा हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से हम ये कहें कि सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से वो निकल करके आएंगे, ऐसा संभव नहीं होता है, क्योंकि कुछ तो इशूज जो है वो हमें फर्स्ट हैंड होने चाहिए और फिर जो सेकेंडरी डेटा होते हैं वो तो अलग होते हैं। तो हमारे जो रिसर्च के तमाम पैरामीटर्स हैं वो निश्चित रूप से इससे प्रभावित हुए हैं, और जो प्रिवेंशन के दायरे हैं वो निश्चित रूप से उसमें भी काफ़ी हम अभी संकोच करते हैं और बहुत सारी चीज़ों को ऐसा हम मानने को तैयार नहीं हो पाते कि क्या यह जो सोशल मीडिया में जो फैलाया जा रहा है ये सही है कि गलत है। तो मित्रों, मैं यहाँ पर यह जरूर बताना चाहूँगा कि जो प्रिवेंशन के तमाम तरीके हैं, तो जो इंडिपेंडेंट रूप से स्कॉलर्स अपने चीज़ों को पढ़ते हैं, समझते हैं या रिसर्च करते हैं, वो वही एक अच्छे सहारा हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो ग्रास रूट लेवल पर जा करके तमाम जो आईटीज के तमाम और दूसरे जो माध्यम है उसके माध्यम से डेटा को कलेक्ट करते हैं। तो इसलिए तमाम एनजीओज के उनके माध्यम से जो सोशल मीडिया पर चीजें आई, कई सरकारों ने उसे सही माना और उस पर रिसर्च भी हो रहे हैं। तो मेरे समझ में ये आता है कि अगर दुनिया में चीजें बदलाव की तरफ सोशल मीडिया और आईटीज के माध्यम से, जो न्यू मीडिया के माध्यम से एक होप आशा दिख रही है, वो कहीं न कहीं हम इस तरीके से ही देख सकते हैं कि जो एकेडमिशियन इंडिपेंडेंट रूप से तो सरकार से किसी तरीके का अनुदान न लेकर के और चीज़ों को करना चाहते हैं, वे बेटर कर रहे हैं और उनके माध्यम से बहुत सारी चीज़ों को सही तथ्यात्मक रूप से हम समझने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। अदरवाइज जो न्यू मीडिया में तमाम परसेप्शंस हैं उसके बारे में, वो बहुत अच्छी नहीं हैं, और निश्चित रूप से इससे अगर डेटा दे करके कोई भी हम अपना आंकड़ा तय करते हैं तो सही नहीं होता है। तो इस प्रकार से सोशल मीडिया का प्रभाव रहा है मेरी समझ से। तो मैं इन सारी चीज़ों के साथ मैं नहीं कहता हूं कि हमारे जो जर्नलिज्म के संस्थान हैं वो इस दिशा में बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर सकेंगे, क्योंकि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ ये होती है जो मैं समझा हूं कि संस्थान में जो डायरेक्टर होता है वो सरकार की भाषा न बोले और सरकार की तमाम पॉलिसीज के आधार पर कोई भी चीज, कोई भी रिसर्च न कराए। उसका खुद का अपना आइडियोलॉग होना चाहिए और खुद के एक परसेप्शन होने चाहिए और उसके आधार पर न्यूट्रलिटी के साथ पूरे तरीके से किसी भी रिसर्च की तरफ जाए, चाहे वो सोशल मीडिया के क्षेत्र हो चाहे दूसरे माध्यम हो। वहां पर भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा, तो मैं जितने भी वाइस चांसलर्स हैं या जो दूसरे लोग हैं मैं उनसे जरूर यह अपील करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मैं एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल पद पे रह चुका हूँ, कि वो सरकार की भाषा न बोलें और सरकार की चीजों पर ज्यादा अनुसरण न करें, क्योंकि सरकार जो है वो अपने हिसाब से डेटा तैयार करती है, चाहे वो दुनिया की कोई भी सरकार हो। तो इसलिए मेरा यह मानना है कि चाहे किसी भी तरीके के हम रिसर्च के एरिया में कार्य कर रहे हैं तो हमारी इंडिपेंडेंट सोच होनी चाहिए, ग्रास रूट लेवल पे हमारी रिसर्च होनी चाहिए और उसके माध्यम से कोई परसेप्शंस और कोई भी हम रिजल्ट की ओर जाएं और उसे ही हम पब्लिश करें, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारे बड़े समाज का एकेडमिक जो दायित्व है उसका भी उसके कर्तव्य और जो है वो भी प्रतिपूर्ति होगी और हम सही चीजों को समाज में राष्ट्र के लिए कन्वे कर पाएंगे। तो इन सारी चीजों के साथ मैं एक बार पुनः मैडम शर्मा और प्रोफेसर लाल सर और पूरे विश्वविद्यालय परिवार का मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि मैं ज्यादा समय लिया होऊंगा, तो क्षमा करेंगे। आप
चलिए
धन्यवाद
सर। चलिए कन्हैया सर धन्यवाद और कन्हैया सर धन्यवाद। और हम मैं चाहूंगा कि जो फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड मेथोडोलॉजी की डायरेक्टर हैं प्रोफेसर मंजू शर्मा जी, वो अपना जो है आपके इस प्रस्तुति पर अपनी राय संक्षेप में रख सकते हैं तो रखें।
अवश्य अवश्य, वेलकम वेलकम।
मैडम अपने को अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। यस जी मैडम, यस।
नमस्कार सभी को। और कन्हैया सर का अच्छा वक्तव्य था, बहुत अच्छा बोल रहे थे। और मीडिया के लिए जो एक मजबूरियां और एक सरकार की मजबूरी क्या होती है, कैसे उसको करना पड़ता है, इन सब का बहुत, मैं पूरा तो आपका नहीं सुन पाई थी अभी, मगर जो जितना भी मैंने सुना अभी ऐड में, तो बहुत अच्छा प्रस्तुति आपका था, बहुत अच्छा है और इससे सीखने को मिला है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच। अगर कोई सवाल भी होंगे तो जरूर मैं चाहूंगा। वेलकम।
If anyone has any query, any delegates, any viewer, any participants, if you have
any question, you can.
Yes, if you have any question, please write in the chat box. Anyone? No question, sir. Just please be with us. हम लोग के साथ
डॉक्टर सुभाष जी, मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने हमें इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बात करने के लिए कहा।
नहीं, ये तो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग विश्वविद्यालय के कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी, सीवी रमन चेयर और बाकी लोगों का ये डिसीजन था किन गेस्ट को बुलाना है, किस मुद्दे पर बोलना है, क्या करना है। हम लोग आपके आभारी हैं सर। आप हम लोग के साथ जुड़े रहिए। अभी हमारे साथ एक दूसरे वक्ता आने वाले हैं, हम उनको अभी आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं जी।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Now it is time to invite Dr. Kirandeep Singh sir. Dr. Kirandeep Singh, please open your webcam. Dr. Kirandeep Singh.
Yes sir.
Yes.
Am I audible sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, first of all, very good afternoon to all the
please, just wait please.
And I am very thankful.
Sir, Kirandeep sir, please wait. I am giving you a brief introduction.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, sir.
Kirandeep Singh is PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, and he has vast research of teaching, research, and other aspects of computer science and engineering. He has secured flock count based optimum utilization of optical resources under the guidance of Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sood, who is PhD from IIT Roorkee, also Professor NIT Kurukshetra, Haryana. So we are very much delighted to listen you, and I hope that the topic going to discuss will be more emergent and will be very much beneficial for all the delegates and participants. So now, Dr. Kirandeep Singh, please start your delivery, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So first of all, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries over here and all the participants and all the delegates. And
Yes,
I'm very thankful for.
just on your camera, please. You on your camera.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Sir, actually, I'm on the way. That is why the connection is very poor. So that is why I'm going to off my camera. So if you
Okay, no problem.
permit
No
me.
problem. Okay, okay.
Okay. So, so today my topic is regarding. So as this conference is going on topic of data analytics part of the spatial data and the new startups. So even I have prepared the PPT, but I'm not getting any option over here to upload my PPT because I'm handling through the phone. So if you don't mind, like I will cover all the topics because these are very interesting things. Like because when we are talking about the new startups, so we should know in new startups what are the technologies which are going to help you out. So
Okay, continue, please. No
okay.
problem.
So first of all, I will cover with the help of like the topic like the disruptive technologies, which we are going to cover like what is AI, artificial intelligence, what is IoT, what is machine learning, and what is cloud computing. So based on that all the dignities and all the like delegates, they will able to know like how they can use all these technologies when they are having a startup in these area, and while they are doing some research work on the data analytics part, and then how it is being helpful there. So first of all, I would like to say like the meaning of AI. So everything, if we want like everything that should be with having the human intelligence. So if you're going to make any machine which is having human like intelligence, so it means we are incorporating in AI, artificial intelligence, in that. And now the question arises how we can do it. So the answer is we can do with the help of machine learning, because delegates, because they are very new in the research, and they are not opting like what is machine learning, what is AI, and they are taking as a different parts. But the interesting thing is AI is nothing but because with the help of machine learning, your A is going to be happen. So machine learning so means we are going to make a machine to be learning from the environment. If a machine is going to learn from the environment and then it is able to take some decisions, and or a machine is going to tell us something about the forecasting and prediction, so that is the main task of machine learning. And with this, while we are doing and diving into the deep, so because earlier machine learning was happening only with the data analytics part, but now we are covering some new topics in which we are dealing with the real time data, where the data is very fast, and we can say this is the big data. And even we are having object detection system, where we are having motion like of things, and for that we are using deep learning. So deep learning and machine learning, you can say deep learning is a subset or it is a specialization of machine learning. And with the help of these technologies, AI is going to be sustainable. Because if you remember in 1960s when AI was there, and even in our BTech, so when I was in BTech in 2002, so at that time in second year the AI concept was there. But now we have seen like after 15 years, or means after 15, so AI has, there is a huge boom in that. So why it is so? So it is just because cloud computing has come at that time, because cloud computing was introduced in 2008, and with the help of cloud computing, machine learning were boosted so much because the infrastructure which is provided by the cloud computing. So now it's accessible to all over the world, and that is why these kind of technologies like machine learning and deep learning, they can make things very simple happening. So this is a basic thing. So when we are talking about the startup, so in startup, so now we can start. So we can start with the help of the analytic part of deep learning or analytic part of machine learning. And when we are talking about the types of machine learning, so we are getting basically three types. So one is a supervised machine learning, one is a unsupervised machine learning, and another is a reinforcement machine learning. So in supervised machine learning, what we are having, so the thing is, we have some data. In machine learning, we have some data, and based on that data, we are going to predict the new things. So how we are going to predict the new things? Because the old thing, what we are getting in the terms of data, we are going to fed into the machine, and with the help of some algorithms, we are training our machine. And after when our machine is get trained, now our machine is able to tell about the answer or output of the new data. So when we are doing such kind of thing with the help of previous data, which is having some labels also, so then it is called, this is supervised learning. In supervised learning, basically we are having labels, and based on those labels, we are going to predict the new things. And when we are talking about the unsupervised learning, so in unsupervised learning, we are having the data only, and based on that data, we are going to infer the new things. And new things in the form of clustering, in the form of like recommendation system, or based on that, we are going to predict in unsupervised learning. And another form which is having reinforcement learning. So it is very popular because we all are now having a tech savvy, and we are also playing some games also. So in games, what we have, whenever we are going to win the game, we are getting some rewards. And based on that concept only, this concept is there. So means we are going to learn a machine, we are making a machine to learn from the environment, and in this environment we are we are providing some rewards and with the penalty also. So with the penalty, a machine is going to learn like these things are useful for them, and these are not useful for them. So this is all about we say what are the kinds of machine learning. And now the question is where we can implement these machine learning, and from where we can get the data. So nowadays there are so many websites which are having the data, but the thing is how nowadays how the data is being produced. So nowadays the data is being produced with the help of IoT technology. So no, you might know what is the role of IoT. Even IoT is everywhere. IoT means any machine or anything which you are going to connect with the internet, and you can operate that machine. That is IoT. So nowadays in the say in the sector of healthcare or in space sector, in every sector you see there are IoT concept is there, where you are having some sensors and you are getting real time data. Now the question is, what do we do with this real time data? So with this real time data, when we are collected this real time data, so we are storing this data on the cloud. So now you see how these technologies are interrelated, because I'm talking about the AI, I'm talking about machine learning, even I'm talking about the cloud computing. So now you see with the help of IoT devices, we are collecting the data, and when we are going to analytics part, it is having the part of machine learning, and once it is decision making, and then it's come as a AI. Now the question is, when the data is being collected, so where it is to be stored, because we are having sensors and which are distributed geographically. So these geographically sensors, when they are distributed, so how they are going to collect the data? So the answer is they are going to collect the data with the help of cloud computing. So in cloud computing, we are getting processors, we are getting storage, we are getting network, everything we are getting as a service. And this service is provided to us in the form of virtualization. So when we are getting all the things in that way, so it's very easy to do some analytic part. So this is all about that. And with this, I'm going to conclude that if anyone is going to having a startup kind of thing, so startup kind of thing can be done with the help of IoT devices. So you can create your IoT devices, because one of our team of students, so what they have done, so they have created one, like you might have listened kabadi wala. So they have created one app with the help of IoT and with the help of cloud computing. So this app is very helpful. So in this way, when we are talking about the startup, so there are so many areas in healthcare or in the like uh, smart city application. So there are so many areas where you can do some startups, and in these startups you are in need of such technologies. So you might aware of these technologies, and these technologies are very easy to understand and very easy to grab the knowledge on this. So for this, if we are talking about machine learning, so then you can take the help of Python, because in Python language there are so many libraries available. So nothing to do with your all. So what you have to learn only those libraries, like how they are getting the data and how they are computing some results. So with this only you are getting some insights from the data. And if you're talking about the cloud computing, so there are main giants like AWS, Azure is there. So these giants are helpful, which are nowadays which are giving a free kind of training. So if the students are getting free kind of training, they can do research work also. So in research work, if you want to get the data, so Kaggle platform is there. From this platform, you can get the so many data, and even the performance and even the answers and the solutions are also available. And based on those performance evaluations, so you can learn from these and you can improve these also. So with this all, I am very thankful to all the dignitaries and all the providers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the disruptive technologies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor Kirandeep Singh ji. I hope you are on way to Punjab.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. So, uh, figure is not a issue. Issue is the talent and the things as you are wishing to you have put very successfully. And I hope that this correlation between the artificial intelligence, data analytics, other aspects, and its practical applications in the sense of machine learning is going to be a very, very relevant fact for all the viewers, all the researchers, and all the students also. So again, a lot of thanks to you. Thanks a lot. Now it is
Thank you, sir.
time. Now it is time to invite Nivedita Bhaumik. She is a student of BA Journalism. Nivedita Bhaumik, and I request Dr. Dilip Kumarji from IMC Jaipur that kindly place this student and evaluate the performance. This is our first year student of journalism. Nivedita Bhaumik, you are invited with your presentation, role of new media in the prevention of pandemic. You have taken this topic. Nivedita Bhaumik. Just a minute, please. Then Anushka Sankar, Nivedita Bhaumik.
Sir, Nivedita will be joined soon within 2-3 minutes. There is some technical error. It is working on.
Technical team, please help to Nivedita Bhaumik. Also connect with PhD scholar Naira Shah. Technical team, please solve the technical issue. Dr. Vijay Singh, what is the problem actually? I hope Divyanshi, Sivyanshi, Khushi Jain, Chanchal Gupta, BCA 6M, they are present here. We are extremely sorry for interruption due to some technical error.
No issue, sir.
Sir, it's just starting in a few seconds, please.
Yes, this is Nivedita Bhaumik.
I'm really sorry, sir. There was a technical error.
It's okay, Diksha. Go ahead. Be confident and present your paper.
Okay.
All the best.
Namaste, all the higher dignitaries, all the guests present over here, all the faculty members, and my dear Javians. I am Javian Nivedita Bhomik, pursuing BA Journalism from the Faculty of Education and Methodology from this esteemed university, that is Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. And today my topic is role of social media in the prevention of pandemic. Where is the presentation?
Yes, you share your PPT if you have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nivedita, if you haven't right now PPT in a presentation mode, you can elaborate yourself by your own. That is not an issue.
Gunjan Rupani. Gunjan Rupani. What problem they are facing actually?
Is the screen visible?
Hello.
Yeah, very much.
Okay, I'm really sorry, sir, because of technical error. Okay, so I'm Nivedita Bhomik, pursuing BA Journalism from the Faculty of Education and Methodology from this esteemed university, that is Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. And today my topic is role of social media in prevention of pandemic.
Nivedita, what
Yes,
is the
sir.
name of your department?
Department of Journalism.
So you should say that also. Okay, continue please.
Yes, sir. And before starting the presentation, sir, I would like to thank you all the higher dignitaries and all the guests and all my faculty members to give me this chance of presenting this PPT in this topic in front of you all. So thank you so much, sir. Well, as because my topic is the role of social media in prevention of pandemic, so let's start with the definition of social media. So social media is an internet-based form of communication, or we can say it is a computer-based form of technology, and which allow users to have conversation, to interact with the people, and to share information and to create web content. So let's divide the social media term into two parts. First is social part, that refers to the interacting with other people by sharing information with them and receiving information from them. And the second one is media part, that refers to an instrument of communication like the internet, because without internet we can't use the social media platform. Some of the examples of social media are Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, Pinterest, and etc. Now here we can see the very popular social media platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, and so on. Now coming to the types of social media platforms and formats. So first format of social media is social audio platforms and formats. This is basically related to the audio, where we can hear the live conversation on any topic. Examples are Twitter Spaces, Spotify, Google Podcast, etc. Second one is video social media platforms and formats, where we can see the long, large, and the small formats. The best example is YouTube, TikTok, Instagram Stories, Reels, Facebook Watch, etc. Third one is disappearing content formats, where we put the stories and it get disappeared within 24 hours. And the examples are Instagram Stories, Facebook Stories, LinkedIn Stories. Fourth one is discussion forums, where the social media platform where we can discuss about any topic. The best example is Quora, as because we can put up questions and we can answer the questions. Basically, we can discuss on any topic. Next one is shoppable social media platforms and features, where we can shop. And the examples are Facebook shops, Instagram shops, Shopify, etc. Sixth one is social media live streams, where we can go live. YouTube live, Instagram live, Facebook live. Business social media platforms is related to business, and it is basically for the professional one. The best example is LinkedIn and Twitter as well. The eighth one is inspirational social media platform, where we got the inspirational quotes, stories, we can write blogs. So these are the some formats of social media platforms. Now coming to the importance of social media, that what is the importance of social media in our day-to-day life as well as for the business purpose. So for the individuals, it helps us to stay connected with friends and family, to share our life, to stay updated with current news and events, to share opinion or feedback, to find new people or friends, to find entertaining content. And second is for the business purpose. If I'm having a brand, or if I'm having a business, I can build my brand in social media platform very easily by brand building. We can grow our business in social media platform. We can communicate with our customers very easily.
we can research, like what we call as market research. We can do the research that what our customers need, what they want, if they are having any kind of problem with our product or anything else. So we can research it. And the last one is advertising. So if we want to build our brand, if we want to grow our business, then we can do advertisement in social media platform, which grow our market. Next, we can see the graph. In the left side, it is the worldwide graph in which the leading social media platform is Facebook, then YouTube, then WhatsApp, then Instagram, and so on. And in the right side, we can see the leading social media sites across India in May 2021, which is the leading one is Facebook, second one is Insta, third one is YouTube, and then Twitter and Pinterest and LinkedIn. Now, as the topic is role of social media in pandemic, so let's understand what is pandemic. So a pandemic is an epidemic of an infectious disease that is spread across a large region, for instance, multiple continents. Simply, when an infectious disease spread over worldwide or spread over a large region, then that is what we call as pandemic. And the recent pandemic that we have gone through, and that is what we call, that is the new pandemic, that is the first ever pandemic that we have faced in the social media era, is COVID-19, what we call as coronavirus. So coronavirus disease is an infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2. That is, SARS means severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2. COVID-19 is a pandemic that has hit the entire world when no one anticipated it. So India reported the first confirmed case of the coronavirus infection on 30th January in the state of Kerala. Well, the virus can spread from an infected person's mouth or nose in small particles when they cough, sneeze, speak, sing, or breathe. But here the fact is, not all the person get seriously ill because of this virus, because it totally depends upon the immune system of a person. If a person is seriously ill and they're having any kind of disease like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic respiratory disease, cancer, and things like that, so they they're more likely to develop serious illness. But if a person is having a healthy lifestyle and he or she is not suffering from any of the diseases, then he or she will be cured from this disease very easily. So here we can see in the left side is the worldwide graph, where we can see the cases of COVID-19 from January 2020 up to April 2022. And we can see in the right side here the countries, and here the number of cases. And in the right side we can see the India's cases, where and this is the India's cases from the March 2020 up to May 2021. And we can see the rise in the cases from September 20, and again decrease, and again in the rise of the cases from March 2021. Now the topic, that is role of social media in prevention of pandemic. Well, social media has always been applauded and criticized for various reasons, because there is always a positive as well as a negative side of anything. But the fact is, we cannot communicate with each other effectively without social media today, because in 1913 people also survived through the flu pandemic, but that was not the era of social media. But the COVID-19 was the era of social media, which helped people to communicate with each other very easily and to pass information from one place to another. Here we can see the usage of social media platform for seeking pandemic information. Here we can see the graph of WhatsApp, Insta, YouTube, Facebook. And the next one is completely maximum use of social media in the graph, which is the blue one, to moderate degree, which is the orange one, and not at all one is in a very small number, which shows that people use in a wide range of social media during the pandemic. Now coming to the positive impact of social media during pandemic. So first one is a source of information. Social media platform gives people a chance to have information that what is happening in a worldwide, what is happening in the current scenario about cases, about everything, about news actually. The second one is social support and health information. If any person needs any kind of support during the tough time like pandemic, so they can raise their hands in the social media platform, and government as well as the public definitely help them. And if any person needs any kind of health related information about the pandemic, that how to face those time, so they can ask question in the social media platform. The third one is an influence on public response to the outbreak. As because the response of public is the very, plays a very vital role in this kind of tough time. So in social media platform, we can put our point of view. We can share our own views in the social media platform. The fourth one is a marketing platform. As because there was a lockdown, there were no business offline, but this is the best thing about for the businessman who just do their online marketing. The fifth one is a powerful way to bring positivity to a scary time, and mental health programs, videos of relaxation. Because of the pandemic, many people got they got panic, and they have to face a lot of things. But at that time, social media plays an important role, because many of the people just post some of the positive videos and the motivational videos, which helps them to motivate at that time. Now coming to the negative impact of social media during pandemic. In today's world, information is spread very quickly through a variety of social media platforms, and we all know that we can share any of the news, whether it is true or false. In social media, it will spread very quickly. So, because of this, there was a widespread panic among the citizens, and because of this, many people gone through the wrong medication and false rumors. Many citizens bought excessive supplies of masks, hand sanitizer, and food because of such rumors. So, which ultimately led to the shortage of these supplies, which severely impacted the economy, led to an increased price. So, my conclusion is I believe that social media should be kept under watch by the government in certain aspects when it comes to spreading information about the pandemics like COVID-19. So, if regulated properly, we can avoid mass panic and will be able to survive these kind of pandemic as one, as unity. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you so much.
If anyone asks any question to Nivedita, is it okay, sir? Professor Lal, Professor Sharma? Can anybody ask the question to Nivedita?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Nivedita, during the COVID, how social media helps to public? Do you have any examples?
Yes, ma'am, I have an example, because due to COVID, many people have to suffer from like poverty, and they have no option. Like they need food, mask, sanitizers, and everything. So in social media platform, there are a lot of group of people, like organization we can say. So they used to help those people. They used to give them food and other things that is needed in the tough times of pandemic. So this is one of the examples.
Okay. Yes.
Anyone else want to ask any question? No. Okay.
Good, nice presentation. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Nivedita, yes, Nivedita, very nice presentation, and very well prepared.
With confidence. Good.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very nice. You have already been given this term, very nice, and I am appreciating very nice. So, Nivedita, go ahead and continue your good work for future.
Thank
Now,
you so much, sir.
Naira Saab from Jammu, PhD scholar, is trying to connect, but she is not connecting. So, when she will be connected, we will be giving her the appropriate timing. Now, Anushka Sankar, she is from BA Journalism 6M. Anushka Sankar. Anushka Sankar. Are you getting our voice? Anushka?
Yes, sir, she is coming.
Concerned mentor teachers are requested that when your students are trying to connect, please help
Namaste,
them.
sir.
Namaskar, everyone, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our honorable chairperson, ma'am, honorable CEO, advisors of all high dignitaries, and all the guests present here. I, Anushka Sankar, pursuing BA Journalism from the Faculty of Education and Methodology under the Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today I am here to present on the topic involvement of media in the promotion.
Your PPTs should be shared by you.
Yes,
and it is
yes, ma'am.
Google at Dr. Dilip Kumar sir is monitoring your presentation.
Yes.
You are very much lucky that your presentation is being observed by a very important academic wizard. He is in a IIMC in Jammu Center. And I hope that Dr. Kamles Gotamji is also here. Dr. Kamles.
Sir, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, it is visible. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, today I'm here to present on the topic involvement of media in the promotion of Make in India and Skill India mission. So, my presentation contains abstract, introduction, media for Make in India campaign, media for Skill India mission, disadvantage, and the conclusion. So, my abstract says, in this presentation, you will get to know how the media is involved in the promotion of Make in India and the Skill India mission. We all know today media has a role on our life in some ways. Each and everything which media says or shows left a remarkable effect on our life. By taking the advantage of this feature of media, the government of India is promoting its most ambitious project, that is Make in India and Skill India mission. Now, knowing about Make in India, we all are familiar with the word Make in India. On 25th September 2014, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a program popularly known as Make in India. Make in India is a major national program of the government of India, which main motto is to attract investment from all over the world and to strengthen India's manufacturing sector. Under Make in India campaign, government plans to develop, manufacture, and assemble products. By the reports, after the launch, India gave investment commitment worth rupees 16.40 lakh crore, that is 220 billion US dollar, and investment inquiries worth of rupees 1.5 lakh crore, that is 20 billion US dollar between September 2014 to February 2016. And this helped India to emerge as the top destination globally in 2015 for foreign direct investment, that is FDI. Now, Skill India mission to Make in India mission turns into reality. The government first need to skill the population of the country. So, in the year 2015, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched another program named as Skill India mission. Through this mission, the government of India wants India to become Atmanirbhar, that is self-reliant. Under this campaign, the government has aimed to train 40 crore people in India in various skills by 2022. The Skill India mission aims to bridge the gap between industry demand and the skill requirements, and this will improve employment rate in the country. Now, coming to the involvement of media in the promotion of Make in India and the Skill India mission. Media has always gave its hand out to promote these missions in each and every possible way, to convey the message which our Prime Minister wants to give to country's population and to create awareness among them about these missions. The media helped a lot to take these missions a long way forward. Now, how media promoted Make in India campaign. From the launch of the mission till today, media has always tried to make a good impression of the mission in the eye of public by promoting it in every possible way. On the day of launch ceremony, many news channels like DD National, India TV, Z News were continuously telecasting live from the launch ceremony so that public can get all the minute details of the ceremony. The mission was promoted by the media through news, stories, advertisements that are broadcasted and printed on newspapers, telecasted on radio and televisions. And media has always shared the success of the mission to the public through its news stories. Like when the space shuttle, which was totally developed, manufactured and assembled in India, when it was successfully tested, the media shared this story to the whole world to make people aware of the success of the Make in India campaign. And similarly, we have seen so many debate and talk shows on our news channels in which they share information about Make in India campaign. We have also heard Sudhir Chaudhary on the topic hashtag Make in India Muhim ko Vishal Jan Samarthan in his popular show DNA, which make people much more aware of these missions. Now, who don't know the famous Amul girl? From your childhood to our childhood, we have seen this cartoon character who always try to share some stories through its cartoonistic way, and always get success to leave some impact through its content. In the same way, it also promoted Make in India mission to the public in the public eyes. Like in the picture, we can see Make in India, Make in India as Makhat India. And as the results come in the form of worldwide success of Make in India campaign, which includes reports saying that Make in India program received huge response from all over the part of world. India brand value.
Anushka, please conclude your presentation, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now about the Skill India movement, the way through which media promoted the Make in India campaign, in the same way it promoted the Skill India mission, that is through news stories, general advertisement, etc. We have also heard the Skill India anthem, and the success of the Skill India can be seen from the ad song from Chalo Kaam Kare to Fark Dikh Raha Hai. We have also heard Sachin Tendulkar saying, I support Skill India, Kaushal Bharat, Kushal Bharat. And many advertisement songs like Humse Behtar Hum, showing Atmanirbhar Bharat, was also released by Mankind Pharma to show the success of the Skill India mission. And the biggest success of Skill India and Make in India was witnessed at the time of COVID. We have registered 80 crore vaccine, more than 80 crore vaccines, and Arogya Setu app, My GOV Corona Help Desk, and COVID portal also help people. And Covishield, Covaxin, and DNA-based Jaipur is a result of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And in the same way, the social media also has also helped these missions. The social media gave these missions a platform to connect with the people directly, and so that people get more engaged.
Anushka, you conclude your presentation.
Okay, sir.
We are running 1.5 hours late.
Sorry, sir. So now on the conclusion, this presentation shows how media became a pillar to strengthen the Make in India and Skill India mission. Media always helped to make people aware of these missions by advertisement, showing news about them on news channels and social media sites. In short, we can say that media has always been proved as a strong pillar in the promotion and success of both the campaigns. Thank you so much, sir, for your attention throughout the presentation.
Thank you, Anushka. Your topic is a wonderful. I think there were enough inputs as well. Wonderful. Is there any question if Professor Lal, if you allow us to take a question or two.
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Please, please. You are
Any
very
question to Anushka, because very much relevant and very much even meaningful presentation she has given right now.
I
Any
have a question,
questions?
sir. I have a
Please.
question. Anushka, tell me, what are the sources of your research as per your presentation?
Ma'am, my main sources are I have got all the things from internet, from the official site of Indian Brand Equity Foundation, Wikipedia, makeinindia.com, Techopedia, Tech and Herald. These are the main sources of my research.
Anushka, just I want to give you some inputs if your mentor will listen me. Uh, Try to focus on research methodology kind of part, so that you can easily incorporate the research design kind of procedure in a particular format of any research paper. But as per UG student, you have done wonderful. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
okay. So thank you, Anushka. Now there is a request by the organizing team of this conference that we have a big list of presentators, and all the presentators who are coming just after this presentation are requested that please you put your facts in nutshell, because your session chairs are also supposed to have some time limitations, as well as you are supposed to give space for the coming participants to put their fact. So your presentation should be in nutshell, in brief, and in meaningful manner. This is the formal information for all the participants who are just coming to give their presentation. Now, Gunjan Rupani, you are given maximum 5 minutes. BA Journalism, Gunjan Rupani. Then Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal. If you have any technical problem, then we are proceeding further. Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal. Oh, no.
Namaste to Honorable Advisor Sir, Chairperson Ma'am,
Yes.
invited guests, and all high dignitaries present over here. I, Jagan Kunjan Rupani, pursuing BA Journalism third year from the Department of Journalism under the Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today I am here to present my PPT on the topic role of new media in prevention of pandemic.
You have maximum 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, yes.
So abstract. This study focuses on how social media help during the time of pandemic. For example, for health, for studies, for those who have been fired from their jobs to do work from home. Media works as a bridge between government and society. In this crisis, the media played a very significant role in making people aware about the situation and encouraging them to do positive action. It is very important to reflect actual honest facts, informing the public with accuracy and objectivity, and without causing any distress, whilst in cooperation with the global health institution. The role of the media was greatly evidenced at the time of the pandemic, when we met through the crisis by raising public awareness about the importance of wearing masks, maintaining social distance, and taking care of hand and body hygiene. Now, introduction. The coronavirus infection has spread to almost the entire world, leading to a heavy loss of human lives. At beginning of 2020 studies on social media about COVID-19 pandemic has attracted a lot of research, taking outlook in terms of investigation. This pandemic has influenced the interaction of the population. Social media has been a good medium at the time of COVID who helped in every way. Now, what is coronavirus? Coronavirus disease is an infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2. Most people infected with the virus will experience mild to moderate respiratory illness, recover without requiring special treatment. However, some will require special treatment. This virus spread from person to person. Best way to protect yourself to get vaccinated, follow guidelines, wear mask, use sanitizer, and many more. So, how does coronavirus spread? This virus particles released into the air. It is spread through breath, talk, laugh, sing, cough, etc. The virus can also spread in poorly ventilated or crowded area. These are some pictures in which we can see that how coronavirus is spread through touching surface, direct or indirect contact, cough, or this slide is showing the symptoms of coronavirus. If a person has any of these symptoms, then that is corona positive. Now, what is media?
चल आ जाइए आप कंक्लूजन पर आइए. Come on the conclusion, please.
What is social media?
No. You come on
Just-
the conclusion, Rupani. Gunjan Rupani, come on the
This
conclusion.
presentation shows that how new media supports people during the time of pandemic. The media stood with us like a shadow. Media supported in every way, like providing every second's information, online registration for vaccination dose, precaution information, online payment. They provide online classes, which help us a lot and to the students. People were connected to each other even after being away from each other. Social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, WhatsApp, YouTube, etc. These are helped us a lot with information like how to strengthen the immune system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilip sir. Have you any comment for this scholar, this student?
It's fair enough because these are the UG students. Now we can't expect intense research kind of work from the student side, but honest effort is a very much appreciable, and credit goes to you people, sir.
Definitely. Thank you very much for your such a very nice remarks.
Thank you so much, sir.
All the best.
Now, Sakshi Lakhutia and Tanya Agarwal. Dr. Kamles Gotamji, please unmute yourself and on your video. Dr. Kamles Gotamji. Dr. Kamles Gotamji. I hope he is not getting me. Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal. Technical team, please. Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal. Yeah. You are given 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor Sir, and all the dignitaries present over here. This is me, Sakshi Lakhotia, and I, Tanya Agarwal, pursuing Bachelor of Technology in Computer Science, Department of Science and Technology from the Faculty of Education Methodology. Today, I am here to give a presentation of geospatial data analysis and ML perspective.
Your session is being chaired by Dr. Kamles Gotamji, but I don't know why he is not getting me. He is not listening. Dr. Kamles Gotamji. Anyway, you continue, please. Yes, it is visible.
Sir, is this visible?
Yes. It's completely visible.
Okay. In this PPT, we have abstract, introduction, fundamental principle, conclusion, and reference. So let's start with abstract. In the past decades, machine learning has given many technologies like self-driving cars, face recognitions, etc. With the help of machine learning and GIS, we can solve complex problems. Introduction. In this growing world,
We need to collect, process, and manage the spatial information. The spatial data is a key point of visualization, current location, and enhancing the delivery services. On the other hand, the machine learning technique has come to attention of the many scientists in various fields in order to manage, enhance the data, and GIS is one of these fields. Next, fundamental principles. That is, first is machine learning. Machine learning is a branch of AI and computer science which focus on the use of data and algorithm to imitate the way the humans learn and improving its accuracy. There are of three types: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement. In the supervised machine learning, data scientists apply algorithms with labeled training data. Unsupervised, in this type of machine learning, data scientists unlabeled data. Reinforcement. It teaches a machine to a complete multi-step processor. That next is machine algorithm. There are large number of machine algorithms available. Choosing the optimal algo for a specific problem is dependent on speed, accuracy, and time. For GIS, time is important.
Now, GIS. It stands for Geographic Information System. It is used to create, manages, analyze all type of data. It improves communication. Now, next topic is urbanization. It is the movement of people from rural to urban areas. As per report, more people live in urban than rural area. Advantages of urbanizations are removed unemployment and transportation. Now, next topic is megacities. It refers to metropolitan areas with total populations of more than 10 million people. For example, Tokyo, Delhi, Beijing, etc. Megacities affects the variety of living conditions for citizens, for example, stress level, traffic jams, and health risks, etc. Now, conclude my session by merging GIS and ML. It helps to reduce the cost of spatial information by reducing time. By the help of ML and GIS technology, it is easy to monitor and observe the consequences of megacities development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anyone has any question, please write in the chat box. On the presentation of Sakshi Lakhoti and Tanya Agarwal. No question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Chanchal Jadia and Priya Saran. Chanchal Jadia and Priya Saran. Are they present, please? Chanchal Jadia and Priya Saran. Osika Tomar, BA Journalism 6M. Priyanshi Rathore and Riya Jaiswal and Silpi.
Namaste. Honorable
Yes,
Chairperson.
you are given only 5 minutes. You have to present the main point of your PPT. Please.
Okay, sir. IJV Naushika Tomar, pursuing BA Journalism, Faculty of Methodology and Science. My topic is role of information technology in print media and electronic media. These contents are abstract information technology, print media, electronic media, online journalism, benefits of IT in journalism, drawbacks of IT in journalism, and then conclusion.
You share
So,
your PPT.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. So, very firstly, I'm telling about my abstract. At the beginning of new era, technology changes are remarkable development in the technology of communication, and all this development called as a global village. This includes the evaluation of the previous existing technologies and information technology revolutionized the media industry. Along with this advancement of technology, the news media industry is also growing fast.
The information revolution can be sent instantly to any corner of the world. Publication of centralized newspaper and magazines, large data storage, audio diagrams, video visuals, printing and animations is become possible only through the rapid technology. So there's information technology. Information technology is the use of any computer storage, networking, and other physical device in infrastructure and process to create, process, store, secure, and exchange all forms of electronic data. There is the role of information technology. It provides the means to develop, process, analyze, exchange, store, and secure information. There's a points of a role of information technology: editing and made by an electronic, video conferencing, holding meetings, transferring files and texting messages, animation, animation on computer basis. So other one is print media. Print media is one of the earliest medium of communication to public. Newspaper, magazine, monthline, and some other printed periodicals are called print media. Here is electronic media. Electronic media is a type of medium of communicate with public through any electronic device for the audience viewing. Unlike static media, electronic media is broadcasted to the viewer community. Benefits of IT in journalism. What updated news or information. What news and information you see is up to date. You can see or get easily whatever you want just with one search. Digital news media provides you relevant content as per your preference, and all this matter you can access with easy everywhere at any time of the day. And the drawback of IT journalism. Drawback of IT in journalism. Fake content. The spread of unfounded rumors or fake news hits a wider part of global population when it circulates through the digital media. This affects viewers badly and results become dangerous. So now, lastly, I'm on my conclusion. So everything has two sides, as same as information technology and online journalism, as well as two sides of itself. One is good and other second is bad, and as usually it depends on the user of the thing that what side they want to see or use. In the era of information technology, the introduction of information technology is the con- in the country has improved the news media industry at different levels. News media industry is through this new technology now growing faster and realizing the importance of information technology. In other hands, there are also some demerits of information technology and which affecting the affecting and misleading at the global level. Thank you.
Yes, it was good presentation. Dr. Dilip, please comment. Dr.
Yeah,
Dilip, sir.
it's a wonderful presentation, and I wish you all the luck for the near future, where you can understand the entire ABCD of research, and then after that you will be a better journalist in near future. Thank you, and all the
Thank you.
best.
And one thing I would like to share, sir, that even we have, omitted our first year student for the research paper writing and presentation. Still, they are so, excited that they are writing research papers and they are giving presentation also.
It's a
So,
it's a good sign, sir. As you know, it's a need of the time, because now in these days there is a credibility question in a journalism field, and that will be so even constructive way for the budding journalist. So it's a very, 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 very much meaningful and wonderful. And I wish you all the luck, these budding journalists, so that the meaningful journalist will come in the society, and society will shape in such a constructive manner. And when the society will shape such a constructive manner, definitely the country will become very soon Vishwaguru. So all the luck.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your best wishes for our students. Now, again, I am calling Priya Saran and Chanchal Jadia. Priya Saran, they are not. Priyansi Rathore and Riya Jaiswal and Silpi. Bhavana Singh and Prachi Devi.
Sir, actually, Shivanshi, Divanshi, and Khushi ji here.
Please, all the students who have been listed for presentation or they have been selected for presentation are requested that immediately you have to join without waiting, without consuming the time. So, I hope Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal are present there. Sakshi Lakhotia and Tanya Agarwal.
Sir, they have presented already.
They have presented. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Priyansi Rathore, Riya Jaiswal and Silpi. Where are they?
They are in the queue.
They are present.
Yes, sir, they are in the queue.
They are trying to present.
Yes. Now, firstly, Priyansi Rathore, Riya Jaiswal and Silpi. Then Priyansi, then Divyansi and Sivyansi. Because I have already called to Divyansi and Sivyansi and they are joining late. Anyway, you start your presentation. Start. Divyansi, Sivyansi group, please give your presentation. Share your PPT.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor Sir, and all of the higher dignitaries present over here. This is me, Divyanshi.
This is me, Khushi Jain.
This is me, Sivyanshi, pursuing Bachelor in Computer Application from Department of Education, Science and Technology, Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today we are here to give you a presentation on coffee and startup. These are the topics which contains in the presentation. The first slide is about abstract. A startup is a newly formed company or business. Startups are increasingly emerging in and around India since last decade. People in India have been started coffee enterprises to increase the intensity of coffee intake. The majority of this business are effectively gaining hearts with each passing days. This slide is about what the startup means. The term startup refers to a company in the first stage of operation. Startup is a business enterprises in the form of private limited company, partnership, or was started less than 5 years ago and have annual turnover of less than 25 crore. These startups hire the best workers. The main goal of startup is hard to beat, a person who never give up. Now, in this slide, we will get to know about some popular startup area. Firstly, health sector, second, education sector, third, food sector, and fourth, IT sector. Now, I would like to call my batchmate Sivyanshi to continue this presentation.
Thank you. Let me tell you about some of the interesting facts about coffee and startup. India stands in the third place as the largest tech startups in the world. As we all know that new babies are born every 60 seconds, it appears that about 3 new startups arrive in the market every second. Coffee is one of the most consumed drinks in the world. Now, in this slide, we have presented 5 years data on startup. As it is clearly visible that how the startup has rapidly increased year by year. Just in last 3 years, the number of startups in space sectors had increased from 11 in 2019 to 47 in 2022.
Sir, now in this slide we have some survey around the world. According to the Startup Statistics for 2021, January 2020 experienced the highest number of searches for how to start a business. The study found that 111 people said that they were drinking more coffee when working from home, 51.4%, with only 29 people, 13.4% saying they drink less. Now I would like to call my batchmate Khushi to continue this presentation.
Thank you, Shivyanshi. In this slide, we have how startup a trump card. Every day at office are going to be motivating. Once you are working for somebody else, it will be tough to seek out the motivation to try to the simplest possible work, regardless of what proportion of work you set in. The owner of the corporate will get the final reward. When you are your own boss, you may find motivation at work on daily basis. You will be creative. It is up to you to come to a decision what your business will produce. See which services it will offer. We can take an example of a Shark Tank, as everyone know that it is a reality show. Every people come and present their startup idea and ask for the investment for purchasing their shares from Shark members. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that the golden rule I can think of is the fact that you must follow your passion and do something that will close to your heart. There's nothing called the right time to start a business. The right time is to find the idea you are passionate about. Thank you.
If anyone having any question, please write in the chat box after this presentation of these three students. I hope all are BCA final year students, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good presentation. Coffee and startup. We are listening since yesterday on this topic. Now, your presentation is over. Priyansi, next presentators are Priyansi Rathore, Riya Jaiswal and Silpi.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Rathore.
Yes, sir.
हाँ प्रियांशी राठौर और रिया जायसवाल है, क्यों नहीं जुड़ रहे हैं? Yes, please start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Namaste to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, and all dean dignitaries present over here. I, JP Priyanshi Rathore, pursuing Diploma in Computer Science from the Department of Science and Technology from Education of Faculty of Education and Methodology. My review paper title is Electrosense Big Data Network. Content: abstract interaction spectrum data as a service, spectrum issues in space information network, conclusion, references. Now comes to abstract. The rapid usage of mobile wireless devices, huge data traffic transmission, and the development of different technology have resulted in huge demand of radio spectrum band. So we introduced Electrosense network. It is a network to collect and analyze the spectrum data. It uses small radio sensor based on cheap commodity hardware and offers aggregated spectrum information over an open API. Now, I invite my partner Jayden Riya Jaiswal to present further slides. Thank you.
Namaste to Honorable Sir. Namaste to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor and CEO Sir, and all the higher dignitary present over here. I, Riya Jaiswal, pursuing Diploma in Computer Science. My topic is an Electrosense Big Data Data network. Introduction. Radio wave. The basically building block of radio wave. Radio wave is a types of electromagnetic. They have a frequency from a 300 gigahertz to as low as a 3 kilohertz and corresponding wavelength from 1 millimeter to 100 kilometer. Radio frequency. Radio frequency electronics and application which is include the radio and television broadcasting. Electromagnetic have a measurement by wavelength and a frequency. The Internet of Things. The Internet of Things.
Please move your PPT also.
Okay, sir. The Internet of Things IoT describe the network, physical object, things, and the sensor software and other technology for the purpose of the connecting and the exchange the data, other device and the system of the Internet. Electrosensor. The electrosense of the network is the cross in the analyze the data. It uses small radio, the sensor base hardware and of the spectrum information over the open the API. Radio spectrum. Radio spectrum is the reference that specifies the range of frequency of the electromagnetic energy that is used to communicate information, application,
Riya Jaiswal, you correlate your presentation with the PPT you are showing. You are reading something and you are showing something different. No. Your PPT is showing electrosense network, radio spectrum, but you are reading something different. There should be some correlation, what we are reading and what you are telling. आप कोरिलेट पीपीटी में जो दिख रहा है वही बात बताइए.
Yes sir. Yes sir.
दूसरा ही है.
My next topic is a spectrums as a service.
Yes.
Service model. We introduce an open spectrum data as a service model in which the spectrum data can be used server application, each of them with unique requirement. Application programmer interface API. This allows the service and the products of the communication with each other. Data is a flow of documents of interface. Security and privacy. Security and privacy, the secured data transmission from the sensor and proper sensor identification. Now I invite my partner Jayoti and Silpi Singh to present a further slide. Thank you, sir.
Namaste to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir and all Dean dignitary present over here. I, Jayoti Silpi Singh, pursuing Diploma in Computer Science from the Department of Science and Technology, Faculty of Education and Methodology. My topic is Satellite Communication Subsystem. Satellite communication subsystems are good at global wide areas, coverage via line of sight, wireless transmission. However, they do not work well for indoor communication and environment. The transmission rate of throughput is relatively low due to the quick long distance between the satellite and the satellite ground station or a ground user. Ground mobile cellular communication. The communication coverage is limited for rural and ocean areas due to the lack of infrastructure such as base station or access point. Low altitude stratospheric airship. Low altitude stratospheric airship and unmanned aerial vehicles communication subsystem have recently received increased attention for their flexibility, mobility, and quick development. And now conclusion for future world. Conclusion. Electrosense as a crowdsourced network provides solution to the problem associated with the large-scale spectrum monitoring and the resulting data deluge. The network user receive incentive means in terms of free data storage, readily available application and open API research. Thank you and have a nice day.
Very nice presentation. देखो मैं तो तुम लोगों को पता है मैं झूठी प्रशंसा नहीं करता हूँ. मैं तुम लोगों का टीचर भी रहा हूँ और आज कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुझे तुम लोगों को डिप्लोमा के छोटे बच्चे जो 10th पास करके ज्योति विद्यापीठ में कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग में पॉलिटेक्निक डिप्लोमा पढ़ने के लिए आए, अभी आप 2nd ईयर में हैं, आपके प्रेजेंटेशन को देख के मुझे मुकेश का वो पुराना गाना याद आ गया, जो जब सुबह हो ऐसी मतवाली तो शाम का आलम क्या होगा। आप इतने छोटे हैं और इतना सुंदर आप समझते हैं, इतना अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं। डेफिनेटली फ्यूचर यू आर गोइंग टू डू बेटर आफ्टर योर बीटेक एंड एमटेक. I hope that you will be, master of this specific field of, research, publication, presentation, patent, innovation, incubation, startup and others. Because, हमारे ज्योति विद्यापीठ के मिट्टी में ये चीजें समाहित है। यहाँ जो भी बच्चा पढ़ता है वो इस चीजों को समझता है। मुझे अच्छा लगा। I'm very much happy छोटे छोटे बच्चों का प्रेजेंटेशन देख के। Right, thank you very much for your for your daring approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to request for Chanchal Jia right now.
Yes, Chanchal Jadia. Priya Saran. Chanchal Jadia and Priya Saran, please. These two students are from BTech 4th semester, means 2nd year, and they are going to give presentation on greenhouse effect in multivariate time series data set for space weather data analytics. Yes, please start your presentation.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am and Advisor Sir. My name is Chanchal Devia. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am and Advisor Sir and all team dignitaries present here. My name is Chanchal Devia. I am BTech CSC student, 2nd year, Department of Science and Technology, Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today I am present my conference topic, Greenhouse Effect in Multivariate Time Series Database for Space Weather Data Analytics. The content will be abstract, what is greenhouse effect, causes of greenhouse effect, greenhouse gases, conclusion and reference. Abstract. The greenhouse effect is a process that occurs when energy from the planet Sun goes through its atmosphere and warms the planet's surface, but the atmosphere prevents the heat from the returning directly to the space, resulting in a warmer planet. Ozone layer. Ozone layer, one of the most important layer which prevent the Earth to the ultraviolet and other harmful rays. Incoming ultraviolet radiation easily passes through the glass walls of the greenhouse gases and is absorbed by the plants and hard surface inside. What is greenhouse effect? The greenhouse effect is when the sun energy reaches the earth atmosphere, some of it is reflected back to the space and some is absorbed and radiated by greenhouse gases. Some important term about greenhouse effect. Ozone layer. Ozone layer is found in the upper region of the stratosphere in protect us from harmful ultraviolet rays from the sun. With depletion of the ozone layer and entry of the harmful ultraviolet ray take place to the earth's surface, which lead to the skin cancer and also change the climate. Greenhouse Greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases are the gases that absorb the infrared radiation and create a greenhouse effect. For example, carbon dioxide and chlorofluorocarbon. UV rays, ultraviolet rays, the exchange of the incoming and outgoing radiation that warm the earth is often referred to as the greenhouse effect because a greenhouse works in much the same way. Incoming ultraviolet radiation easily passes through the glass walls of the greenhouse and is absorbed by the plants and hard surface inside. Black body. A black body is an idealized material that absorbs perfectly all electromagnetic radiation that is received. Yes, sir.
Please change your slide.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Black body. A black body is idealized material that absorbs perfectly all electromagnetic radiation that is received, is reflect, and it is also release or emit electromagnetic radiation according to its temperature. Hotter object emit more energy.
Chanchal, since you are right
Yes,
now
sir.
you are in BTech and BTech second year you are, and
Okay, sir.
our expectation is that if you are giving presentation, then you have to follow some rules of the presentation, going
Yes,
through
sir.
each and every line or reading from the copies and others. This is not the right approach for presentation.
Okay,
This
sir.
slide is only to recall the topic. You have to explain the topic yourself, that what actually you want to say about that. To read one by one, line by line, this is not the right way. Right? In future,
Okay,
you
sir.
have to care for that. Okay?
Okay, sir.
No problem. In coming days, in next year's conferences,
Yes, sir.
I hope that you will be improving yourself. Okay,
Okay,
continue
sir.
please.
Sure, sir.
Next slide, please.
Greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, nitro oxide, fluorinated gases like halon, hydrochlorophyll, chloro, nitrogen, tetric, sulfur, hydroxide, etc. How to reduce greenhouse gases? Generate electricity without emission. Generate electricity without emission. Travel without greenhouse gases. Reduce emission from industry. Planting maximum trees. Reduce pollution. Take carbon dioxide out of the air. Thank you.
Your presentation is over, Chanchal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was beautiful presentation. If anyone has any query, can write in the chat box. And your one friend, her name was what?
Thank you. Thank you,
Priya
sir.
Saran. Where is she? Priya Saran? Where is Priya Saran?
So actually, she is not present here.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Now Bhavna Singh and Prachi Devi.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next presentation, Bhavna Singh and Prachi Devi.
Yes, sir.
You are the students of BTech 4th semester.
Yes, sir.
The topic of presentation is an analysis of digital ecosystem.
Yes, sir.
The concept of digital twins. Very nice topic.
Yes.
Please start presentation.
Yes, sir.
We have a long list of presentators. So please.
Sir, PPT is visible or not?
Not
Okay, sir.
not visible yet. Yes, now it is visible. That's great. Yes, please continue.
Namaste to everyone. My name is Bhavna Singh, and Namaste to everyone. My name is Bhavna Singh, and my name is Prachi Singh. Pursuing BTech CSC second year, Department of Science and Technology, Faculty of Education and Meteorology, in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Today, I am presenting on topic an analysis of digital ecosystem, a concept of digital twins. So, in this presentation, I covered these topics. Abstract digital twins of Earth, cyber physical model characteristic of DT of the Earth, digital ecosystem. Digital twins need digital ecosystem for digital twins, ecosystems for technical, governance styles, conclusion and reference. Now, abstract. The digital twins of Earth can also generate the actionable intelligence crucial to addressing alternative global changes, facilitating Europe's green transition and contributing to an even sustainable development goals agenda. Digital twins of the Earth. Digital twin is a virtual model of real world object, machine, or system that can be used to access how the real world counterpart is performing, diagnose and predict faults, and simulate how future change could alter its behavior. Cyber physical model characteristics of DT of the Earth. First one is policy operationalization phase to recognize the Earth entity like system, process, and phenomena. Important to address a given societal and policy need. Second one, observational and datafication phase. Observational and datafication phase to continuous observe the acknowledged entity generating one or more data stream. Third one, modeling phase. Modeling phase to utilize the data streams for training or in testing the Earth entity, generating one or more data stream. Last one, analytical phase. Analytical phase to utilize the digital model for generating simulation or predictions. In this PPT, I covered digital ecosystem. Digital ecosystem is a group of interconnected information technology resources that can function. A unique digital ecosystem are made up of supplier, customers, trading partners, applications, third-party service providers, and all respective technologies. It allows enterprise to leverage new and legacy technologies and build automated processes around them to continually grow a business. Digital twins need digital ecosystem. Use of digital twins enable more effective research and design of product with an abundance of data create about likely performance customers outcomes that information and lead to insights that help companies make present refinement before starting production. Digital ecosystem for digital twins. A digital twins uses data from connected sensors to tell the story of an asset all the way through its life cycle, from testing to use in the real world. With IoT data, we can measure specific indicators of assets' health and performance, like temperature and humidity. Ecosystem, technological governance. First one, virtual ecosystem. This virtual ecosystem takes students through the process of all living organizations must complete for food. Second one, acknowledged ecosystem. Recognized common objectives of central management, but continuous system retain their fully autonomy. Third one, collaborative ecosystem. Ecosystem, often referred to as an community of collaboration, is made up of the organization and individual professionals who share common interests and goals to create shared value of themselves and their communities. Last one is directed ecosystem. The ecosystem services which provide benefits to human in a direct way, called direct ecosystems like food, water, nutrient cycle, pollination of crops, rainfall, and other material benefits. Conclusion. These new things could capitalize on the advent of Earth digital twins, visible as living digital simulation models that replace and transform as their opposite body content change. The idea of Earth TDS is at the heart of the ECS, current old initialites called Destiny Earth. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If anyone, any query, please write in the chat box. No query means presentation is free from any confusion. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Bhavana sir and Dependency.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
Dipti Soni and Pasa Chikara, you are BTech 4th semester and your topic of presentation is new opportunities and future trends. Dipti, you are presenting alone?
Yes, sir.
Where is your partner?
Sir, she is not well.
Okay. Start presentation, please.
Yes, sir.
And speak to your surroundings that please they to keep mum. They are, making noise. Not
Yes,
in
sir.
please start presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible.
Not yet. Yes, now it is visible.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am and Advisor Sir and all the dignitaries present here. I am JVN Kirti Sawani from BTech CS Department of Science and Technology. New opportunities and future trends. My topic is new opportunities and future trends in digital world.
Digital Earth.
Yes, sir. In my presentation, I am discussing about abstract digital twin system, types of digital twins, developing an ecosystem of digital earth, big data management, digital earth, conclusion, and references. Abstract. A digital twin system is a digital replica of an assistant process of system capable of providing insight into the two things are now who, how they will be in the future and how they change due to specific condition. The change of the specific condition. It's a technology that can be applied to almost any of case from the managing individual pieces of equivalent to use individual projects or even cities or countries when building a digital twins. It is important to understand what is the requirement of digital or transformation or corporate world when open new possibilities of application option of digital twins technology. Digital twin system. A digital twin is a virtual model designed to accurately reflect a physical object. A digital twin is actually a virtual environment which makes it a conditionally richer for study. Digital twins are the designed around of two-way of flow of information that first occurs when object sensors provide relevant data to the system process and then happen again when are shared back with the original source object. Types of digital twins. There are various types of the digital twins depending on the level of product magnification. The digital difference between these twins of the area of the application, it is common to have different types of digital twins coexist within the system or process. First is component process twins, part twins. In this point, component twins are the basic unit of the digital twins. The smallest example of a functioning component parts are roughly the same thing but partial of the components of slightly less importance. And second point is assisted twins. Assist twins are the next higher level of digital twins. They describe how individual components work together. They as an entry assistant for the better understanding. System or unit system. Third one is the system or unit twins. In the next level of the magnification involves system or unit twins which enable you to see how differential assists come together to form an entity functionality system. System twins provide visibility regarding the interaction of the assist and may suggest performing enhancement. And fourth one is the process twins. Process twin is the micro level of the magnification, reveal how the system work together to create an entity production faculties that are the system or synchronized operator at peak of efficiency. Developing an ecosystem for digital twins.
Digital ecosystem for Earth is the global interactive combining only available Earth science data with the ongoing digital evaluation to drive a transformation toward global stability. Environmental stereo work together with the Earth observation and the data analytic, the initialization generator dynamic real time. In, a, in depending on the insights that can the power of decision making to provide collection stability of people and the planets. Big data management in digital earth. The big data management in digital earth developed into a new stage, namely of the characterized tri-big earth data, confronting new challenges and opportunities that develop in digital research are making the milestone of digital earth development. In the big data management, there is a point of advent of the big earth data. Evident of big earth data is the resource for the exploring the world and relevation in seeing the world and the innovating in the taking about the world. How has been seen as a strategic highland in the new data interface era. It has gained it has gained the attention from governments of the nation around the world. Conclusion. The humankind is called to face a repeated challenge to try to preserve our planet and achieve a more sustainable, just society. I'm sharing the digital art concept has developed from the AI group's original vision to its current implementation as applied around the world through four regional national vision of the International Society of Digital Art. Thank you. These are the reference and thank you.
Yes, nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
If anyone has any query, please write in the chat box. Dr. Swami is ready to answer. Kriti, my query is what do you mean by digital earth? Please say something about that in one line.
So digital is used for the easy.
Digital earth. Digital earth.
So digital earth is for the which work we have to do to easy to use any of the daily work. A digital twin, a digital earth the data from the complement sensor to tell the story of an earth and the away. Through its defines cycle from the testing to use in the real world with IoT data, we can measure specific indicators and assist health.
इतना लंबा बता दिया, मुझे कुछ समझ में ही नहीं आया कि तुम बोली क्या। मैंने सिंपल सवाल पूछा था कि भाई अर्थ तो पृथ्वी को कहते हैं नहीं, तो डिजिटल अर्थ अगर कोई पूछता है बिना पढ़ा लिखा आदमी, तो हम उसको इंजीनियर के रूप में कैसे समझाएंगे। माता जी पूछती है, पड़ोस का आदमी पूछता है कि डिजिटल अर्थ क्या होता है, तो क्या बताएंगे आप मुझे समझाइए, प्लीज एक्सप्लेन।
Digital earth in digital earth we can every work to we do every work very easily for a group of interaction and technology resources and can function.
I am not satisfied by your answer. I was a little bit satisfied by your presentation.
Okay, sir.
हम इतनी बात बोलते हैं, जब हम प्रेजेंटेशन देते हैं तो हमें इस बात का पूरा एहसास होना चाहिए। We should keep in our mind, or you should born in your mind that the presentation you are giving is going to put impact on the mind of the audience, viewer or not.
Yes, sir.
हम कुछ भी वॉमिट कर दें और कुछ भी बोल दें, किसी को कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आए, तो उस प्रेजेंटेशन का क्या मतलब है। प्रेजेंटेशन इज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट वे टू put any fact before the largest audience. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों के बीच बड़ी से बड़ी बातों को सरल से सरल शब्दों में समझाने का जो तरीका है, उसी को हम लोग इंग्लिश में प्रेजेंटेशन कहते हैं। प्रेजेंटेशन पीपीटी के थ्रू भी हो सकता है, मौखिक भी हो सकता है, बट इट शुड बी कन्विंसिंग।
Yes, sir.
You are a good student, as per my knowledge. So
Yes,
you are
sir.
supposed to, answer the query whenever you are coming to the public platform
Yes, sir.
during any intellectual discussion. Then give your presentation, with all the answers related to the, the best questions of that.
Yes, sir. I will try next time very best.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I am calling to Shalini. She is the PhD scholar. Shalini, Mrs. Shalini, she is not present. Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, Kritika Misra, BTech 6th semester. Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, and Kritika Misra. Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, and Kritika Misra. Yes, Shalini Pathak. Are you getting us, Shalini Pathak? Okay, no problem. She is joining, and now Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, and Kritika Misra. Please start presentation. After this presentation, PhD scholar Shalini Pathak is going to be given timing. Shalini Pathak. Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, and Kritika Misra. This is the final call for you. Khushi Kumari, Kamla, and Swarna Singh.
Sorry, sir. With your kind permission, can I leave because I have my another academic engagement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, and Kritika Misra.
Yes, sir.
This is
Good
the third times. This is very bad thing. Right now,
Sorry,
we are
sir. Sorry, sir, but our mic was not responding.
okay. Start presentation,
Okay, sir.
please.
So just a second.
Simran Agarwal, Drishti Saraf, Kritika Misra. What is going on? Technical team, students are facing some problem in the lab. Please help them. Server people are requested that please move there.
Hello?
Yes, yes.
Sir,
It's
am I...
okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, sir, but the computer was not working. Okay. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, advisors, sir, and all the dignitaries. This is Drishti Saraf pursuing bachelor's in technology from the Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today I am here to give you a presentation on spatial data science and geo AI. First of all, geo AI can also be called a new form of machine learning that is based on a geographic component. It is a highly interdisciplinary field that links several applied scientific fields, including computer science, engineering, statistics, and spatial science with geographical theory. Remote sensing is a collection of information about an object in direct physical contact with the object, as stated by Dr. Nicholas Short. Remote sensing is a technology for sampling electromagnetic radiation to acquire and interpret non-immediate geospatial data from which to extract information about features, objects, and classes on the Earth's land surface, oceans, and atmosphere. A geographical information system is a computer-based system including software, hardware, people, and geographic information. It can create, edit, analyze, and display map information on computer. It is used by various organizations, international organizations, private industries, government, and non-profit organizations. Now I would like to pass over my presentation to Simran Agrawal.
There are two types of remote sensing, active and passive sensing. A remote sensing system which measure energy that is naturally available are called the passive sensors. Passive sensors can only be used to detect energy when the naturally occurring energy is available. For this reason, it can be applied only with proper sunlight. Otherwise, there will be nothing to reflect. Uh, Active sensor. Active sensor, on the other hand, provide their own energy source for illuminations. The sensor emit radiation which is directed towards the target to be investigated. The radiation reflected from that target is detected and measured by the sensor. Active remote sensors basically have no restrictions as to research conditions. Active types of remote sensing system fully function at any time of the day as they do not require sunlight and they are relatively independent of atmospheric scattering. At last, we conclude that GeoAI is a new multidisciplinary scientific subject that combines spatial science, artificial intelligence, data mining, and high performance computing to extract knowledge from huge data in the geographic domain. We can state that GeoAI actively contributes to solving real world problems in a variety of sectors in a remarkable manner. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थोड़ा सा मैं गुस्सा तो हुआ था जरूर, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने थोड़ा बहुत देर तक टाइम ले लिया, एंड आवर गेस्ट आर एक्चुअली कनेक्टेड एंड दे आर आल्सो मॉनिटरिंग योर प्रेजेंटेशन, सो their timing is very very important, and timing is valuable for everyone. In my opinion and in opinion of all the scholars, time is the god only. If you are recognizing the importance of timing, then you are recognizing everything. If you are not recognizing timing, then time management is one of the important factor for the life and for professional career. Time management is one of the best quality of leadership. You are going to be a lead in the industry as an engineer, software engineer or system engineer or system administrator. So it is required that please follow this principle. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you will be aware for your future presentation. Thank you very much. Now, Salini Pathak has joined as his PhD scholar in computer science and engineering. Salini Pathak ji, are you getting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope after your college, means after your duty, you are free.
Yes, sir. Right now I'm free and I'm at my home. I'm doing my duty.
Even in our conferences, you scholars have no timing. And with very deep and pain, I am sharing this fact that most of the scholars are having no timing. We are only having timing. This is the part of your activity. Anyway, you start your presentation.
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, wait a second, sir. Sir, just processing.
Firstly, you open your webcam.
Sir, actually my webcam is not properly working. I'm just opening it. This particular icon is showing that my integrated camera is not working properly. As you can see, this is the icon and the upper mark is not properly working. So, and it's already been a processing process as I'm sharing my slide.
It is showing that how seriously you have taken.
No, sir, it's actually in my problem of my computer. Actually, sir,
Okay, madam. Okay, please. You give your presentation anyhow if you are trying to do.
Yeah. Sir, I have shared it. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the members, to all the advisory members, and sir. My topic is on text classification. I'm the research scholar and from Jyoti Vidyapeeth University and Department of Science and Technology. So basically, my content of today's topic is abstract introduction of machine learning. What is the text classification? Process of text classification, text preprocessing, text classification models, evaluation technique of machine learning, and applications, conclusion, and references. So the abstract is machine learning model can be used to perform text classification of various purposes like sentimental analysis on tweet and fraud detection, etc. These types of models perform better if they are able to grasp the non-linear relationship within the data. This paper aims to provide a brief overview of the process of text classification algorithm which are currently in use and how these models are evaluated. So introduction of machine learning is that machine learning is a field of computer science that learns from the experience without being programmed. As you can say, it is a part of artificial intelligence and computer science which focuses the use of data algorithm to imitate the way that human learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Nowadays, machine learning is in a vast topic for the research area, and everyone is like in computer science, they are using machine learning as a research area. So machine learning is an important because it gives the enterprise a view of trend in customer behavior, and as it improves the accuracy in perspective of the business operation patterns as well as support the development of the new products. So as the text classification is done in machine learning, so it automatically assigns tags or the category to the text. It is the classification in which the assignment of the set of predefined categories to open-ended text is done. Text classifiers can use to organize, structure, and categorize pretty much any kind of text from the document, medical studies, and files and all over the web. So basically, we can say that if there is a spam and it is being processed under the classifier, we can bifurcate in accordingly that which are the inbox and which are the spam folders. According to this, or we can say that text classification is used for this. So the process basically of text classification is divided into 4 steps. So first step is the feature is extraction. In the initial part, data is collected and then it is being pre-processing phase. And then feature extraction. In feature extraction, using unstructured data, a set of structured data is prepared. This step is called as the feature extraction. Then after features extraction, the second one is the dimensionality reduction. Dimensionality reduction, and there's the size of the data without losing the useful information is reduced, thus the lowering the computational cost and the speed. After doing the dimensionality reduction, the next step is classifier selection. In this, the as it is the most important one, and in each step, in each method, there is a pros and cons. So there are various algorithms where we can use this. So we have to choose, or we have to select the best classification algorithm to get the best output. Now final is the model evaluation. After competing or after processing in different kind of models, the evaluation of the model is done, and the evaluation of the model is partitioning the data into the test set and validation test. Now text pre-processing. First one is the text after collection of the data as an input, text pre-processing is done. Data pre-processing is, or text pre-processing is the first and very important step for all the problems. In this, various methods are used. Basically, it is used to remove the slang, stop words, misspelled words, which are just giving the negative impact or negative impact to the sentences, to the information that being removed in this text pre-processing step. This helps to identify the significant words that offer more context and meanings, leading to the rules, or you can say leading to the better results. Now, the text pre-processing steps is further divided into 3 steps. First one is the text cleaning and pre-processing, then synthetic word representation, and third one is weighted word. In text cleaning, as the name it is cleaning, so basically what we will do in this, or what the researcher we have done in this, is removal of some of the information or unnecessary words from the text, which we can say as a slang, stop words, or misspelled words. And then why we are improving, or why we are removing it, to get the performance more clearly, or to get that, to remove that negative effect from that performance. And hence this particular, after doing this particular thing, we can say it is a pre-processing has been done, or text cleaning has been done. So before further proceeding, first step of text cleaning and pre-processing should be done. Now second one is syntactic word representation. In this feature extraction, or you can say during feature extraction from text, there are loss of context can be done, or loss of context can be possible. So we have to make sure that the words are in the proper format, so that meaning of the sentence or meaning of that word should not change. So here the word representation is major part. Weighted words, that you can say that what are the importance, or what, is there any noise, and how much error are there, or how many times the noise is coming. So these are the process, or these are the steps we are taking in text pre-processing. Next one is text cleaning and pre-processing. As the first step was text cleaning and text pre-processing, where there is a removal of slangs and misspelled words as there. So it is further being done by some of the process. First process is tokenization. In this process of thing is done, the breaking of stream of text into some meaningful elements is done. These elements are called tokens, and these tokens can be kind of words, symbols, or phrases. But the main point is that the content should not be changed, and useful information should not be changed. Then next one is capitalization. In capitalization, as we can say, there are some pronouns, or there are some proper nouns where we are use a letter in a capital form. But if you are, we can say that if you are dealing a process that if you are just put all the words in the lower case, then it's a possibility that there is a change in meaning or change in words can be possible. So for this, we should take a thing in mind that the capitalization should be done in a proper way. Then slang and abbreviation. Slang, we can say, is a word or phrases which are used essentially during the informal communication. And abbreviation refers to the shorten of the words or form of the words. So converting them to a formal language is the most common way of handling them. Last one is stemming. Stemming helps to aggregate all the different forms of the same words together. Now, synthetic word representation was the second part, and in this we are using n-gram technique. Why we are using n-gram technique? Because during feature extraction from text, there can be a loss of context. So for this, we have to keep in mind that the word should be in a proper way. So for this, we are using n-gram technique, and in n-gram technique, the entire text are repressed using some features, and these features are nothing but the set of n kind of words which appears in the order in the text. For example, if there is a sentence that I am going for a road trip, so we can say that there is a 1 gram representation, 2 gram representation, or 3 gram representation. If it is in a 1 gram representation, then we can say, as in my screen is given, I then am going for a road trip. There is a single word. In 1 gram, there is single word. If it is in the 2 gram, then I am going for 2 means you can say concatenation of 2 words should be there. 3 gram, 3 words should be merged, and then further process is done. Now, weighted word. In weighted word extraction method, a piece of text is represented by a vector which contains word counts for a given text. Bag of word model and a bag of feature is the two kind of models in this weighted words. In bag of words, in this model, document is considered as a bag of words. As the name indicates, no regular rules or relations between the words is considered. Bag of feature is set is maintained which contains a frequency of all the distinct words. This model helps to understand on which point or words the text is centered around. Now, As I've said, there are the second last step is text classification model, and the last step is the evaluation of that model. So text classification models are in text classification models, we can use different models. The first one is feed forward neural network. This model assumes text as a bag of words. Then they take a word. For each word, they learn a vector representation using embedded modeling. And here we use a multi-layer perceptron, and then as the final layer, the classification is done by different classifiers. Second model is RNN based model, recurrent neural network model. Basically assume text as a stream of words and focus on dependencies of one word over the other, and also on structure of the text as well as the sentences or paragraphs. Among many RNN model, popularity, or you can say the major point, is on the long short term model, which focuses more on longer dependencies or to understand the sentiments. Third model is CNN model, as in RNN model, which works on the pattern of word along time. The convolution neural network model works on pattern on words along space. It works best in text classification where all the range analysis of the word is not required. Last one is capsule neural network. Capsule neural network contains capsules. Capsule are nothing but a bunch of neurons whose activity vectors is used to determine the attribute of specific type of entity. Now, evaluation of the techniques, or you can say the different models we are using, there are basically 5 different type of evaluation technique is done. So the first one is confusion matrix. In this, we are using a tabular representation to predict the label and true label. This predicted label is that what you are predicting is, and the actual label is what should be the, you can say, the actual and the predicted form. If in this table, as you can say, if there is a true and true, positive and positive means true and true. If the actual level is true and predicted level is also true, then we are getting truly classified as positive. If the actual level is true and predicted level is false, then we are getting falsely classified as negative. And if there is you can say, if there is actual level is negative and then the predicted level is positive, then we are getting falsely classified as positive. And then actual level is negative and predicted is also negative, then we get the truly classified negative result. So next one is accuracy. Accuracy, it is the fraction of truly predicted level to all the prediction. Next is precision. It is actually it is accuracy that models gives the correct positive prediction. Then next one is recall and specificity. Recall is also known as sensitivity or true positive predicted correctly. Recall we can say as a truly classified as positive upon, you can say, truly classified as positive plus falsely classified as negatives. There are some basic formulas to detect or to get the, or you can say to evaluate the techniques. Some formula, basic formula is there. Last one is a specificity, also known as the true negative rate. Recall is the fraction of negatives that's you are predicted correctly. Now, next one is application. In application, there are where we can use or where we are using. First one is the sentiment analysis. It is the identification of sentiments from the text. It can be used to determine the public responses towards the particular product or service. Second one is recommendation system. These systems are developed to suggest articles, product or services to user based on his or feedback, provide specification, reviews, search histories, and other factors. Next one is information filtering. It is the process of picking out relevant information from the input data. It can also be used to predict the user's interest. Next one is information retrievals. It is a process of managing multiple documents so as to find out those documents which meet the requirements and specification entered by the user. Last, I would like to conclude my presentation. Now, the conclusion is text classification is a fundamental machine learning problem with application across various products. And process of text classification is well researched, but Still, many improvements can be made, both the features preparation and to classification in engine itself to optimize the classification performance for a specific application. And effects of the specific adjustments are also not well researched outside the original area of the application. Due to these reasons, design of text classification system is still more to be an art than exact science. So there are still a open, you can say a open part for the research area, and there is still being done. Many of the researchers are still doing the many researchers in text classification. And now these are the references which I have taken in my paper. And yeah, thank you, sir.
Program is over. हेलो, कार्यक्रम खत्म हो गया? नहीं सर, अभी नहीं, थोड़ा सा वेट कीजिए सर.
Yes, technical team members. Is there anyone who is left?
जी सर, हमारा नेटवर्क डाउन हो गया है सर, 5 मिनट वेट कीजिए.
Sorry for interruption. Hello students, hello participants, scholars. Dr. Kirandeep Singh. Hello, Dr. Kirandeep Singh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There was some network problem with Dr. Yasin.
Yes, sir. I came to know. Yes, sir. Your technical team member told me that there is a network glitch. So no problem, sir. We are waiting. Okay.
No, you please give your comment about the presentation of Salini Pathak.
Yes, sir. The presentation was too good, sir. And as I came to know that she is, I think, PhD scholar. So is she available over here?
No, she is not connected. Salini Pathak, you should try to connect again. Salini Pathak.
So no problem. It was very well explained. So it was lacking in some technical detail, like what she has contributed. So that is the thing I want to ask her, like what is her contribution in this?
डॉक्टर कन्हैया सर, आपका क्या कमेंट है?
The presentation was very unique and she presented very well.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Now, next scholar is Neelam Kushwaha, PhD in computer science. He is pursuing PhD in computer science. Neelam Kushwaha, she is not connected yet. Then Khushi Kumari, Kamla and Swarna Singh. Khushi Kumari, yes, please start your presentation. These are the DEP 6th semester students, means final year diploma students. Okay? Diploma in computer science. Okay, start
Namaste and good
presentation.
evening to all the higher dignitaries present over here. I, Javian Khushi Kumari, and I, Javian Kamla, are here to present our topic that is about cross-section and fundamental colors of big data. Here is our abstract about our topic. Cross-section and basic colors of huge information could be a term for large data sets having wide-ranging additional variate and complicated structure with the strain of storing, analyzing, or visualizing for exciting processes or results. Thanks to the flying growth of such information, solution ought to be studied and provided so as to grip and extract prices and information from datasets. This paper focuses on to analyze a number of various analytics ways and tools which may be applied to massive information, yet because the opportunities provided, the applying of huge information analytics is varied called domains. What is big data? Big data is that field of analyzing and extracting information from a huge data set. The term refers to a huge quantity of knowledge that grow exponentially with time. Such data or information is therefore large and huge and sophisticated that no standard ways or ancient information management tools will process and store effectively. There are mainly four characteristics of big data, which are also known as 5 V's of big data, that is visualization, volume, veracity, variety, and velocity. In visualization, it is the data in manner that is readable and accessible. Volume works on the processing and real time.
Continue,
Variety.
please. Continue, please.
Big data is generated in multiple varieties compared to the traditional data like phone numbers and addresses. The latest trend of data is the form of photos, videos, and audios, making about 80% of the data to be completely unstructured. Coming to the velocity plays a vital role in a big data, so the major aspect of big data is to provide data on a demand and at a faster pace. It creates the speed by which the data is created in real time. Cross-section and fundamental colors of big data. There are mainly four cross-section or fundamental colors of big data, which you can also say that four spectrums of big data, that is descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Descriptive explains what happened, diagnostics explain why.
Your voice is not coming. please.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Continue, please. Continue, please. Continue, please. हाँ बोलिए, सुन रहे हैं, प्लीज.
There are four spectrums of big data, that is descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Descriptive explains about what had happened. Diagnostics explain about why it happened. Predictive forecast what might can happen, and prescriptives recommend a action which is based on the forecast or which is based on the predictive. Now we will discuss about what are the various sectors where big data are used. Where big data are used. Big data are used in government field as well as in private field. Banking and security help in reducing fraudulent transaction. For stimulation, real-time reports of several platforms to update and upgrade prescribed literature of rapid growth. In education field, big data are also used there. Big data are used in healthcare to collect public health report and identify global spread of various viruses. Now we discuss about merits of big data. Big data, it keeps our data safe. It creates new revenue streams. It perform better risk analysis, target better with customer preferences, improving science and research, improving healthcare and public health, and the merits of big data. Big data volatiles the privacy principle. Data can be used for manipulating customers. Big data may increase social stratification. Big data is not useful in short run. Uh, Big data faces difficulties in parsing and interpreting. The big data is difficult to handle. Now we will discuss about challenges in big data. In big data, uh, we face a challenge to managing the data, and keep data secure is also a big challenge of big data analytics. It also face technical challenges due to lack of technology and domain knowledge. uh, Now we will discuss about future scope and development of big data analytics. Big information can still play a large role in this rising this model. We were currently and permit for advertisements in analytics. The information analytics trade already recorded a considerable 26.5% on year growth in 2021, with the value reaching for 45.4 million. Big data is one among the foremost versatile career choices. This is presumably about to be the foremost in department role in 2022, says the Monster Annual Trends reports. An enterprise gained to chance for period of time massive information associate degree. They are going to get to form and manage 60% of huge data within the close to future. The increasing variety of net users doing everything online, from business communications to liking and social networking. In 2013, the stack would have stretched simple fraction of the space from the world to the moon. By 2025, this stack would have fully fully grown 26 times longer. Recently, it absolutely was ensure announceed the
Please come on your
announced the Prime Minister
come
workplace
to
in
conclusion.
mistreatment.
Please conclusion, please. Yes.
Now we will discuss about conclusion of our presentation.
The business impact of the massive information have the potential to get vital in productivity growth for a variety of variable sectors. Big data presents chance to form unpredicted business benefits and high services delivery. All the challenges associated degree problems are required to be handled effectively and in an economical manner. Growing talent and building groups to form analytical based decisions is the key to comprehend the worth of big data. Multiple techniques used for the analysis embrace applied mathematics, analytics, machine learning, and data processing, intelligent analysis, cloud computing, quantum computing, and information stream process. We believe that in future researchers can pay additional attention to these techniques to unravel issue of massive information and effectively. Thank you.
Okay, nice. Now over to Dr. Kirandeep Singh ji and Dr. Kanhaiya ji.
Yes, a nice presentation by the diploma students. But I want to know, like, have you heard the term Hadoop?
Yes, sir.
So why have you not covered in your slide? Because it is very important aspect in when you're covering big data.
Sir, it was about a short time period, so we thought as much as we can do in a short period of time, we covered that.
Okay, because that is a basic technical, you can say, a backbone of a big data. So that is why it is recommended whenever you present in future. So always include all these things also.
Sure.
Okay, best of luck. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Neelam Kushwaha is trying to connect. Neelam, she is PhD scholar, and Salini Pathak is also trying to connect. Though Salini has already completed her presentation, but she is trying to, give some justification rather than the presentation she has presented. And now it is time to again invite Sivangi, Suman, and Nidhi, diploma 6th semester students. Sivangi, Suman, and Nidhi. Sivangi, Suman, Nidhi. Yes, start presentation, please.
Namaste and very good evening to one and all present in this StreamYard, Honorable Proctor Sir, all higher dignitaries and other students watching this StreamYard. I am Sivani Gautam, pursuing BETCS from Department of Science and Technology under the Faculty of Education and Methodology.
And I'm JVN Suman, pursuing DET plus BTech from this university under the Department of Science and Technology.
And I'm JV Nidhi Mishra, pursuing BTCSC 6th under the Department of Science and Technology. Here we will discuss about the comparative analysis of spatial data models. So here we go.
So in this presentation, we are going to discuss.
आप लोग अपना PPT शेयर करिए. Please share your PPT.
So in this presentation, we talk about spatial data modeling and its types. There are basically two types, raster and vector. We also discuss about its merits and demerits. So firstly, we will know what is spatial data modeling. It gives the location of any device or any individual. It is a basically spatial data. Any feature of data, if it is a combined by, it is absolute location or its relative location. Absolute location of the feature or its relative location of any data that exists with it. Absolute location means latitude and longitude of it, the location of x and y, which is present in data set. Then we will know call it spatial data. Spatial data gives the location of any device or any individual. It provides a tool for a data model that specifies the structure and behavior properties of database, and ideally should be provided a language which allows the user and database designer to express their requirement in a ways that they find appropriate. Now here we are going to talk about how many types of spatial data. There are two types of spatial data, that is raster and vector. Raster. Raster in the form of pixel, or we can say that cell. Pixel or cell are arranged in a row and column that gives information in the form of temperature, or we can say that information. The row of matrix are parallel x-axis, and the column of the parallel is the y-axis. Now we are going to discuss about merits and demerits of raster and vector. The merits of raster and vector, that is it is a very simple data structure, and also it is in a it takes a large storage capacity, and we have faced the loss of information in raster. Raster maps are pictures are beautiful as compared to line maps, and we are demerits discussing of the vectors. It is a easy in this advantages of vector, that is easy to make connection between network and topologies, and easy for making projections. Disadvantage, it is a complex data structure, and display and plotting is a very complex for using the high color of pixel.
So here I now conclude our presentation by saying data modeling is one of the first stages of database design. The purpose of data modeling is to bring about the design of a database that performs well and has accurate information, and which makes the entry of incorrect data as difficult as possible, whose logical structure is efficient for the users to understand, and is as easy as possible to maintain and extend. Thank you everyone for paying attention towards us. Have a great day ahead.
Yes, over to Kirandeep and Dr. Kanaya Tripathi ji.
Yes, sir. Nice presentation by the students. So I hope they will continue in the same enthusiasm. So wish you all the best, beta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Nandita Singh and Swapnil. Nandita Singh and Swapnil, BCA 6th semester, Engineers and Entrepreneurship. Nandita Singh and Swapnil, for your presentation, please.
Namaste. Honorable Chairperson, Ma'am, respected advisor and CEO, sir, and higher dignitaries, and all my JVs. I am JVN Swapnil Lavanya. And I am JVN Nandita Singh, pursuing Bachelor in Computer and Application from the Department of Science and Technology and Faculty of Education and Methodology. Now, I am here to present my presentation on the topic of engineers and entrepreneurship.
Yes, please share your PPT.
Sir, it is visible or not?
Yeah, it is visible. But here engineer is male or female? In your PPT, this engineer is female engineer or male engineer?
So it's engineer and entrepreneurship.
One of the engineer who looks in this figure, who is male or female? I am talking about Female engineers. I would like
Yes.
to listen by you. Anyway,
This slide,
yes, please continue.
this slide is about this slide is content, abstract, entrepreneurship, entrepreneur as an engineer, quality of an engineer entrepreneur, characteristics of entrepreneurship, dual role of an engineer entrepreneur,
थोड़ा और जोर
conclusion.
जोर से बोलिए बेटा, और थोड़ा नंदिता सिंह, थोड़ा और जोर से प्लीज।
Now the second slide is abstract. The slide is about an entrepreneur who makes creative ideas and business process according to the market requirements. And now, entrepreneur. An entrepreneur refers to the person who creates new enterprise. Second, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the process of creating a new enterprise with a name of making process. Now the third one is enterprise. An enterprise refers to the business venture which is being created by the entrepreneur. Now, what is entrepreneurship? The word entrepreneurship is derived from French word entreprendre, and an entrepreneur means to do something or undertake, and enter means enter, while friend means to take. An entrepreneur is described who create a new business venture and start a new project or tries a new investment opportunity. Now, entrepreneur as an engineer. Entrepreneur engineer understand business priorities and scale with the new ideas. Right? If the business go down, that time entrepreneurs take a risk decision. That time they take right compromises. Working closely and effectively with the product team, including founders to iteratively deliver customer value. They are not driven to scale the corporate ladder, become over specialized, or maintain old code. Now I want to continue this presentation by Nandita.
Thank you, Swapnil. So my slide is about 10 qualities of an engineer entrepreneur. So my first point is processes analytical and planning skills. And second one is work well in dynamic and rapidly changing environment. And next is work under pressure and in short time frames. And last is work effectively across multiple organizations, boards, companies, and departments. And my second slide is characteristic of an entrepreneurship. First one is economic activity. Economic entrepreneurship is an activity in the sense that is to make money out of purchase and sell of goods and services while ensuring the best of possible use of resource. And second one is innovation. Innovation refers to an individual or organization creating new ideas such as new
Please come
products.
to the conclusion slide. Conclusion. Yes.
Um, this slide is about an conclusion. An entrepreneur is someone who takes an entrepreneurial venture and create something new. Once you have established your vision, it is important to set your goal to help you realize the step towards making your vision into a reality. And last slide is entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people were not, so you can't spend the rest of your life like most people can't. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Kirandeep.
A nice presentation by the students, but I am having one suggestion to you also. So you must include some data of the successful entrepreneur, so who have done their engineering and then they become entrepreneur. So I think this kind of data is missing in this slide. So next time, whenever you present, so be careful about that because the data is also very important, right?
Sure, sir.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, Aishwarya and Manvika, you are given 4 minutes. Aishwarya and Manvika.
Excuse me, sir. Uh,
Yes, sir.
sir, actually, I'm in a very short of battery, sir. Only 7% battery is left.
Okay, okay.
So
No
it
problem,
might
no
be
problem.
possible that within 10 minutes, my phone is going to be dead.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, thank you
So
for your
okay,
information.
okay.
Okay.
No, no, I'm here till now. I'm here. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Now, Aishwarya and Manvika, your session chair has only 20 minutes. So, you are expected to give your presentation
कम आ
in
रही है
brief.
इसमें
In brief, you have to present yourself.
आवाज़
संक्षेप
नहीं
में
आ रही,
अपने
बहुत कम आ
बात
रही
बता
है,
दीजिए.
बहुत कम आ रही है, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या बोल रहे हो. So can we start?
Yes, yes. In short,
Namaste to all dignitaries present over here and all my teachers. Myself Manvika from BTech CS and my classmate Aishwarya Gupta, belonging to BTech CS final year, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur.
Yes, you're audible. Please be continue.
Yes,
they
sir.
are sharing their
So
PPT.
our topic
You
for
share
our
your PPT.
presentation is big spectrum data analysis for information network. We have
Share करिए.
prepared our PPT. Sir, can you see the presentation? Is it visible?
Just wait. Not yet. अभी दिख नहीं रहा.
Okay, sir. दिख नहीं रहा है. दिख नहीं रहा है. Stop sharing कर दिया.
Technical team, please help to the students.
शेयर है. शेयर है. Sir, is it visible now?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Server people, please help to Manvika and Aishwarya.
Two slides. Two slides together. हुआ? Visible हुआ?
Yes. Now it is visible. Please continue.
So our topic for the presentation is big spectrum data analysis for information network. Here are the respective here are the respective contents: abstract, introduction, overview of GIS, data representation in GIS, special data mining for GIS, issues and challenges, conclusion, and at last there are references. Spatial mining innovation has arisen as another area for spatial information investigation. Geological information system stores information gathered from heterogeneous sources is changed designed as geodatabases addressing spatial elements regarding scope and longitudinal position. Geodatabases are expanding step by step, creating colossal volumes of information from satellites, pictures giving subtitles connected with circles from different hotspots for addressing regular assets like water bodies, woodland covers, soil quality, checking, and so forth. As of late, GIS is utilized in examination of traffic checking, vacationers observing well-being the board, and biodiversity protection. Surmising data from geodatabases has acquired significant utilization, computational calculations. The goal of our paper is portrait models, information sources, information mining, algorithmic methodologies, SDM apparatus, issues, and difficulties. Here is the introduction. Geographic information system has arisen another discipline due to improvement of correspondence advancements. GIS is applied in different areas to surmise data regarding area, Tremendous measures of information is produced in the type of picture, fat documents from sources like satellite, non-existent sensors, and other gadgets. Comprehension of data put away in these huge information base requires computational investigation and displaying strategies. Spatial information mining has arisen as another area of examination for investigation of information regarding spatial relations. STM producers are generally utilized in GIS for surmising relationship among spatial quantities, grouping and arranging data regarding spatial properties. Now, there is an overview of GIS. The advancement of data and correspondence innovation in GIS domain has created enormous volumes of information addressing spatial data of water bodies, timberland saves, urbanization, and so on. GIS dataset stores spatial and non-spatial information got from heterogeneous parts associated with one another like sensors, PCs, portables, and so on. Examination of information stored in GIS has acquired significant in spaces connected with information, the broad and information mining. Late inescapable utilization of spatial datasets has led to
Please
the
come on the
investigations.
conclusion portion, please. Conclusion.
Okay, sir. The paper furnishes with a point-by-point review on spatial information basis and its attributes, a point-by-point investigation and depiction of GIS data sources, informations, organizations, and information portrait introduced from different writings. The old-style information mining calculations applied for different applications in GIS are likewise examined. On investigation, it is distinguished that semantic joining of GIS databases is essential for breaking down spatial ascribes as form non-spatial traits in all spaces. The other major challenges of GIS information bases can be seen as volume and information design in this work. We have proposed engineering for information and mixed utilization information products, house approaches. What's more, philosophy in GIS. The other significant issue in GIS is tremendous volume of information ages for which we have proposed to see the issue of big data and addresses something very similar in our proposed engineering plan. In future, the proposed engineering would be executed and tried for a particular area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Kirandeep, session chair.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Sir.
A good initiative by the students, but I have one suggestion. Like your slides are very bulky, so it's rich in text. So next time, whenever you present any presentation in conference like this, so keep them to the point.
Means bullet
So
form.
this is my suggestion to you. Okay, wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now IUC Char and Survi Jha, BCA 4th semester. Yes.
Namaste, sir. Namaste to respective advisor and CEO, sir, respective dean, sir, faculty members, and all the higher dignitaries presented. I am Anshi Chahar and Survi Jha, pursuing Bachelor of Computer Application, 4th sem students, Department of Science and Technology. So can I share my PPT?
Yes, beta, hurry up.
So it is visible?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. So in my presentation, I am going to discuss about the abstract, introduction, and what is GeoAI and what technology is used in GeoAI and development these factors, role of GeoAI in applied science, contribution of GeoAI to society, and conclusion. Now, my first slide is abstract. Geospatial artificial intelligence is science as well as technology that combines innovation in space science, artificial intelligence method in machine learning, data mining, and high performance computing to extract knowledge from large spatial data.
And now second slide is introduction. Spatial science, also referred to as geographic information science, plays an important role in many scientific disciplines as it seeks to understand, analyze, and visualize real-world phenomena according to their location. And the data science and spatial data science are ever evolving fields that provide methods for organizing the way we think about and approaching the creation of new knowledge from big data. And now, what is geospatial artificial intelligence? Now, geospatial artificial intelligence is an emerging science that combines innovation in space science, artificial intelligence method in machine learning, data mining, and high performance computing to extract knowledge from large spatial data. For example, the accessibility of high resolution graphic data and high performance computing techniques as well as deep learning are driving advance in fast and accurate object detection. Now, the technique used in Geo AI, that is machine learning, deep learning, and data mining, are the essential methods that make up the foundation of Geo AI. In particular, machine learning includes AI methods and algorithms that enables computer to acquire knowledge by iteratively extracting and learning hidden patterns in raw data. And third is data mining, and the last is GeoAI tools.
Come on, the conclusion, Ayushi.
Okay, sir.
Now I will explain the conclusion. From above the discussion, it is concluded that the geospatial science is being used in every working fields, and without the geospatial information, our daily life could be very different. This technology plays a major role in development of space, building, natural resources management, environmental epidemiology, and much more. GOAI is an emerging interdisciplinary field of science that harnesses innovations in space science, artificial intelligence, data mining, and high-performance computing to explore knowledge from big spatial data.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Naira, we shall listen you just after one student, please. Naira? Yeah,
Yes.
Naira?
Yes, sir.
Just wait for 2 and 3 minutes. Now,
Okay,
Amrin
okay.
Khan and Sivani Sarma. Amrin Khan and Sivani Sarma, we take 6th semester. Amrin Khan and Sivani Sarma. Yes, please unmute yourself. Amrin, unmute होइए. Yes, start presentation. Share your PPT.
Namaste, sir. Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, and advisor and CEO, sir, and all the higher dignitaries. I, J. Amreen Khan, pursuing Bachelor in Technology from Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today, I am here to give you a presentation on study of GeoAI in health organization. These are the content of my presentation. Abstract, what is GeoAI, GeoAI healthcare overview, challenges, conclusion, and reference. The abstract of my presentation is artificial intelligence and geographic information systems are combined to create GeoAI. In public health, precision medicine, and smart healthy cities, GeoAI is beginning to play a role. The potential barriers that GeoAI research in health and healthcare is now facing are briefly discussed. So here, what is GeoAI? GeoAI Spatial artificial intelligence is a new scientific field that integrates advanced in spatial science, machine learning, example deep learning, data mining, and high performance computing to extract knowledge from geographic big data. In simple words, artificial intelligence means the ability of a machine to learn a task, and geo defines the scope of that learning to spatially oriented tasks.
आबरीन,
Yes, sir.
आपके इस प्रेजेंटेशन को आपकी अम्मी जान देख रही हैं कि नहीं उत्तर प्रदेश में बैठ के?
Sir, my mother is expired.
Sorry, so your brother or mother or anyone is saying that?
Yes, sir.
कौन देख रहे हैं?
सर बड़े भाई
देख रहे हैं। वाह, उनको तरफ से आदाब बोल दीजिएगा।
Yes,
and
sir.
I am happy that you are presenting here and your family members are watching from UP. This is the beauty of this virtual conference, because during face-to-face conference in a seminar hall,
Yes,
the
sir.
range of the audience is very limited. This is the beauty. So you should take part with full enthusiasm during online presentation. Okay, continue, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So here is the GeoAI healthcare overview. Geospatial information and modeling GeoAI is increasingly being used to explore the potential role of our environment in influencing health. GeoAI can be used for hypothesis generation, conducting new data linkages, and predicting disease occurrence, according to researchers at the University of Bristol.
If it is possible, actually, it is clear what you want to say. That excluding challenges, you come on the methodology portion or conclusion portion.
Sir, I didn't understand what you say. Can you repeat this?
आप कंक्लूजन पर आइए या मेथोडोलॉजी हो तो उसको बता दीजिए, प्लीज कम ऑन द
Yes, sir. I will come in conclusion after the challenges, please, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir. So, in the future, the National Institute of Health (NIH) in the United States is projected to finance additional research in mobile imaging, extensive sensing, social networking, and location tracking. Data privacy is becoming increasingly important as enormous volumes of data are required and collected. So there is the challenge that data have to be secured. So here is the conclusion. GeoAI is beginning to play a role in health and healthcare. GeoAI has been used to model and record the world around us. Future application could include modeling location-based features that have not been captured before or analytics for newly emerging spatial big data sources. Here is the references. Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation, Amreen, and your presentation is showing that you are possessing some leadership tendency, and engineers having ability to present anything means ability to face the challenges.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I wish a very success in your future. Thank you very much for your good presentation. Now it is time to conclude this presentation by the presentation of Naira Shah, who is connected from Jammu and Kashmir. She is PhD scholar in computer science and engineering.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, please.
Shall I present?
Yes, please. Naira, are you sharing your PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing my PPT.
Yes, please.
सर शायद मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं, मोबाइल से शेयर नहीं होता है.
You are presenting through mobile or through laptop?
This time I'm presenting from my phone, sir.
No,
because I have been on my way.
no, through phone it is not possible to share. This is a StreamYard.
So I am on my way. I have been traveling, sir.
No problem. तो ऐसे ही आप presentation दे दीजिए. Please say what you want to say. What is your topic? Explain. You open in your mobile and you start presentation. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. I'm going to present the paper on data analytics in higher education in Kashmir Valley.
Yes,
Since we know that there is enormous amount of data present in the educational institutes across the nation. We have a different kind of a data, that is the student data, faculty data, and the administrative data. These are the different types of data that are available in the educational institute. The student data represents the data from the students, like for example, their enrollment number, and the other data which is helpful for the students or which helps them to identify them as a student. While as the faculty data comprises of the teaching learning process, which
Yes, Nera. It seems you have been disconnected. Nera.
I am not disconnected, sir.
Yes, then continue, please. Continue.
Okay. Then the other thing is data analytics and the educational data. Since the data analytics helps to choose the right data at right time, the educational data sets help to contribute to the evolution of getting to know the theories, learners' help, and learners' feedback, and in the development of learning support systems. The data analytics also improves the student success by producing the real-time feedback to the students. While studying the data analytics on the education institutes, 3 different analytical techniques have come forth. Basically, they are the 3 different disciplines. The first is the learning analytics, second is academic analytics, and the third is the educational data mining. Learning analytics, basically, it focuses on the learning methodology.
Okay, Nera. There is some network issue by your side, it seems. So it's enough. No problem. It's enough. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. I was eagerly waiting for this at the time of 2:40.
You have to send your PPT to us for evaluation. Okay?
Okay, sir. I will mail it, sir.
Yeah, the reviewer committee will review and accordingly they will give their comment. Okay?
Yes, sir. I was eagerly waiting for the time and I don't know what happened at that time.
No problem. Network is not in our control, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Loud.
Yes, sir. Exactly, sir.
Okay. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you for your
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Take care. Thank you.
Nera is my student and she is connected from Jammu and Kashmir. She is PhD scholar in computer science and engineering. So, okay, now it is time to extend our greetings, thanks, or abhar, dhanyabad, and what I can say. Now, first of all, on behalf of the conference organizing team of International Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startup 2022, myself, Professor Eslal, convener of this conference, with co-convener Professor Dr. Manju Sharma ji, Organizing Secretary Sunita Bhati ji, all the coordinators, all the team members of this conference committee, all the faculty members, we all are wholeheartedly thanks to our Honorable Chairperson Madam Kamles Garg ji, our dynamic young leader of this university, Honorable Advisor and Chief Executive Officer of this university, JBN Vedant Garg ji, other officers, and especially I would like to take name of Director Administration and Director Admission, Madam Hema Bafila ji, because one day before, means yesterday, this conference started by lighting the lamp by Honorable Chairperson Madam and with your welcome note. And since yesterday, we are taking part in the brainstorming sessions. And I would like to, recall the gracious presence of our Professor Chair of CB Raman Chair, Professor Dr. Binay Mohanji, then a special guest IS Hiralal ji, Government of UP and Mission Director NHM of Uttar Pradesh Government, also Vice Chancellor Professor KG Suresh ji, Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, Mr. Ravi Iswarappa, CEO, Andhra University Incubation Hub, Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar ji, BIT Sindri, then Dr. Kamles Gotamji, Dr. Sunil Patwa ji, Dr. Sivani Verma ji, Dr. Dilip Kumar ji, Dr. Abhishek Acharya ji, Dr. Kanhaiya Tripathi ji, Dr. Kirandeep Singh ji, these were the resource persons, speakers, and one thing I would like to share here, that within 2 days, 15 guest speakers participated in this international conference and they expressed their views on the different sub-themes of the 2 days international conference, was being hosted by CB Raman Chair of Department of Science and Technology and the Faculty of Education and Methodology and Alma Award Limited, UK, and I forgotten, Sakti Tiwari was also present, Secretary of that organization. Ten research scholars of computer science and engineering whose paper were accepted for publication, they presented their paper in this seminar. I can say that these were the technical papers. 40 students starting from diploma, UG and PG of computer science engineering, fashion design and fine arts, and journalism and mass communication presented their papers. There will be something due if I will not express my special gratitude to Anil ji server room, who is handling the technical team responsibility, Pukhraj ji, Kishan ji and others. Salvi, who was coordinating with the guest and others. Sunita Bhati ji, organizing secretary. Coordinator Nisu Sharma ji. And each and everyone who contributed, who supported us to, reach at this juncture of this conference. not myself, the organizing committee is expressing its gratitude for all. And in the meantime, I would like to request all the viewers that on 9th and 10th of this month, Faculty of Education and Methodology is also organizing the next conference, that is also international conference, on NEP 2020 implementation and impact. So again, we will be before you with so many, garlands of intellectuals, so many flowers in a particular garland of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Till that moment, namaste to all. Thank you very much for your blessings, for your cooperation, and for your thanks. Thanks a lot. And this is the end of the international conference. And one thing I would like to announce, we have requested to the university management for the honorarium of all the guest speakers, invitee speakers. Also, we are going to give them letter of appreciation and memento, digital memento. So please wait. In process, it can take 1 or 2 days, and within 1 and 2 days we can fulfill our promise as we have made. And I hope that those who have presented their research papers and those who have only participated, all are going to get their certificate by the university management very soon. Thank you very much.